Hello and welcome to Trade and Biodiversity for a Positive Future. My name is Nisha Pillay and it's my great pleasure to be your moderator today. Our meeting is being recorded and will be made available for public consumption on the UNCTAD BioTrade website. Now, you may recall that our first BioTrade Congress was held on the sidelines of Rio+20 back in 2012. This is now our 6th BioTrade Congress, the first to be held virtually, and this is what we're going to be focusing on today: how trade impacts nature's contribution to people, with a laser focus on reducing biodiversity loss, of course, while at the same time building resilient livelihoods and economies. Our Congress is jointly organized by the BioTrade Initiative of UNCTAD and its partners, South Africa's Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment, the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Development Bank of Latin America, Helvetas Swiss Intercooperation, and the Union for Ethical BioTrade, with the support of the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, SECO, under the Global BioTrade Initiative. A big thank you to SECO for your ongoing support. So we'd really like to have an interactive meeting. Wherever you may be joining us from, please do feel welcome to send in your questions and your comments using the chat function, and I shall endeavour to weave them in through the Congress as it unfolds. Are we ready to get going? It's my pleasure to introduce, for the opening remarks, the Deputy Secretary General of UNCTAD, Ms. Isabelle Durand. The floor is yours, Ms. Durand.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Yes, but my video, start my video. Okay. Voila, I'm there.
Voila, so, welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. And first of all, good morning, everyone. Good morning or good afternoon or good evening to all of you, participants, ladies and gentlemen. And I would start my remarks to explain what all we know. Health of our planet derives greatly from the richness of biodiversity. And the richness is also a major contribution to the global economy. According to the WEF, the World Economic Forum, almost half of the world GDP, approximately US 44 trillion, depends on biodiversity and its ecosystem services. This means that we must decouple economic growth from environmental degradation to build resilient livelihoods and economies. And you just say that, Madam Moderator. So trade policies must be also part of that and play their part. Trade policies specifically related to biodiversity-based goods and services can promote sustainable consumption and production, as they can foster and incentivize the sustainable use of biodiversity to generate economic security for livelihoods, engage the private sector on biodiversity conservation and its sustainable use, channel additional financial resources into biodiversity and support its mainstreaming, and contribute to the elimination of perverse incentives to biodiversity, such as fish and fuel subsidies, which is not a simple question. So taking care of nature must be the future, and there are encouraging signs that this actually start to happen. We have seen important shifts in consumer behavior, which promote opportunities for sustainable, natural, and ethically sourced goods and services. A recent IBM study found that 77% of surveyed consumers feel good when buying products from companies that respect biodiversity and people, and nearly 60% of consumers are willing to change their shopping habits to reduce environmental impact. It's a lot. Several conventions and international agreements path the way towards preserving our biodiversity. For instance, the implementation of the Nagoya Protocol through national access and benefit sharing measures and mechanisms ensures benefit sharing in the use of genetic resources between providers and users of these resources. It also ensures fair fair and equitable incentives to conserve and sustainably use biodiversity, which can contribute to development and human well-being. BioTrade fits very well into this landscape. Trade in biodiversity-based goods, if done sustainably, legally, and traceably, can contribute to nature protection, enable people to thrive, and make their economies more resilient to economic and environmental shocks. To tap its potential, a transformational change is needed at all levels and at all sectors. In particular, an enabling policy environment is required. Efforts are also needed to assist developing countries with financial resources, capacity, and technology, and address their trade-related constraints. What can UNCTAD offer in this regard? So, following the 1992 Earth Summit, UNCTAD launched the BioTrade initiative to promote trade and investment in biodiversity under social, economic, and environmental sustainability criteria. We developed what we call the BioTrade principle and criteria. These are a set of sustainable guidelines for the sourcing, processing, and commercialization of biodiversity-based goods and services. They support government and companies in conducting biodiversity-friendly trade while contributing to the achievement of the SDGs and multilateral environmental agreements. So the BioTrade concept, principles, and criteria and programs are now a reality for millions of beneficiaries in over 80 countries across the world. With growing consumer preference for biodiversity-friendly products and services, this market is expected to grow further. Global sales of BioTrade goods already increased from $40 million in 2023 to over $10.2 billion in 2020. So our new mandate, what we call the Bridgetown Covenant, because the conference took place in Bridgetown in Barbados, this mandate recognizes biodiversity loss as one of the key challenges for sustainable development and points out the change required to develop and implement effective approach to trade policies and measures in line with relevant international rules. The work of UNCTAD's BioTrade initiative and its partners has been recognized in the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora in areas such as mainstreaming biodiversity, private sector engagement, cooperation, and sustainable wildlife management. So several specifically related projects and programs have resulted over the years. For example, last year, we launched the Blue BioTrade project, which empowers small-scale coastal producers in the Caribbean to produce and trade queen conch products under the BioTrade principle and criteria. So we look forward to continuing partnering with countries and institutions and with all of you in this area of work. This is more important than ever, as the COVID-19 pandemic has clearly shown how interconnected human health is with the health of our planet and economic growth. So I hope a very interesting Congress, and I thank you for your attention.
And we thank you, Deputy Secretary General. Viewers might want to know that we're going to find out more about the Blue Trade initiative you just mentioned. It's the topic of one of the parallel sessions coming up a little later in the Congress. And now it's my great pleasure to bring in our next speaker from SECO, the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs. Here is Mr. Martin Peter, Deputy Head of Trade Promotion. Mr. Peter, your remarks, please.
Thank you very much, moderator. Deputy Secretary General Durand, Excellencies, distinguished members of the panel, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Swiss State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, SECO, I am very pleased to welcome you to the 6th BioTrade Congress with the very optimistic and positive title, Trade and Biodiversity for a Positive Future. I guess the importance of biodiversity cannot be stressed enough, since it is, of course, an essential resource for our life on Earth. However, biodiversity is decreasing at an alarming rate, as we all know, and with it, the capacities of different ecosystems to provide essential services for this human life. According to the estimations of the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, sorry for that very long name, in short, IPES, 1 million plant and animal species are facing extinction. And biodiversity loss is projected to further accelerate through 2050. IPES has named trade as one of the indirect drivers of biodiversity loss. However, without denying the challenges trade can pose for biodiversity, we firmly believe that it is also part of the solution. Trade plays a key role in addressing our social and environmental challenges, including biodiversity loss, climate change, and pollution. We would therefore like to see these areas converge in an ambitious post-2020 global biodiversity framework. We are, of course, also aware that trade is not a panacea that can address all the challenges threatening biodiversity. To be part of the solution, trade needs to be sustainable. It needs to contribute to building livelihoods, particularly in rural communities, and at the same time promote sustainable business practices. And this is exactly what the BioTrade initiative of UNCTAD and its partner has been doing for the past 25 years by promoting inclusive economic growth through the sustainable use of biodiversity. BioTrade is transforming government policies as well as business practices in a manner that leads to the conservation of biodiversity. That generates income, that creates jobs and businesses in biodiversity-based sectors, and it supports countries in diversifying their exports in a sustainable way. These positive benefits are the reason why SECO has been partnering with UNCTAD for over a decade. Through this partnership, UNCTAD and SECO have been able to promote biotrade at the global level. In addition, together with partners like GIZ, Helvetas, the CAF, Swiss Contact, UEBT, etc., SECO supports national and regional biotrade initiatives in the Andean, Mekong, and Southern African subregions. As a result, SECO has contributed to making biotrade a reality for many SMEs and rural communities in over 80 countries. One concrete example I would like to highlight is the Duc Phu Agricultural Joint Venture Company, an SME in Vietnam that works in the Siam benzoin gum value chain. Benzoin gum is an aromatic resin extracted from the sap tree. It is mainly used for the perfume and fragrance industry. The Duc Phu company works with over 1,000 households in rural villages in northern Vietnam to collect, and sell this benzoin gum. The company has partnered with an international fragrance and flavor sourcing company and aligned to their sourcing practices based on the BioTrade principle and criteria that were mentioned by Deputy Secretary General Durant earlier. As a result, this led to higher buying prices for the gum and in turn an increase in workers' wages, improving their livelihoods. It also led to a curb in local deforestation practices, which has become a major national problem in Vietnam as well. This is just one experience of a beneficiary SME of the SECO-funded regional biotrade project implemented by Helvetas in Laos, Myanmar, and Vietnam. This example shows that it is indeed possible for trade to have a positive environmental effect as long as different stakeholders are willing to work together towards sustainable impact. Still, we believe that our joint efforts need to go beyond the concept of biotrade. In line with the topic of today's Congress, we want to embark on a journey aiming at linking these two topics, trade and biodiversity, in a holistic way with substantial scaling potential. Whilst maintaining our engagement in the biotrade sector to consolidate the results achieved over the last years, we want to work together with UNCTAD and other partners to plan and explore additional ways to marry trade and biodiversity at scale. In this vein, we would very much like to thank UNCTAD for the partnership. We look forward to continuing it, and we hope to be able to contribute to transformational change in favor of a prosperous world for the present and future generations. With this, I conclude. I wish you all an inspiring Congress, and thank you for your attention.
And we thank you, Mr. Peter, and the ongoing support of SECO. Indeed, that point that you ended up with, which is we need to go beyond the concept of biotrade now and figure out ways to scale this up for meaningful action, is one we will continue to discuss through the Congress. Thank you, Mr. Peter. I'm delighted now to be able to welcome in from the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Secretariat of the Convention, Mr. Markus Lehmann. He is Acting Director of the Science, Society and Sustainable Futures Division. UNCTAD and the CBD Secretariat have worked together over many years, so we're delighted to welcome you, Mr. Lehmann. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Moderator, and yes, a good time of the day. To my distinguished co-panelists and to all participants, and it's my pleasure to be with you, and I want to thank you for the opportunity to share some reflections on this BioTrade Congress. And let me start, in fact, by echoing you what you just referred to. UNCTAD and the BioTrade initiative is one of the oldest partners of the convention in terms of achieving sustainable use of components of biodiversity. I do recall that the Memorandum of Understanding goes back to 1998. So that's really has been a long time, long-standing partnership. And I'm very pleased, and I want to recognize the continued support and the collaboration with the UNCTAD team. And in the last couple of months and years, particularly in support of the development of the post-2020 global biodiversity framework, which, as you know, is now really kind of the focus of the convention's work. It's slated for adoption later the next year in China. Now, as my previous speakers have mentioned, yes, biodiversity underpins ecosystem functioning and the provision of ecosystem services. We know that it supports essential living resources, including wildlife, fisheries, forests, and it supports ecosystems that maintain oxygen in the air, enrich the soil, purify water, protect against flood and storm damage, and regulate the climate. And all this, as we know very well, is increasingly threatened by destructive human activities, and we need to do something about it. Now, we know specifically that in an increasingly global marketplace, we have ever stronger linkages between trade policies and the conservation or the loss of biological resources. International trade policy can have a significant impact on the planet's biodiversity and its biological resources. So we need to look urgently looking into measures to transform the current practices, including trade practices, into more sustainable models. And we need to identify and apply solutions to make the trade of biological components legal, sustainable, and responsible. And BioTrade, this is precisely what the BioTrade initiative tries to achieve to do. And we need to scale that urgently in the coming decade. Now, we know that the current draft of the post-2020 global biodiversity framework specifically mentions in its target 5 that we must ensure that the harvesting, trade, and use of wild species is sustainable, legal, and safe for human health. Of course, this target, like the draft as a whole, is still up for negotiations, but we can say already that the BioTrade initiative and its recently revised principle and criteria will provide key tools, and the initiative itself will continue to be a powerful ally and in supporting implementation related to that target at the global level. The post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework is being developed as a framework for all. Once adopted, the real work will begin, the implementation phase. It's widely recognized that the implementation will require a whole of society approach, and we will need to have tools, approaches, and mechanisms ready to support countries, to support businesses of all sizes and all sectors, to support financial organizations and a wide range of stakeholders in their journey in implementing the post-2020 framework. And as I said earlier, the BioTrade initiative, UNCTAD, in the realm of trade policies, will continue to be a powerful ally. So I thank the opportunity to thank UNCTAD and to thank the BioTrade team for their resolve and continued support. And I look forward to intensifying our collaboration in the coming years. And I wish you all the success for a good Congress in the coming hours and days. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Lehmann. And you've set the scene very nicely for us now for our high-level panel discussion, which is going to focus on trade and nature's contribution to people. This session is very much at the heart of our Congress. Let me introduce you to our panelists. We have Ms. Yvonne Higuero, Secretary General from CITES, the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora. From South Africa, we're joined by Ms. Malago Flora Mokoshla, Deputy Director General of Biodiversity and Conservation from the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. Simon Zadok is also going to be on our panel. He's Chair of Finance for Biodiversity Initiative, plus he's also the Senior Advisor on the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. You can put all your financial questions to Mr. Simon Zadok. And we're hoping that from Ecuador, we will be joined by Mr. Byron Lagla, Under-Secretary of Natural Patrimony from the Ministry of the Environment, Water and Ecological Transition. I have just heard that Mr. Byron Lagla is busy doing his job and he's out in the field and he doesn't have a very good connection right now. So we hope that he will be able to join with us. Meantime, I'm going to say that we'll come to him last on our panel, and let's start with our panelists. Welcome to you all. I think I'd like to start with a South African perspective, if I may. Ms. Mokoshla, welcome. I wanted to ask you, from a South African point of view, what does nature's contribution to people mean to you? Make it real for us.
Thank you very much, Nisha. Just to show a little bit of my face, and I'll switch off immediately because we've got unstable connection. But thank you for inviting me to this session. As you know, as a country, we are one of the mega diverse countries, and obviously we have a wealth of biodiversity resources. Our policy is anchored on 3 elements in relation to conservation and protection of species. It's also anchored around access and benefit sharing and fair and equitable use. And essentially, as a country, we come from a past where the sharing of resources was not necessarily equitable in a way, if I were to say so. As you know, that we've got a network of protected areas from national to province to municipalities, and these are catering for different types of biomes and natural resources. We also have occurrences of specific species that occur outside our formal protected areas also. And therefore, in the context of South Africa, we do have some of these species that lend themselves to trade. As you may be aware, we pride ourselves in some of the natural products that are coming out of species such as Aluferox that you may be aware, Apos. Those are some of the species that are quite unique in our own context, South Africa. And they've got a number of uses from wellness, health, hygiene, and even medicinal use also. And therefore, as a country, we have taken an active approach to integrating the contribution of all these into a national biodiversity economy strategy that has been approved at government level. And our strategy looks at 3 elements. It looks at the wildlife, it looks at bioprospecting and biotrade, and it also looks at tourism. And trade, we consider it an integral mechanism for a greener economy, and it has to date played a pivotal role in empowering and developing the sustainable flow of nature's contribution to beneficiaries across a wide range of socioeconomic skills. So just give some obvious examples. This includes like the support of existing industries, such as the significant ecotourism and wildlife economy, as well as supporting emerging economies, such as those seen in the bioprospecting sector. Thank you very much.
Ms. Magoshla, before I let you go, I just want you to put a laser focus now on the role of trade. Tell us a bit more about why you think it's so important in assisting the process of developing nature's contribution to people.
It is quite important in the sense that as I indicated, as a mega diverse countries, there's quite a range of bioproducts that we can work with. We are not only working with established industries in the country, we are also working with emerging industries. This relates broadly to what is contained in our biodiversity economy strategies. So we are working with communities that are surrounding protected areas or areas of interest, where we can be able to undertake some mass cultivation of some of the products that lend themselves to biotrade. And in that way, we are advancing meeting the CBD Convention on Access and Benefit Sharing. And I must say that we are experiencing a lot of enthusiasm on the ground from communities that previously were not recognized in relation to how they relate to nature, and also in relation to how they can have access to and benefit from the use of some of the bioproducts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Magoshla. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to start the discussions and put a few questions to our speakers, but then I am going to bring in your questions too, so you can have a shout. So please do put them into the chat function. We're monitoring them carefully, and then I will put them to our speakers on your behalf. I'd love to get a perspective now on CITES. Here is Ms. Yvonne Higuero. Ms. Higuero, we all have a vague idea of what CITES is, about protecting endangered species, but how do you see the role of CITES? Give us a snapshot of what CITES is all about.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and warm thanks to UNCTAD for the kind invitation to take part in this distinguished panel. As we know, UNCTAD is a long time and natural partner of CITES in many areas of interest to our parties, and it's really a pleasure to contribute to this Congress. Concerning CITES, just as background, many know what CITES is. It's the Convention on International Trade in Endangered Species of Wild Fauna and Flora, and it's a legally binding multilateral environmental agreement. In other words, we have parties who are signatories to this convention, and it is legally binding. So they have to, whatever decisions they take, resolutions that they make, they have to go back home and ensure that they are implemented. It's a very old agreement that was signed in 1973 and entered into force in 1975. And currently we have 184 signatory parties, including the European Union. And what's interesting about CITES from many points of view, but also from my own as an economist, is that it's both a trade-related convention and a conservation-related convention. And it uses trade-related measures. For example, there's this unique permitting system, the CITES permits that need to accompany the trade involved in these species that are listed in CITES appendices. There's compliance measures that have to be followed in case there's overexploitation of species. And all of this is to achieve a conservation objective. And the conservation objective is to ensure that this international trade in specimens of these CITES listed species of wild animals and plants, and we talk about wildlife, but we're referring to both animals and plants. Whatever trade that is done at the international level, it should not threaten their survival in the wild. And this trade has to be sustainable, legal, and traceable. So not surprisingly, the convention is regulating both commercial and non-commercial trade at the international level in over 38,000 species of animals and plants. This is a huge number of species, and this includes their parts and derivatives. For many, it is really a surprise to hear that the vast majority of the species protected under CITES are not endangered species in the sense that they are threatened, that the trade is possible that could threaten them and put them in an endangered species category. But in fact, it's only about 3% of the species that are in our Appendix 1, where trade is not permitted, that are endangered. So the rest of the species can be, in other words, 97% of the species under the appendices can be traded. And it's also interesting to note, and this is something that I'm very passionate about communicating, is that roughly 85% of the CITES listed species are plants. Half of the live animals and plants in trade are not harvested from the wild, and they are mostly captive bred or artificially propagated for plants. So these are some interesting tidbits that I like to communicate to raise awareness. There's not always the knowledge of the nitty-gritty of the convention. So to know that it's 85% of plants, I think it's very important.
Indeed, and I was very surprised to discover that myself by looking at your website in the last couple of days. Absolutely. And also that it's only 3% where the trade is restricted. I didn't know that. Yeah. So let's look at trade then. Regulated wildlife trade. How does it actually enhance nature's contribution to people from CITES's point of view?
Well, from CITES' point of view, it can be a good solution. Having CITES work with livelihoods and work with local communities, it can be a solution for both the needs of those communities, enhancing those livelihoods, and also conserving biological diversity. We have carried out over 40 case studies, and there's going to be more to come, from around the world on a wide range of species that have demonstrated that well-managed trade in these CITES listed species delivers significant benefits to rural communities whose livelihoods depend on wild animals and plants. And this is something that we work with BioTrade to be able to prove this. Those benefits include the income that they receive from trading in these species. It supports increased food security, for example, when it deals with fisheries and other animals and plants. They have access, the local communities will have access to education, to basic services, where often in these places there are few other opportunities. These are resources for local communities. If you think about employment of people in the local communities, investments in community infrastructure, school, hospitals, capacity development and training, availability of these useful byproducts from these CITES species, and at the end, also empowerment and pride, respect of their cultural values, and increased environmental knowledge. And one point I would like to make very strongly is in many of these cases that we have seen, once the local communities become involved in becoming the guardians of these resources, you can see a marked decrease in poaching. So this is also an important point to bring in the communities.
Indeed, that's really key. Ms. Higuera, thank you so much for joining us for now. If you've got more questions for Ms. Higuera, send them to us in the chat function and I will put them on your behalf, ladies and gentlemen. Meantime, here's Simon Zadok. Simon, you're chair of Finance for Biodiversity Initiative. You're also senior advisor to the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. So I can't imagine a better person to ask this question to. How would you describe the state of biodiversity finance now?
Thanks very much indeed, Nisha, and very interesting and knowledgeable comments by the panelists so far that I've been listening to with interest. So I'm going to put some dots on the map as to things that are going on at the nexus between finance, nature, and market development. And as a sort of health warning, I'm going to raise some of the dark sides and worries, as well as some of the upsides that Yvonne and others have quite rightly highlighted. So I would say up until 3-4 years ago, conservation finance was a languishing topic with very little to do with the way in which financial and capital markets worked. And I think quite extraordinary, actually, the developments really since the middle of 2019, and we can come back to why later, have really catapulted nature into the mainstream discussion about the alignment of global finance with broader sustainability outcomes, but particularly building on now a decade's work in aligning financial decision-making with climate-related outcomes. So we see, for example, in Glasgow, which was not COP15 for CBD, but was actually really the introduction of nature into a geopolitical discussion in a way that it has never been before. We saw the development of carbon markets and so-called Article 6 in the agreement emerging from Glasgow as precipitating a gold rush in seeking to purchase carbon offtake credits linked to natural capital, and in so doing, translating natural capital into nature assets that themselves can and will and are being traded already securitized in capital markets. These are processes that are moving exceedingly fast. We may wake up in 3 or 4 years and find that $500 billion worth of carbon offtake agreements have been done. And we may find that the average price approximates $3, $4, $5 a ton rather than 20, 30 or 40 bucks a ton. In other words, we may find that there is a gold rush in buying undervalued assets and that the regulatory environment is no longer or not yet fit for purpose. Now, meanwhile, on the other side of the fence, we see a number of initiatives seeking to begin to regularize, not through trade policy, but through financial market regulations and policies. So that's the other side of the story, the way in which nature is dealt with in global financial decisions. Now, I'm going to refer mainly to private finance, but Nisha, we may want to come back to development finance and public finance in discussions. Most obvious, given the way in which financial markets work, is the Task Force on Nature-Related Financial Disclosure, which effectively is seeking to bring nature into financial decision-making through a risk and opportunity lens. So the way in which assets are valued and capital is priced and allocated, rather than what we would ultimately want to see, which is through a nature positive lens, ignoring for a question the matters of definition and concepts and so on, just putting all that to one side. Similarly, at the financial system level, we see a group of central banks, 90 central banks, formed on a platform called the Network for Central Banks for Greening the Financial System, now gradually extending their lens from their initial climate focus and beginning to think about risks to financial stability associated with nature's collapse. And so these are, not necessarily clumsy, but these are the sorts of mechanisms that, if you like, the mainstream in building financial market rules as it relates to nature are beginning to move forward. Then in yet another piece of the story, and I won't go on too long, Nisha, but I'm trying to put some market dynamics into the conversation, obviously, because that's really key to see what's going on. We see some extraordinary innovations beginning to happen in the finance-nature nexus. In sovereign debt markets, we see really for the first time serious discussions about where natural capital fits into sovereign risk pricing, very much moving beyond and away from sort of 25 years of one-off nature debt swaps, which were interesting but not scalable. We see nature being built into sovereign credit ratings, with the implication, of course, that if you have a rapidly deteriorating natural capital stock on which your exports and economic prosperity are dependent, you're going to be facing higher costs of capital as a result. So these are complex outcomes that don't always benefit nature-intensive countries. And then finally, way over the other side of the innovation space, and again, just to sort of put a marker down, I think we will see a wave of initiatives that are tokenizing biodiversity-related revenues and are building them into complex blockchains in order to ensure traceability and nature-positive outcomes. So way over on the right, what many of us may have, until just a few years ago, thought of as super exotic innovations, I suspect we will see a very significant surge in attempts to tokenize biodiversity trade with all sorts of both upside implications and associated risks. Last point, I think the biotrade world, if I can put it that way, which is so important, has to be brought together with some of the innovations that I've described. Because it's clear that the stories I'm telling are absolutely real, present, happening now, will be impactful, but they're happening almost devoid of any discussion about trade infrastructure and rules of the game. And I think similarly, the work in the trade space, and I wouldn't wish to be disrespectful, are perhaps not always up to date on this surge of innovations and changes that are beginning to happen at the nexus between nature, finance, and economy. Thank you very much.
Fascinating, Simon, fascinating. You've given us so many tantalizing ideas. Ladies and gentlemen, what are you going to send in your questions on? Do you want to find out more about tokenizing and blockchain that Simon Zadok just mentioned? Do you want to find out more about the gold rush for carbon offsets, about financial market regulations? The choice is yours. I will put questions on your behalf. And now I'm delighted to say that we are joined from Ecuador, not by Mr. Lagla, because he's struggling to give us a connection, but by Mr. Jose Luis Naula, Director of International Cooperation from the Ministry of Environment, Water and the Ecological Transition. Welcome, Mr. Luis Naula. I want to ask you this question about the ecological transition. It's a concept that Ecuador has done a lot of work on, pioneered. What is it, the ecological transition, from your point of view? Please describe it to us, explain it to us.
Hi to everyone. Thank you for the space here in this conversation. I just want to thank you very much for the invitation first to this distinguished panel. And after this, I want to extend a greeting from our Minister of Environment, Water and Ecological Transition, Gustavo Manrique. Now, considering the question, for us, the ecological transition is a strategic positioning experience. Our territorial management for the ecological transition is established in the Ecuador's public policy, in which is established as a subsystem and of land management that inserts adaptation, mitigation, and to the climate change, conservation of the environment, and the management of natural heritage in a sustainable manner, with the aim to achieve greater socioeconomic efficiency with sustainable management of natural resources. Working under the guidelines of ecological transition will allow us to consider the territory, the needs, interests, and actions of the different actors in order to achieve sustainable and equitable socioeconomic and environmental progress that will allow us to reduce the gaps. For Ecuador, promoting sustainable development allows us to improve the quality of human life without exceeding the carrying capacity of ecosystem, for which different areas of decentralized and deconcentrated competences must be addressed. To speak of ecological transition is to speak of an economical model based on solutions based on nature, on turning production models around, including a broad and feasible approach to biodiversity conservation and to society. For this, it is necessary to reform regulations, strengthen the work in the territory, manage local and international cooperation, founding and establish public-private cooperation mechanism. It is a pact of life through harmonious coexistence in balance with nature.
So you mentioned value chain approach, you mentioned turning production models around, Mr. Naula. So how do you see the links between trade and the ecological transition and biodiversity? Where does trade come into it?
Okay, the Ministry of Environment, Water and the Ecological Transition is a custodian of the biodiversity and therefore seeks to develop actions to ensure its sustainability. Ecuador based on the ecological transition guidelines, seeks to establish a model guided by a low-carbon economy that strives for a coexistence between humans and wildlife, and that takes into account climate degradation as a risk generator. As part of the ecological transition, the country has identified the bioeconomy as one of the ways to generate a direct link between sustainable economic development and the use of biodiversity, which is socially inclusive, competitive, and resilient. The bioeconomy enables the development of local communities through the sustainable use of biodiversity, agrobiodiversity, and its value-added products. For Ecuador, the bioeconomy is a way to guarantee the conservation of biodiversity and economic and productive development process, as well as enhance productivity. One of the pillars of bioeconomy is bioenterprises. The ministry is currently seeking to strengthen and promote the development of biobusiness under a value change approach at the national level.
Thank you very much, Mr. Naula. We've got questions coming in from the audience already. I'm going to open up the floor to an interactive discussion now. I think the next question is probably particularly relevant to Ms. Mogosloa and Mr. Naula, but if Mr. Zadek or Ms. Higueras also want to speak, please do let me know. And here is the question. It goes, I am a policy and project lawyer. I started to develop investment initiatives on landscape agro businesses, and I believe we can cooperate. But how can we get the public, private, and community to work together and move forward? What advice can you give me? Ms. Mogosloa, I'm not sure where this gentleman has sent his question in from, or maybe it's a woman. What advice can we give?
Thank you very much. I think from our perspective is that we are engaging in what I will call bottom-up approaches. Bottom-up approaches, which means that we go down to community level to engage them, whether it's communities that are part of what we call the people and parks process. These are communities that have got land claims against our protected areas, or otherwise it could be communities within what we call traditional authorities areas. So what we are doing in that particular respect, for one, is that in the management of our protected areas, just to give an example, we have representatives of people and parks on some of the management committees in some of our protected areas. That's just but one example. And in a way that starts to bridge the gap in the divide of the relationship between us and the communities that may have existed previously. In the case of traditional authorities, most of them do own land outside protected areas, which is quite valuable, and also home to some of these species that lend themselves to bioprospecting and biotrade. We have entered into a memorandum of understanding, so there's a particular framework within which we work with them in respect of what support we provide from them and what we also expect from them to be able to support biodiversity and conservation and access and benefit sharing of biological resources. And lastly, just to say, we have a very vibrant community of traditional use. So we have traditional healers, cultural users of some of our species also. We have a framework that we work with them also in relation to protection of some of the plants that have health, medicinal and cultural significance. It also includes in relation to some of the areas that are culturally significant also. So we do have that framework within which we work with them. Thank you very much.
Great, Ms. Mogosloa. Very, very helpful answer to our questioner who actually came from Laos. And it was a project lawyer who wanted some advice how to get the public, private and community to work together to move forward in these projects. And I wonder whether Mr. Luis Naula from Ecuador would like to add something to that. Mr. Naula, do we have you with us? Maybe we'll come back to him later. Another question that's come in on blockchain technology. Now, this doesn't surprise me that we have a question on this. And I think perhaps, obviously, I'm going to ask Simon Zadek, but I think also Ivan Higueros, you might also have an interesting insight into this from CITES' point of view. This is the question. Are you aware of any research being done to explore how blockchain technology could be applied to lower risk and promote sustainability, accessibility, etc., in the trade of wildlife, economy, goods, and services? So what is actually going on, I think, is what the question is saying, Simon.
So let me give a first answer. And for those who are not digital geeks, which includes most normal people in the world, I would just sort of, every time you hear the word blockchain, yeah, sort of ignore the evangelical look in people's eyes and just sort of focus on the idea that it's a good accounting system, yeah, that allows traceability in particular down value chains. And just don't get confused by any of the other nonsense that people might spout about it. Yeah, it's a really solid traceability mechanism at best. And so what we're beginning to see is the application of blockchain in the context of carbon, but we see relatively little so far in the application across a range of different aspects of nature, in particular, less around wildlife, as far as I know. What we do see, however, is that that is rapidly changing. So Finance for Biodiversity, the organization that I chair, will be partnering, for example, with a major Australian blockchain platform over the next year, specifically prototyping different ways in which blockchain applications and tokenization might be used in the context of different kinds of nature trading. And we can see partly at a sort of startup level, so in the sort of business ecosystem, and partly in the academic space, productive space, we can begin to see a whole lot of piloting and testing and conceptualization beginning to emerge.
Interesting. I wonder if we can get Ivan Higuero's point of view on that. I saw you nodding while Simon Zadek was speaking.
Yes, very much so. Of course, as he said, this is very important for traceability. And this is one of the tenets of the convention. And one of the areas in which we're working on right now is to try to find how we can maximize the benefits of legal trade to Indigenous peoples and local communities by having a marking system for products from these groups. And this marking system, of course, is certification and to be able to enhance traceability and to be able to confirm that it has been sustainably, it's being sustainably traded. And here's where we enter on blockchain. We've actually had some visitors explaining to us a system that they were using for example, caviar, and to be able to show that the caviar is actually from sustainable sources throughout, and that's what's important, is throughout the value chain, because you can't just have the final product. You have to see how from the moment that a fish is fished, where it came from. So this is actually would be very important for CITES to be able to have this traceability, to be able to have confidence in it because of blockchain, and these systems are being developed. And we would like to then apply it also to communities, to local communities and Indigenous people, because then as they sell their products, there's trust in the products, and they can receive benefits from that too. So I think what Simon is saying also is that sometimes this is far removed, these discussions about innovation and blockchain are far removed from the discussions about the actual trade. We need to bring that closer together. I always say we need to bring CITES in the 21st century and start talking about these innovations, which will help us ensure that there's sustainability in the value chain. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Ivan Higuero. Well, we've pretty well set the scene really for our discussions. I'm going to move our panel discussion on to round two, if you like, and focus on some challenges and opportunities of trying to implement meaningful trade and financial policies to support biodiversity and livelihoods. And let's start off again with South Africa and Ms. Mogosloa. So what is South Africa's experience, Ms. Mogosloa? What works, what doesn't work in terms of trade policy, biodiversity, bringing people together. Give us your experience from the ground, the lessons we can learn, really.
Thank you very much for that question. I think what is working for us is the level of enthusiasm that we are experiencing on the ground from people that have not necessarily been part of the BioTrade or bioeconomy to really be part of the process. So we've got a number of enabling mechanisms that we have put into place. The one, as I indicated, we've already identified and profiled these communities that we need to be working with. Secondly, is that we are providing skills and training to them. So these are skills that range from protection to protection, conservation, and sustainable use. And also, it also relates to entrepreneurial development. This relates to business support and capacity development initiatives that we are engaged in. So that is just but one package of what we are doing on the ground. And what we are doing, we are also working with other departments that are relevant to this particular program, in the sense that we've got the Department of Small Business Development and Department of Trade and Competition that are then providing business support services in relation to business registration, manufacturing support, retailing, where retailing may be considered, and therefore developing along the whole value chain up to trading also. One example that I can give, we have just concluded a very successful agreement with the facilitated it on behalf of the Quezon community. And in the next few months, we will start to see the proceeds of trade in rooibos accruing to that particular community. So in that respect, I think we're starting to see some level of benefits that are accruing directly to the communities. I think just in relation to what doesn't work, in South Africa, as I indicated, we've got communities that have previously not participated in this particular endeavor on the one hand, and then we've got communities at the end of the spectrum that are traditionally holding the market, if I were to say so, that are your traditional participants in the process also. So what we are doing as the department is also to facilitate the relationship between the two, so that the developed industries can be able to provide some mentorship to those that are emerging into the process. But also as government, we are taking responsibility in the sense that we are working with our own development finance institution to provide a seed capital that can be able to support the development of biotrade industries, especially for previously disadvantaged individuals. We do have a criteria that we use to qualify, to pre-qualify the projects, qualify the beneficiaries, and also to account for the proceeds that come out of that particular process. That in brief is part of the lessons that we've learned in South Africa. Thank you.
So it looks like you've been identifying the gaps in the process, Ms. Mogoshla. So given where we are today, how do you see the key steps ahead, really, to achieving your vision for trade and biodiversity? Well, what's the journey?
The journey is that we are developing what we call a transformation roadmap. And essentially the transformation roadmap, it starts to outline where we want to be in the long term in relation to the biotrade industry, if I were to say so. So essentially what we are looking into is to have a program with specific milestones and actions to be achieved through the program until we reach a level where the biotrade is a significant contributor to the GDP. This particular process is being supported by what we are doing also, which is the development of the biodiversity economy satellite account. And essentially what the satellite account starts to do is to start to classify and categorize biodiversity economy as one of the economic sectors and economic contributor to the GDP of the country. So basically this roadmap is will be supported that particular program where we start to make a a specific case around why biodiversity economy and biotrade is a significant contributor to the GDP of the country. And we will be able, hopefully, when we achieve major milestones, start to demonstrate the gains that we are making in the process and highlight who is involved in this particular program and how we intend to upscale from piloting to full commercialization on some of the areas that we are working in. Thank you very much.
Excellent, Ms. Magosloa. Let's bring in Yvonne Higuero now. CITES is a very interesting website, I must say. I commend it to you, ladies and gentlemen. I've been browsing around on it, and I spotted you have a livelihoods program. Yvonne, what is that about? How did your CITES livelihood program get started?
Thanks, and indeed, it's a really interesting program. It can be traced back to over 20 years ago. There was a proposal to include a medicinal plant called devil's claw that is found in Southern Africa in one of the appendices of the convention, Appendix 2. And there were a lot of discussions because the Southern African countries that trade in devil's claw were concerned because it would have a big impact on the livelihoods of the communities who relied on the use of this species. They were very impoverished communities, and a lot of the income that they derived was from trading in this species. So the discussion started about what does it mean when a CITES or a species gets listed on an appendix of CITES, and what is the impact of that? So over time, we have been looking at this, and we have been having meetings with the local communities and with the parties of the convention who have local communities and indigenous people who are concerned about the use of the resources. And there's a balance that has to be maintained about the conservation needs, because absolutely the CITES is about conservation, but also how does it have, what kind of impact does it have on these communities, and how can we help these communities not have such an impact, and how can we make sure, and I think most importantly than anything, that they become the guardians, that they become major actors in conservation and reduce overexploitation of CITES listed species. If we think about what are their opportunity costs, for example, if they're told you can't touch this at all, they may think, then why do I conserve this habitat? Maybe I should convert this habitat into a different land use, and we lose those habitats. We have then agricultural monocultures being for example, soybean or palm oil being grown instead of conserving that land for the wildlife, for the plants. So this is an important aspect of involving the local communities in the livelihoods programs.
Indeed. So I'm going to ask you the same question that I put to Ms. Magosloa. What are the lessons learned since you set it up? What's worked, what's not worked? What have the obstacles been?
Absolutely. Well, in these studies that we have done, we've made it, we went deeply into finding out how come these were successful when they had CITES listed species, and they had to ensure to make sure that they were conserving these species. We found out that it's really critical to ensure that rural communities have to see these tangible benefits. It has to be a well-regulated legal trade. But for them to be actively participating, they have to see that they are going to benefit from participation in the whole supply chain. And as has been discussed also by our colleague from South Africa, there has to be a sound benefit sharing system. They are participating. In the study, we found best practices like indigenous people and local communities need to have secure rights and responsibilities to manage the wildlife in their areas and benefits from its use, including trade. They have to be able to incorporate traditional knowledge and skills into the wildlife management so there can be successful outcomes. There should be, and I think some of this has been brought up already by the parties, our parties, Ecuador and South Africa, that there have to be co-management approaches between the government, and I think the gentleman from Laos, also one of the successes is having that co-management approach between the government and these indigenous peoples and local communities so they can generate the support for conservation as well as the benefits for people. Improved communications and marketing, also being discussed, could raise consumer awareness about the conservation and livelihood benefits of well-regulated legal wildlife trade, and forming producer cooperatives or associations to help empower and build capacity of the local communities to know how to negotiate better prices for their products and gain greater recognition of their role in sustainable wildlife management. Those are just to mention a few.
Indeed, Yvonne Higuero, thank you for now. Let's bring Simon Zadek in. I know, ladies and gentlemen, you've been bombarding Simon with questions, many of which he's already started answering. So I'm going to ask him something slightly different, at least I hope it hasn't yet been raised in the chat. So Simon, it may be a little bit nerdy, but what gets measured happens, right? Gets done. So tell us about the metrics for investment in biodiversity. What are the issues and challenges around getting good, solid metrics in this field?
Thanks very much, Anisha. So I'm going to give the formal response and then the slightly more wicked response, if I may, and see where that takes us. So, the formal response, is that there is a huge and growing amount of nature-related data, particularly locational data, which is benefiting from the development of low-orbiting satellites, that is gradually being translated into forms that can be used more effectively by the financial sector and the business community. And it is a much bigger data story, for example, than the climate story, for all the reasons that many, many people on the call know much, much better than I do, since I'm not a nature expert. But there's no doubt that data is increasingly being channeled and will increasingly be channeled through commercial service providers, the big ones like LSEG and Bloomberg and so on, and this absolute surge of new startups in the nature data space that are business decision-making and financial decision-making focused. And this is a good thing, and alongside that is coming a new set of rules. Now, the rules, as I've already mentioned, are different, if you like, from the rules that CITES and many others oversee, because I'm focused more on what's happening in the financial sector and the business community. But just to illustrate, the Environment Bill in the UK, will lead to, or is likely to lead to, a new due diligence requirement by larger businesses to account for any deforestation in their value chains, although there's no particular penalty attached to it. Article 29 in France, a new reporting requirement will require from next year that all corporates report on their nature as well as their climate and other environmental impacts, as well as material risks. And there is an active discussion as to how anti-money laundering rules, which hitherto have been largely focused on wildlife, can be more broadly applied across a wider set of nature crimes, and what the implications of that might be for the financial community going forward. So all this, if you like, Nisha, is sort of the formal answer. Then the wicked answer, and hopefully that won't be taken in any mean sense, is that the market decides in many, many different ways, particularly where there is an absence of regulation or a weakness of its enforcement. Yeah, and so if the market, drives outcomes that undervalue nature assets or transfer risk to the owners of those assets or the stewards of those assets while extracting surplus, then you can measure it to hell, to be frank, but actually the deal that was being done is a bad deal, at least from my point of view, and certainly from an equity point of view and arguably from a nature point of view. And so what we're trying to marry is not only the infrastructure that many people on the call, the rules infrastructure that are quite rightly continually being built and reinforced and executed and so on, but we also have to understand the dynamics of the market. And I think I would just sort of conclude, Nisha, by introducing time into this discussion. So, when many aspects of nature were roundly being ignored by the financial community and largely the business community at large, we all bemoan the fact, and we have done much to try and get the financial community to pay attention and finding ways to channel private investment flows into asset classes that can support positive nature outcomes. And there are many different versions of that. But there is a piece to this, which is, be careful what you ask for. And the be careful what you ask for bit is if suddenly one day the financial community wakes up and goes, my God, you know, they were trying to persuade us, and actually it turns out we can make humongous amounts of money out of this in short periods of time, then actually the rules of the road are not ready to cope with that. Now we see that emerging in the climate space, and I would argue very rapidly we're seeing that emerging in the nature space. So we have a task. Many of those on the call are involved in rule setting processes in the nature space, but our task has to be placed in the context of a sudden acceleration in the way in which nature is being financialized and monetized that will not wait for, if I can say, a fairly slow moving process in building a next generation of rules and regulations.
Yeah, you're very much our voice of caution on our panel, Simon. Thank you for now. I know there are other questions coming in for you, but I just want to get a response from Ecuador first before we open up our discussion. And Mr. Jose Luis Naula, if you wouldn't mind joining us again. You know, the Ecuadorian National BioTrade program has been going on for a long time now, started a couple of decades ago. So what has been your practical learnings on the ground? What has worked, what did not work, and how has your program evolved, Mr. Naula?
Thank you, Nisha. One of the program's achievements was the inclusion of the term biotrade in the current environmental regulation. This allowed us to have a regulatory framework to promote biotrade at the national level. At the same time, different programs and projects have been implemented that have allowed us to apply the principles and criteria of biotrade in different productive initiatives that we have supported, which at the moment we have called biobusiness. Biobusiness address a key need of our communities, which is conservation through the sustainable use of our biodiversity, while generating economic income to improve the quality of life of the communities, where the aim is to create inclusive business so that the products of the communities can reach the market through a leading company. During these years, tools and methodologies were developed and a network of actors was established to put the biotrade concept into practice by implementing its principles and criteria in biobusiness as a territorial level. For example, cocoa initiatives incubate in the middle of the last decade not only continue to operate, but have expanded to include more beneficiaries, but also to access local, national, and international markets. We are currently in the process of restructuring the program in order to frame it within the new state policies under the ecological transition approach. We hope the new actors will be involved in this promotion of biotrade in different actions that we will implement at the national level.
Thanks very much. So boil it down for us to a few practical do's and don'ts of biotrade. Mr. Naula, how do you support the inclusion of biodiversity and benefit sharing into business practices, into business models and value chains?
Thank you. Currently, we are working with the development of productive chains of Amazonian biodiversity-based products in 6 communities from Morona, Taicha, and Nangaritza. 4 chains of non-timber forest products, Ungurawa, Morete, Xpingu, and tree peanuts, are being developed with their management plans and established markets. And production technology is being developed to commercialize natural ingredients for the cosmetic industries. This process includes capacity building and support to the communities that carry out these processes in order to initiate possible commercial agreements that enable the sustainability of these actions. This is a clear example of how working under the BioTrade principles and criteria through biobusiness can contribute to a sustainable ecological transition in the country by creating productive models that are sustainable, socially inclusive, and resilient to the climate change. As a country, we must strengthen the joint work with the different actors linked to the sustainable use and exploitation of biodiversity. That is why we are currently developing different agreements with the public and private institutions that would allow us to strengthen the management of biodiversity under a value chain approach and generate the sustainability of the different biobusiness that we are strengthening. Similarly, we are working in coordination with the decentralized autonomous governments, which will allow us to adopt the BioTrade principles and criteria as territorial management tools aimed at strengthening the local economy based on the sustainable use of biodiversity and the fair and equitable sharing of the benefits generated.
Thanks so much, Mr. Naula. We've got some great questions that have come in from you, dear audience. So let's go straight to them. I think this would be a great one for you, Ms. Mogoshla, but if any of our other panelists would also like to answer it, just put your hand up while Ms. Mogoshla is speaking. And here we go. How can we ensure that BioTrade will A, create sufficient income and jobs to represent a substantial development opportunity, and B, at the same time, not lead to resource depletion? That, I think, really puts it in a nutshell, the challenges and the opportunities of scaling up. Flora Mogoshla?
Yeah, thanks for that question. I think that in South Africa, what we are learning is that these two elements are not mutually, they're actually mutually supportive in a way, if I were to use that, in the sense that as we are developing the BioTrade sector, one of the things that we are doing is around what we call mass cultivation. So there are some of these plants that we have specifically identified that prone themselves to mass cultivation that we can then support community-based projects that are for livelihoods, not only for livelihoods, but also for commercialization elements. So that is just one aspect. And in that respect, there's obviously the downstream benefits of job creation, of ensuring that the engaged beneficiaries are able to generate income from the enterprises that they are engaged in. So that is another at one level. And as we are doing this, we're not just doing it for the sake of cultivating and selling. We are also teaching these community members around the value of these plants and why, on the other hand, we also need to be protecting some of them also. So we have a very comprehensive youth program that we have implemented as part of our COVID-19 response package, where we are deploying just over 1,000 youth across the country that are then supporting some of these enterprises on the one hand, but also supporting the management of the protected areas on the other hand. So we have a number of mechanisms that are working to ensure that whilst we are supporting livelihoods, growing local economies, and ultimately the economy of the country and creating jobs, we are also putting in mechanism to protect some of these species. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Flora Mogoshla. Yvonne Igero?
Thank you. And I want to add also the scientific aspect of knowing how much can you actually trade. And we have a tool under CITES called a non-detriment finding, which can be used not only for CITES listed species, but for all species, to be able to analyze scientifically how much can we trade without causing damage to the survivability of this species. And this tool, I think, should be shared, and we should be using it more to be able to put quotas, to be able to make decisions on at the community level, how much can we use without overexploiting the species, with the knowledge that, of course, if you overexploit, you will not be able to receive income in the long term from this biotrade. So I think we have to put the scientific aspect to it there. Also, looking at some other questions on the chat, I think it would be really interesting just to share very quickly the story of the vicuña, which is a llama-like animal in the Andes, and that it was being poached and killed for its fur to be able to make these scarves and pashmina scarves, etc. And the luxury houses realized that they're going to lose their income if this overexploitation continues, that this poaching continues. We have to bring the private sector with the governments, with the local communities to understand you will not be able to sell your goods if this is overexploited, and there is not some way of ensuring that only the amount that is needed, that is able to be traded, is traded. And there was a success story in the end, where now the local community in the Andes who have been trading in vicuña without killing the animal, just using their fur, have been able to develop schools, hospitals for their benefit, and they take care of the animals now to ensure, and these species have been able to be removed from one of the appendices because the species has grown so large, the populations of species have grown so large, it's been a success story. So I
Thanks
think
very much, Yvonne. I'm going to take the speaker platform away from you now and move over to Ecuador, because I'd like to put that question also to Jose Luis Naula. How can we ensure BioTrade will create sufficient jobs and development opportunities while not destroying the environment?
Thank you, Nisha. I just want to add that applying the principles and criteria of BioTrade allow us to identify what actions we must implement to achieve environmental, social, and economic sustainability. With these actions, we seek to avoid an environmental imbalance. In Ecuador, there are successful experiences that we started 20 years ago, and that at the moment have shown us that working under these principles and criteria of BioTrade is a way to work comprehensively in the sustainable use of biodiversity in the country. Bioenterprises respond to a fundamental need of our communities, which is conservation from the sustainable use of their biodiversity while generating economic income that allows improving the quality of life of the communities, where it is about creating inclusive business so that the products of the communities can reach the market. Just that. Nisha,
thank you very much, Mr. Naula. There's such great questions here. We can't answer them all, alas, but I'm sure that some of our speakers will happily answer them in the chat. For instance, there's a specific one to Simon Zadok. Can you tell us what's missing when you say that the biotrade world and the finance world must come together? What are the specific rules that are missing? I'm sure Simon could answer that for you directly, Dr. Voda. There's a whole debate going on about what we need to do to make global value chains more robust, and a very interesting point here on co-management initiatives focusing on supply chains, for instance, the whole palm oil thing, which has had kind of mixed results. There's a very interesting point from our questioner saying, personally, I have developed strategy games for landscape management that allows us to anticipate real life issues, and the skills gap for building efficient collaborations. Now is the time to scale up. So thank you very much for continuing these side conversations, and thank you very much for our high level panel. Ms. Makoshla from the South African Ministry, Yvonne Higuero from CITES, Simon Zadok with your multiple financial hats on, and Jose Luis Naula from the Ministry of the Environment in Ecuador. It's been a great discussion.
Thank you very much indeed.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, let me introduce you to what is coming up in our Congress. We have a number of parallel sessions. In fact, we have 5 organized by UNCTAD and its BioTrade partners. Parallel session 1 is Unpicking the Value Chain, Challenges and Experiences on Traceability. We've been discussing that, haven't we? It's organized by Helvetas Intercooperation. Parallel session 2 is on biodiversity and BioTrade, the evolving tools and approaches that have developed over the years. And that's organized by the Union for Ethical BioTrade. Parallel session 3 is on oceans, economy, and Blue BioTrade, organized by the Development Bank of Latin America. You may recall that UNCTAD Deputy Secretary General mentioned it in the opening remarks. Parallel session 4 is about the circular bioeconomy. It's organized by UNCTAD. Parallel session 5 is about standards and certifications, and it's on it's from the South African Department of Forestries, Fisheries and the Environment. You know which ones you have opted for, and you will soon be directed automatically into your chosen parallel session. You don't have to do anything. They're going to run for about 45 to 50 minutes till about 20 past the hour. To help the moderators keep to time, there's going to be some blinking reminders coming up on your screen 10 minutes and 5 minutes before the parallel sessions are due to end, to help the moderators to wind up the discussions. And then we can all return to the plenary and we'll be hearing back from the moderators of each parallel session. So none of us will miss out. Have a very fruitful discussion. And now you will be moved into your parallel session without having to do anything. See you in a little bit. Bye-bye.
In this session, we're going to cover quite a wide geographical area. We're going to go to Peru, looking at the value chain on orchids produced in vitro. We're going to hear also from Asia about production of sustainable rice, and we will then hear from Africa about cocoa production, although we won't necessarily go there with our speakers. I'd like to say first, as far as traceability is concerned, it is important that there is both the side of looking at the sustainable production. In BioTrade, of course, there's the further requirement that under principles 1 and 2, that production should be both supporting biodiversity conservation and sustainable use of the system. But then there's the other side of the benefits going back to the producers. So again, under BioTrade principle 3, that would mean that that an equitable sharing of benefits is assured to those producers and farmers. We're going to look first at the in Peru. We're joined by Harold Gutierrez and Vanessa Inga. So they're going to talk about the production of orchids in vitro. Peru has a huge diversity of orchids, and the ornamental plant trade could, in theory, really damage that biodiversity through unregulated trade. But Harold and possibly Vanessa helping him will talk about how an in vitro system of production ensures that with traceability, the CITES provisions can be adhered to and benefits can go back also to the local communities. Harold, I wonder if you could actually put on your microphone and we could actually see your face. So, whilst, good morning to you, Harold. Good morning. So Harold is, he's the CITES Flora Specialist at MINAM, the Ministry of Environment in Peru. He's a biologist. He has a doctorate in tropical biology and a master's in tropical botany. He's been working on orchids for the last 10 years, so I think he knows the system extremely well. He also represents his country on international discussions on CITES and ACTO, the Amazon Cooperation Treaty Organization. So, Harold, I'd like to give the floor to you. If possible, please try to stick to a maximum of 7 minutes for your presentation, and Lika will put it up on the screen.
Thank you, Jane. Vanessa will help me in my translation in English. Vanessa, please.
Hi, everybody. So, thank you for the invitation for the Ministry of Environment. We are going now to talk about orchid traceability in Peru. So next slide, please.
Lika, the next slide.
We ran some years ago a pilot for traceability in orchids. So the objective was to have a manual on this process and the elaboration of data master to make the formats, to prepare the registration forms, both in the production center and in the sales room for this species. And the pilot nursery was run by a company, Agrooriente Viveros SAC, that is held in the northern Amazonian region of Peru. It's one of the largest and the most modern nurseries here in our country. At the time, it had a stock of more than 200,000 plants and more than 1,000 species. And it had modern laboratories in San Martin region and the northern of Peru. Next slide, please. We, at the pilot, we had three challenges to avoid. First, and the problem of this trade with kids in Peru is to ensure the legal origin of the plants. For that, we had a multi-stakeholder platform to enhance. So we had nurserymen and collectors. Lots of collectors that before the pilot extract the orchids from the forest with any traceability and sell them individually. The other challenge was to have breeding parents identified. So we need to make or to establish a codification process. That process, that part of the process had multi-level stakeholders at the national, subnational, and local levels. And the third challenge was to have a production plan with traceable individuals. That was the objective of our pilot. That is important to say that it started with a project that we have here a long time ago called Peru Biodiverso, and that was financed with, thank you to SECO, and we worked this with the implementation of GICIT. It was a very small pilot, but we are going to see that what's very important for the results we have now. This plant production had a multi-stakeholder platform with the administrative authority here and the Ministry of Agriculture, and the operator was CERFOR, the authority for the management of forest products here in Peru, and the company, Agrooriente Viveros SAC. Next slide, please. So here in this photo, we can see what was the process of the pilot. The legal origin, how to ensure that the orchids we had for trade were from a legal origin. Then the in vitro production in this company that we select because of the size and of the importance in the region, like Agroviveros Oriente SAC. And then the codification of the plants we generated in the in vitro process. So in each step of the process, we had, as I said before, different multi-stakeholder platforms. No? In the legal, to ensure the legal origin, we need to work with the producers, with the collector of the orchids in the forest. So it started with the work with producers, then how to connect these producers with the nursery owners, to enhance the in vitro production. And then, yeah, with the company, with the nursery, to prepare the codification process for the plants. We are glad to say that this little pilot, this little project then served to scale up this traceability project to a bigger project. We call it the formalization of producers of orchids. And now it is held and it is run by more than 20 nurseries, small nurseries in that region. Next slide, please. So the problems that we had in this pilot and what were the axes we wanted to fight. We had, or we need to have a control based on traceability criteria, very, very close to our BioTrade principles. The use of barcodes for productive plants. This was at that moment a new subject for the nursery. How to promote the value chain of orchids without putting risk the forest and its functionality, and having all this afforded, ensure a sustainable production for local markets. It is important to say here that Agrooriente Viveros is the most important nursery, and it is important in the local market and for international market too. So it was important for us as Minister of Environment to have a sustainable production in that pilot. Next, please. Next slide, please. So the results of the pilot demonstrated that it was possible to have mechanisms to allow knowing the origin of the plant, of the orchid in this case, and determine the prevalence of an orchid sold anywhere in the world. So the code that the in vitro orchids produced in the nursery was traceable in any trade fair or in any or by any consumer, any buyer of this plant at the local in the region. The codification permits the reduction of risks associated with the trade in orchids from illegal sources, and shows an advantage of the opportunities through the control of production from the laboratory, nursery, sale, and post-sale. And at the management level, we had the reduction of losses due to the management of the nursery before the project. The inventories of the production plant were exceeded by more than 80%. So that were the results of the pilot that enhances us to have this demonstrative project that now was scaled with another bigger project in that region of Peru.
Vanessa, thank you very much. I think we need to move on, but great that you and Harold could provide us with this example. Let's move on now to Asia. Well, actually, we're moving to my colleague, Peter Schmidt, who's based in Switzerland now. Peter is Senior Advisor for Agriculture and Food at Helvetas. He has a long history of working in management at Helvetas. Most recently, he was based in Myanmar, where he was country director for Helvetas from 2017 to earlier this year. He has a background in agriculture. He has a master's MSc from the Swiss Federal Institute of Technology in agriculture, and he's got long-standing experience not only in Myanmar but in other countries, in Kyrgyzstan and India, and he's worked in some 30 countries on a consultancy basis. So Peter, welcome to describe in brief detail the traceability system of rice, sustainably produced rice in India and Thailand.
Thank you so much, Jane. Very nice to see some of the old names, which I know from Myanmar in the group. Welcome to everybody. Sorry. Yeah, I take you to India and Thailand, and we move from the orchids to a bulk product. We move to rice, namely to basmati rice from India, here in the foothills of the Himalayas, the picture you see. And I will talk about jasmine rice from Thailand. Just a word of caution, I took over the responsibility for this project just a couple of months ago, so it might be that I haven't understood everything so far. Next slide, please. Here, that's the story. On the picture, you see Reto Konrad. He is member of the management board of Coop. Coop is one of the main retailers in Switzerland. And in his hands, he has the packages of basmati rice produced in the very place where he stands. And he's showing these packages to the producers. Picture was taken in 2018. And yeah, it shows actually the entire value chain. If you can click, please. So, the value chain starting with farmer households, of course, farmer cooperatives. The upper line is in India, the lower line in Thailand. From the buyers, it's Nature Biofood in India, and Oasis Family in Thailand. The rice is shipped to Rice Mühle Nutrex, which is a company belonging to Coop, as I mentioned, the main retailer. Engaged in this project are around 4,000 families. And also linked to this project is a biogas project in order to reduce the pressure on the forests in the area where this rice is being produced, in order to reduce human-wildlife conflicts, in order to protect the forests there. Next slide, please. The rice which is produced is both fair trade certified and organic certified. And for this, of course, it needs the traceability. What you see on the slide is a farmer's list, a producer list, with the amount of paddy produced. The paddy is then the paddy is shipped to Switzerland, if you can click, please, and reaches then the Rice Mühle Nutrex, the rice mill in Switzerland. It's shipped in lots, and these lots, different lots, are then stored in different parts of the silos of the Rice Mühle Nutrex before it is milled. Each lot gets a number, and this number is related to a Max Havelaar code, fair trade code, which then is searchable of the Max Havelaar website, as you can see here on the screen. That's basically the traceability. And if we now go on the next slide, please. The difficulty in it starts with the collection of the basic data of farmers. In Thailand, the pictures here now are from Thailand. We introduced a mobile application to reduce errors in the internal control system, which is the basis of the traceability system. It's a source to image application. You see on the first picture an advisor of the cooperative collecting information. Instead of putting this on paper and then by manually transmitted to a computer. It is coded in the form of pictures, the dots which you see on slide now on the picture number 2. These dots are photographed with a normal, usual mobile phone, and like this, the information is directly imported into a database, which allows then to make analysis and to produce the information for the internal control system, which then is the basis for the certification by external certifiers, Fairtrade and organic, as I mentioned. Next slide, please. That's in this sense, nothing, that there is no rocket science in it, what I told to you. But we felt that it is not enough what we are doing, in the sense that we know that the farmers who are producing rice for Coop, they are earning more, then they get a better price than an ordinary farmer. But the question which we asked is this also enough actually to survive? Is it a living income that is provided through the production of rice and other farm incomes? We are currently running a living income survey, and the preliminary results, which I actually got today morning, are sobering, I would say. They show that also the price is nice, or is better than the ordinary price. It's not sufficient for a farming family to get a decent living. This means that indebtedness is increasing. And the second sobering information which I got today morning is that farmers actually don't know what is happening with their Fairtrade premium. So traceability hasn't helped in this sense that farmers get additional benefits, or at least they don't know exactly what they get from the Fairtrade premium. So this will, I'm sure, trigger substantial discussions with the value chain actors which are involved in this value chain. And this is actually the purpose of the study that we are doing. And will lead to the question on how profit is distributed along the value chain. Not just fair, but equal. That's the idea behind. Next slide, please. And a second way forward, which we are going to, would like to go, is to move beyond a simple value chain perception to a landscape approach. Looking at the landscape, looking at the geographic area where the rice is produced, looking at risks in this area, but also at potentials, and develop in a participatory process management plan for the entire area, and seek then investors to finance this management plan, such as a recently created Landscape Resilience Fund of South Pole and WWF. In both the approaches, the living income and the landscape approach, I think what is important is that the buyer, Coop, is interested and ready to invest into a perspective of beyond the actual value chain to assure a long-term sourcing from this area. Next slide, please. And that's the end. The project,
yeah, Peter, your time is up.
Actually is financed by the Coop Sustainability Fund. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Peter. Okay, so from the rice value chain, we're going to move on now to the cocoa value chain. And I would like to welcome Michael Hendricks, he's the Executive Director of Farm Strong, which is an organization working on integrated agricultural production systems and rural development programs in coffee and cocoa producing countries. He has a long history of working in this sector. He has well, I should say he's got a bachelor's in agriculture, a master's in agribusiness, and also a degree in executive education, the latter from Harvard. So he is well qualified. He's also worked for over 16 years in the trader section. So he was working for the trading company ADM for 16 years. He serves on the board or is a member of steering groups of many relevant organizations, including, for example, the World Cocoa Foundation, International Cocoa Initiative, Swissco, and TREC, Transforming Education in Cocoa Communities. So, Michael, welcome. The floor is yours.
Okay, I hope you can hear me.
We can hear you very well.
Yeah, I don't know if you can see me, but I feel not so great today, and I look even worse. So maybe this is the better option. I actually wanted to continue what Peter was talking about earlier. About some sobering news, unfortunately, and I'm quite surprised that we don't have more people on this topic, because I think the main problem we have today is that now it is taken for granted. When it's traceable, people take it for granted, and especially when you start talking about digital equipment and blockchain, everybody is sold. But in reality, there are a few things to deal with. Could you next slide, please? I put in here a picture of nutmeg. And that has nothing with traceability, but it is a similar concept what happened in the past, but I'll ask you about that later on. Next slide.
Oh, there seems to be a problem with sound. Michael, we're not hearing you. Oh dear, we have lost Michael.
Now, this is what I already referred to earlier. So we talk about what can I do? Hello, am I back?
Yes,
hello?
you're back, but you've come back, but we lost you for a little while.
I'm sorry. Now even Switzerland faces sometimes these weird cable situations. Not talk about it today. So what I was mentioning that we have software systems, we have tablets, we've got all sorts of very sophisticated stuff. When we lace it up with blockchain QR codes, everybody gets very excited. But what does it actually mean? Is this actually a tool fit for the job? It's a tool, it's not a solution for what we're trying to solve. And it costs a lot of money. What can we do with that money otherwise? Next slide, please, Lika. Lika, yeah. So yes, thank you. So this is basically what we like to do. So we have a cocoa farmer. We know what he does. We measure up his polygon, his farm. We know what he produces. We put it on a map. Now project it on satellite maps. We do that on a pretty large scale in Côte d'Ivoire. But what is next? That's always the issue. What is next? Because this is relatively easy, but actually it stops here. When it goes to the port, everything is mixed up and traceability disappears. And I think a lot has to do with the fact that this is not farm to fork concept, but it's more a concept from fork to farm. That's something which is imposed on smallholders, which is not necessarily attractive to them, what Peter already mentioned. Smallholders do not have the benefit, do not share the benefit of some of the stuff we like them to do. And then some of the realities of the ground, I will show you in the next slide, is now if you map your farm and you have your traceability system linked onto the map, what do you see if you go a bit deeper in detail? You see that a lot of the polygons, in this case cocoa in Côte d'Ivoire, is actually not covering cocoa. So it is an area where maybe a cocoa farm has been. And the one on the left on the bottom is very interesting because a part of the cocoa plantation has been chopped down to build a school, which is fantastic. Great for everybody. Build schools instead of growing cocoa. But you see a lot of other weird situations where they grow other crops in there or no crops at all, which you see on the right hand side. You see from the top palm moving in. and this is a constant dynamics, but the maps are not adjusted. So people can actually launder a lot of cocoa through these type of situations. The next slide is even funnier, if you think it's funny. Here, this is what I've come across also with analyzing data from different cooperatives, certified RA, fair trade, you name it. You see this, so you see actually double mapping of farms, which is a problem because this is not only destroying the integrity of all the systems, but it also allows people to launder physical cocoa through a system. It looks fantastic on paper because these double counts are in separate databases, in separate files. So the different exporters, different consumers or chocolate companies think they buy cocoa from this plantation, but so does the other. Very painful, and also what happens to the extra rewards they get for this, and where does it go to? I have an idea, but no, we'll leave that for now. The next please. And here you see actually one was an extreme, which was 3 times mapped, and you can see they have mapped on 3 different times because of the variations. And the one on the right I put there specifically, not just because it's double mapped, but also they're seemingly cleaning up the cocoa plantation to substitute it for rubber. So we are still paying money for traceable certified cocoa when there's no cocoa left at all. And in this case, it's even more painful because if you look at the standard satellite image analysis system by World Global Forest Watch, etc., these empty spaces inside a cocoa plantation will come up as deforestation areas because of the sun reduction of canopy. Well, it's not because it's not a forest. But people do not distinguish that sufficiently enough. Puts people on the wrong track. From the next slide, please. So, where are my photos? There are photos?
I think you need to click again, Lika.
Oh, well, something happened with this slide. No, sorry. There should be pictures on this one because here I talk what I think traceability is important for. It's not necessarily to know where your products come from because it's too easy to fiddle with that. But on this slide, you would have seen an example of mobile payment systems we have introduced like 4 or 5 years ago in Côte d'Ivoire, where we pay actually the farmer premium on their own SIM card. So we pay directly to the farmer and guarantee that the farmer actually gets his premium. And the next one will be to ensure that he gets the full farm gate price, which is unfortunately not the case all the time these days. That is where traceability gets important, and that will frustrate. Am I going off? And I've got a sign of an unstable connection. But this type of traceability, which is important, which matters, if our aim is to improve livelihoods, to improve biodiversity, put it even more into the biodiversity side. It's on the next slide. Can you put on the next slide, please? Yeah. So this is also no. One back. Where you see the trees?
The trees seem to be felled.
Here. So this is also, if you talk about, so this is also an example, if you talk about what the EU is promoting, how traceability as a weapon against deforestation. Well, it's not, as I showed earlier. What should be introduced is something like this. So every time anybody in these real countrysides see that a tree has been chopped down, whether it's legally with a concession or illegally, which happens both at the same time, that should be registered, and they can actually see what is happening in these areas. The one there within the red circle there, you can see there are quite a few taller trees inside of a cocoa plantation. The cocoa plantation is a member of our groups. And guess what? The 5-6 trees there have been chopped down in August without asking the farmer, because the farmer doesn't own the trees, but they're gone. And who will be blamed for deforestation? The farmer, although it's nothing to do with it. These are things where traceability should be used for from a remote perspective, with satellites, because on the ground, things get very tricky sometimes. Next slide, please. And here, the same thing, EU is promoting traceability now in the new regulations to deal with child labor in these countries. Well, it will not deal with child labor. It's not the tool to deal with child labor. To deal with child labor, you have to make sure that all these kids are registered, they have a birth certificate, that they can go to school, and when they're at school, you can teach them about nature. Here, we have a big campaign in the Nawa region where we provide schools with trees which they can plant on the court and talk about children, about biodiversity, about nature, environment, and climate change. That is where we should use some money for. Who cares that now the guy is supplying cocoa from one farm to the other and disappears in a big ship with 10,000 tons? That is not relevant. This kind of stuff is relevant. And on the next one, please. It seems that well,
sorry, hold
okay,
on.
well,
sorry, hold on. There's a problem with the images. Sorry. Can you keep on talking? Yeah. I'll try to get it on as soon as possible.
Yeah, because basically what you would see in this slide is basically how we do the analysis of the degradation. Most of the time, if you talk about cocoa, you talk about degradation and the reduction of tree cover rather than deforestation. Deforestation had taken place a long time ago, but we have developed tools which everybody can use to really see what is going on without being there. And that means that these tools are not not looking at the physical traceability of the beans from a certain area, but you talk about a remote monitoring system to see what's happening with the environment and even biodiversity. With LiDAR, you can actually detect the different types of trees you are looking at. And at the same time, it is cheaper and it makes sense. So if you talk about traceability, I think we have to take it with sometimes, and not always, but with a bit of a pinch of salt and make sure how is it applied, whom does it serve, and are the people, our targets, are they properly benefiting from what we ask them to do? But what Peter just mentioned about now, how do farmers perceive the premium they get as a compensation to comply with these standards? Well, that is not always so clear. What is very clear is the costs those guys have to actually are in a system like that very expensive. Audits are expensive, data collection is expensive. It takes sometimes off the normal daily tasks. So it has to be really looked at in nuances in this sense to assure that we actually do what we want to do at the target group level. And not create even an unintended consequence of negative impact on the target group, which I see an awful lot, far too much.
Okay.
That's okay.
Okay.
Shame on the pictures, they were nice pictures.
Yeah, no, it's really a shame that the pictures didn't come through.
There it is, yeah.
Ah, there they are.
Yeah. So here on this one, you can see actually how we can project the farm polygons which we measure up, and then you can see what is happening inside the farm. But at the same time, what you see on the right hand side, what is happening just outside of the farm. So if we detect these kind of variations, and we can go there and figure out what's going on with the area around it, and take measures. This is all possible and at a much lower cost. Talk about earlier. It has also to be allocated a bit differently. Thank you.
Okay, Michael. Thanks very much indeed. I was looking at the chat earlier on and I didn't actually see any questions. We do still have some time at least for questions. Would anybody like to come in with comments, observations, questions for any of the panel speakers?
If not, I could add something.
Lika, do we have anything in the chat?
At the time being, no. If anyone would like to ask, please directly ask either through the microphone or through the chat.
Maybe I could just jump in first of all. Michael, we have one question coming, but anyway, Michael, I mean, what you're presenting is rather a negative scenario. What I get from it is what we really need is to combine the satellite data with some ground truthing and how to involve the local communities who know this best in the ground truthing.
Exactly, yeah, exactly.
Would you have any particular examples of where that is actually done?
Well, we do that every day, so because that is so important. But the good news is that once you have done a lot of ground truthing and analysis of the satellite data, you actually train these algorithms to recognize the patterns. And I didn't want to throw in too much of that IT jargon because I don't understand it myself. But these algorithms are developed with artificial intelligence and machine learning, and you get more and more precise the more data you throw in there. So we have recently done a program with a big Dutch bank where we actually can distillate the carbon sequestration. So we talk about carbon removal units here in the non-cocoa trees in cocoa plantations. That took a lot of work to prepare, but you can actually then project this also at your neighbor or in the village next door. You don't have to do ground truthing every time again if you do it correctly in the first time. And also what we learned the hard way is that learning people how to do ground truthing is also not so easy. And so that it's quite a procedure, but once you've done it, it provides you with very reliable and consistent data on what is going on. And the moment you see deviations, you can jump on it. You can somebody down there who can take pictures, like the stumps of the trees I showed you. That's one of the farmers we had. They're chopping down the trees in my farm. So I say, okay, send me your GPS coordinates, and I can project them, and we can see what these trends are. And that's very important. And I mean, I see here just this question about incentivizing companies. It's a bit. I was in that plenary session where Simon talked about introducing the new rules for the road. I think he mentioned like that, and I think that's important. Have rules, have policies, have laws. But in the areas where we operate, the different speakers of this session is not so straightforward. That you can introduce laws. There are laws against child labor now introduced in, I think it's 1989 in Côte d'Ivoire. Well, where do we see the law enforcement of these things? And so there's quite a few things which need to be addressed and can be addressed with remote sensing technologies. And I think that will also help. What also Simon said earlier, how can you get this I use the word nexus, which is a clever word, nature, finance, trade, with control from up there. Because I've worked, as you mentioned, 6 years in cocoa, but 22 years in West Africa. I can tell you, nothing goes itself. No, you have to rely on something that's unbiased, to look through the distortion you get in your data.
Okay. I'd like Peter, just to make a comment.
It goes into the same direction. I talked today morning to our partners in India, and he's an independent. He's not part of the value chain, and what he says, one of the problems with the certification bodies is that they actually are paid by the value chain actor. And in this sense, the one who plays the music, no? So, and our partner, not part of the value chain, also says, it's so easy to fool foreigners. I mean, whatever system we might create, there will always be loopholes, ways to find a way around. It would be naive not to think it wouldn't be like this. And what he also said is he would believe that there is a responsibility of the ultimate buyer, in our case it's Coop, actually to make checks of the certification reports. Do they really make sense? No. That's what we are actually doing right now with the living income assessment. And this will lead to very interesting discussions. Thank you.
And I wonder if we can go back to Peru as well. Vanessa or Harold, what would you say as far as the local collectors of the orchids are concerned? How can you guarantee that they actually get a fair wage for what they're doing? And of course, the nursery workers as well.
Yes, I will say that with the traceability pilot, we enhance that, for example, the price of orchids that are cultivated in a nursery is the double of the price that the collectors receive at the first time. So it motivates them to work with the nursery in a better way. And now, as I told in the presentation, there are 20 nurseries that work in the way of the first one. So it's important for us that they improve their income because of the quality of the orchids.
We have a question in the chat now from Christina Woda. To what degree is the national public sector involved in the cocoa and rice traceability? Yeah, she comments maybe it's always about the magic triangle of cooperation between the private, public, and local communities. Peter?
Yeah, to my knowledge, the public is in the case of rice is not involved. It's an entirely private value chain. Whether I would have difficulties at first sight to see a role of the public in this, but maybe you have a good idea, Christina.
Nisha, to what extent is the public sector involved in the cocoa chain?
Very, very heavily. You know, both in the biggest two cocoa producing countries are actually now managed by government bodies. The CCC in Cote d'Ivoire, the CMC in Ghana. But if you look at the statistics they publish, you can actually see that there is a big deviation on what they should have, because their data collection system is not as good as it could be. But they're definitely involved and heavily involved. So that's what we do. The companies as well. Farmstrong is for a large part works on donations from companies who have interest to look at traceability in somewhat in a different way, to figure out in pilots how would it look like now if you do it differently, would it make more sense? But at the same time, we have to be very cautious, and Peter just brought this up as well. There are lots of programs which are actually very expensive. So that actually you can say, okay, we provide these farmers in this group with a higher price if they're mapped, if they're coached, if their product is traceable and their family is profiled, and you can add all these things up. The risk is, in the areas where we operate, not just in cocoa, but in general, is that if that price differential between ordinary and this perfect commodity is getting very large, or even if it is large, not even, it will create its own fraud. That's the way it happens. Yes. Peter already said it. Now, these people are very creative. Why is a plantation double mapped? Because they can actually invoice twice their premium. What they do with the premium is a different question. But the moment you introduce something from a perspective.
Okay, I think we're going to have to leave it at that. I can see we've only got half a minute left. Yeah. So thank you very much for an interesting discussion. I think we have gone on for much, much longer. But anyway, at least we highlighted some of the issues, the challenges, if not always finding the solutions.
And if people are interested about this or this, let me know.
I've actually got that we've only got remaining 10 seconds, but Lika has just said we've got 2 minutes.
Yes, we have some buffer time. So if you have some last minute questions or comments, please go ahead.
We did have one last minute one, which was a question from Laos asking Peter whether he saw an integrated system of rice farming with coconuts, fishes, ducks, etc., for improving food security. I think we're getting a little bit off the traceability there, right?
Yeah, I think thank you very much for the question. I think that's the direction the thinking goes to, what I call the landscape approach, and really looking beyond the rice value chain. So whether it's then ducks or fishes, I don't know. Yeah. We will see. Yeah.
If I may, I would add, it's not just on a single farm or farmer level, but what I always called it a regional approach, which is now called landscape, where you actually collaborate between different supply chains in the same geographical area. So you basically leverage each other's activities to get really visible and noticeable results for the population, because that's always the problem. You need to be able to show real impact, which is also felt by the local population. If not, it's a waste of money.
Yeah, and also reducing risk, of course, if you're working with more products.
And by the way, Peter, what I just showed, all those maps of the double mapping, everything I showed there are certified farms, sometimes double certified, which is now getting difficult because UTZ is no longer there. But we can have another discussion at some time when up in the cold part of Switzerland.
This is Jos here quickly before we get out. I mean, it's of course quite a sobering message to telling Michael, but maybe a realistic. But in the end, what do you propose then to do? I mean, if you just say only, okay, do those satellite images, how does that in the end that link to really producers, and how can they get anything better out of it?
We don't have time. 20 seconds.
We can talk about that, Jos. I'm regularly often in Zurich, so we can plan it.
Well, I'm in the
Philippines, but anyway.
Philippines and Vietnam, but never mind.
Okay,
I will email you. I have your email address. I will email you. Thank you.
Okay,
bye bye.
Thank you very much.
In the BioTrade context, how have the tools and approaches and concepts changed over the years? And in order to discuss this, we're not going to have presentations as such, but invited 4 people that have been deeply involved as experts, as practitioners in these trends, in these discussions around biodiversity and BioTrade. So I'm happy to welcome today Rick Kuchloyenja, who's the Executive Director of UEBT, Simona D'Amico, who's the biodiversity expert at UEBT, Annette Piperidis, who is the Sustainable Sourcing Manager for Veleda, and Gaston, there we go, Gaston Vizcarra, who is the President of Candela, Peru. So very, very happy to have you with us today. And so, yeah, as I said, we're really here to have a discussion more than presentation. So I'm just going to be throwing out some questions at you. And yes, of course, the participants are welcome to use the chat and also put questions forth to the panel. So in terms of the discussion, let me start with you, Rick. You've been involved in BioTrade since the very beginning. Biodiversity has always been at the core of the BioTrade context, but I wonder if you could share with us a little about how the practical approaches to biodiversity have evolved over the years, and also what do you see are the needs and trends now looking forward?
Thank you very much, Julia, and welcome to everybody. I can see many familiar names participating, and it's great to that all of you are there. Yeah, so allow me to take a step back, and BioTrade was launched in 1996, just after the CBD, the Convention on Biological Diversity, was launched. And the whole idea was that we should not only talk about conservation, but we should give value to biodiversity, and biodiversity should be an engine for development and generate income for local communities. So traditionally, there's been a lot of focus on trade, on market access, on the use of applications, the application of new plants in products. However, I think if the BioTrade was launched now in 2021, it would probably look quite different. You know, biodiversity loss in 2021 is such that we need to work on regenerative practices. We need to restore, and it is not for nothing that the United Nations has declared this decade as the decade of restoration. So, yeah, when UEBT was created, Union for Ethical BioTrade was created. It was created in 2007 with support of the BioTrade Initiative. It was really kind of to further bring in the private sector, and we currently have 90 companies from all over the world that are committed to a world in which people and biodiversity thrive. And what's just to give you one or two numbers, our members work with over 400 different natural ingredients from biodiversity, more than 900 different supply chains over 80 countries. This is what they have prioritized, where they're promoting the BioTrade principles all over the world. What we have done as UEBT, we have adopted the BioTrade principles and criteria and developed a standard. And what is interesting is we did a first standard in 2007 when UEBT was launched, and then we did a second one in 2012. And then in 2020, we launched the latest version. And the standard has been, the practices that have been described in there have evolved over time. And this standard is used by us, and we have a verification team within our organization. And we currently conduct, I think this year we conducted probably about 150 different supply chain verifications. And what is interesting is that on the social side, we see many beautiful projects that generate income for women, for local communities, but also we see supply chains in which the prices that are paid to the pickers and the farmers are too low to make a living. Prices paid is far below what we call an equivalent of kind of a living income. We have supply chains in which we actively are working to address, for example, modern slavery in, for example, Brazil. So there are opportunities, but there's also some real issues to be addressed. And I think the same holds true for the biodiversity, which is the topic for today. We see beautiful small-scale agricultural projects, wild collection, agroforestry, but also abundant and uncontrolled use of agrochemicals, really problematic. We still see land clearance of intact ecosystems. We see overharvesting, we see pollution, and we see a big need to restore and regenerate. So that is why the 2020 standard of UEBT has been strengthened to include the issue of biodiversity and give it much more, the issue of regeneration and restoration, and give that much more attention and emphasis. And we have developed what we call the Biodiversity Action Plan approach, which we are currently rolling out as UEBT among our members, and Simona will say something on this. So basically, I want to make 3 points. And the first point is that local native species are very important for communities, yes, but it does not guarantee that people in biodiversity are respected. And the second is biodiversity restoration is a key issue of importance. Let's not forget it. And the third, I find that biodiversity initiatives around the world should be put much more focus on including biodiversity practices in new and existing supply chains. So those are basically, sorry for the long and winding answer, but these are the 3 points that I wanted to make.
Great. No, thank you. Thank you so much for that. And I think it's very important what you're saying in terms of the problems that still exist, both on the social side and the biodiversity side. So clearly still, as BioTrade partners, the commitment and work that needs to be done on these issues are around the supply chains. And I think it's also very interesting what you're saying about practices evolving over time. So our understanding of what needs to be done is also something that's evolving. And on the notion of practices, let me turn to you, Annette. Veleda's, working a lot on biodiversity. You have a strong emphasis on this topic. Can you tell me, in your very kind of practical day-to-day work, then what are some of the challenges and also the opportunities in terms of good practices on the ground?
Thank you, Julia, and hello, everyone. Yes, our experience over the last years is mainly coming from the verification audits that have been conducted along many of our supply chains. And we saw the results like there are mainly non-conformities in the area of biodiversity conservation. But this is not related to the fact that people wouldn't want to do something, they just don't know how to approach it. And this is something we face on a daily basis, I would say. And this is one challenge that we were facing, and we decided, okay, this is the time now for us to jump in, and we will work with UEBT very closely to implement biodiversity action plans in these supply chains where the producers or the farmers or whoever is at the source has no idea how to approach it, or it's maybe as well a question of money because it costs just time to do monitoring and whatever. So this is was one of the challenges. I think we're on the right path now to solve it, and our suppliers are really happy to work with us on this, just knowing how to proceed, how to really work on it. And on the other hand side, opportunities, what I can really see is, yes, people are happy, but there are more and more requirements coming to the producers, to the farmers, in terms of like the new topic is mainly carbon footprint, being neutral or positive towards climate. So there are new requirements coming. There's the due diligence legislation in Germany, which has requirements. There are drafts in the EU on zero forestation for some ingredients, but as well there's something on biodiversity in the pipeline, as far as I know. So I think it would be great if all of that could be aligned in a way or recognized, because in the end, the work has to be made on the farm level. And what farmers want to do is to cultivate or do wild collection or whatever. So what their main job is, but the requests on documentations and fulfillments grow. They raise, and it's hard for them. So what can they do? They can hire people, but that in the end results in higher prices. So they're not competitive enough on markets. So this is all a problem they are facing, and in the end, Veleda is facing, because we put the requirements towards our suppliers.
I think this is such an important point you're raising, Annette, because of course, from where we stand, it's easy to talk about good practices and everything that needs to be in place, and indeed the interest and the commitment is there along the supply chain. But you ask the question, how do we do this, and how do they do this in a way when we're talking, oftentimes when we're talking about these types of supply chains, very small suppliers that don't necessarily have the time or knowledge on how to address biodiversity. So this is clearly, I guess, both a challenge and an opportunity in terms of providing more practical support. And on that, I want to turn to you, Simona. Simona, you've been working now at UEBT for 5 years, and the focus of your work has been answering Annette's question on how do we do this? What is a tool? And the result, and of course, this is an evolving tool, but the result to date is this biodiversity action plan that UEBT has developed and is piloting now around the world. And I think people on the website can see, all kinds of case studies. So I encourage I encourage people to do that. But tell us a little bit, from your perspective, why this work on, practical tools is important, and how do the tools work? How do you make sure that they actually are both, practical and effective?
Yeah, thanks, Julia, and thanks for having me here. And hi, everyone. Yeah, indeed, this was my main challenge in the last 5 years, let's say, or even before. And why it was important to develop this tool was because exactly we have some principles, or we have commitment, we have a general broad goals or regulation that we have to follow. But in practice, I always faced the question from the companies or the farmer, like, but what all this means to me? How do I do this? I don't know if I'm working in a very high farmed environment, or how do I do this if I'm working in the Amazon? What happens if I'm doing wild collection? So, I mean, there are general goals, there are general principles, but like how to put those in practice. So having tools that can guide the farmer, can guide the company in the implementation is crucial, because indeed it turns those principles and the strategies into practices. What we have done indeed with the development of the biodiversity action plan approach was to start indeed from those questions. and try to give answer and to develop the tool with the practical cases. So it was important also to indeed collaborate with our member, have pilot cases, have collaboration also with other institutions, so build it on the ground. And the way it is now done, this approach, and why I think in a way it, and yeah, this is also what I hear from the people using this approach, is enabling action, is because it is built up in a way that you start from understanding your condition. So what is biodiversity? What biodiversity mean for my farm or for my wild collection activities? What are the main issues? And then you have some tools and guidance and examples of practices that can help you then reply to what you have assessed. So what are the needs for biodiversity? How, which kind of biodiversity you need to promote? And also what I think it's important in this approach, what is also an important component, is the monitoring. So in this approach, indeed, there is all examples of indicator, example of tools that can be done can be used for the monitoring. And this is crucial because for several reasons. Because now reporting is becoming more and more important. So it is important that we have data and that we have reliable information, but also because we work with the nature. So everything is different and you have a path in mind, but you always have to check and make sure that it goes in the right direction. So far what I can say, what is also maybe another important component of this approach, to bridge also to what Annette was saying. At the end of the day, it's the farmer, one farmer who has to reply to multiple, let's say, requests. So the importance is also to have this kind of tools that allow also to give value to what is already in place. Yeah. So bring everything together. And right now, as you say, of course, we can always improve, and we are happy to continuously doing it. But yeah, we got, I think, to a very nice result so far with several pilot and cases in Asia, in Africa.
Yeah,
in
let me push you there, Simona, before going to Gaston. Can you give us a very concrete example of a supply chain where the BAP, just in a few words, how it's been implemented, and maybe if we already can talk about some impact on the ground?
Okay. Yes. Okay. Well, we have, as I said, we have several cases, but some that, for instance, you can find on our website. One that comes into my mind has been discussed also several times is the one on with the hibiscus. So here it's about basically, first of all, engaging with the company, with the farmer, and starting from their knowledge to understand what are the issue, and then agree with them on the solution. And there we talk about—
Which country was this case study, Simona?
Yeah, this was in Nigeria. And yeah, we maybe in the chat I will also put some of those information later on. And there the practices, so for instance, the key need in their case was soil degradation and advancement of desertification. So there all the focus was reintroducing native species of trees in the farms that had a role in the farm, but also could restore the soil, and indeed set up a monitoring system. And here the role, crucial role, is the role of agronomists or extensionists that work with the farmer. And so I think this is how it worked so far, and this is how we have been implementing. Now we have more cases coming in Southeast Asia, and right. Yeah, this is where we are now.
Fantastic, thank you so much, John. I see your hand up. Let me go to Gaston first, and then I will go to you with your question. Thanks for the patience. Gaston, welcome. Candela is one of the founding members of UEBT, so we've known each other for a while, and you've really seen a lot of trends pass around talking about sustainability, talking about biodiversity, talking about carbon offsetting, you know, all of these concepts coming around. But I just wondered, you know, beyond the terminology, beyond the trends, you're working really on the ground, and what does it mean on the ground for a supply chain to really embody the notion of good practices, of notions like good biodiversity practices or ethical biotrade? What does that actually look like? If you can take off your mic thing.
There you go. Thank you, Julia. And thank you for all of you joining here in this conversation. I want to start from a very realistic approach. And I think that all of us recognize that the way of production and trade that this world has been using has affected, impacted our environment, our biodiversity, so we need to recognize that the way we've been doing things now have to change, right? That's the first thing. When you understand that, then you can to ask yourself, what are we doing really with what we do to generate wealth and develop products, right? So in that sense, biodiversity, biotrade comes into the picture. How is this happening right now, right? And then you find that there's a lot of threats, a lot of, as Rick was saying, things that happen on the ground that are very complicated, very difficult to handle. And then at the end, the thing is, we need to approach this organized, because if not, nothing will work properly. UEBT has done for many years the work to generate a standard as a reference of how to do things, right, mainly. Now, within all this big panorama, right, my perspective, as I've gone through this for many years, is that the concept of supply chain is the most important tool to be used. Why do I say this? Because the concept of chains is made of links, and all the links have to be strong enough to support any kind of pull, any kind of thing that happens with that chain, right? So if we have a poor area of a chain, the chain doesn't work. So in that concept, for me, supply chain approach is the most important thing to happen. And that has to be done with trust that different actors of the chain, depending where you are on the chain, you have to trust the next actor and so forth. So this process of building a chain based on a standard and with the approach of really making what is needed biodiversity to thrive is the most important, I would say, commitment. You have to be all the way. You don't go up to, you have to really commit to what you really want to change. Because if not, down the road, things will happen, and then the end is nothing changes. So there's a lot of menaces, but trust and tenacity and where are you in the chain is very important. For example, we work mainly with the Amazon region. We have to see for the people that live from these resources. We have to see for the products that are sourced properly, that are regenerated, as Rick was saying, right? That are the animals are taken care of, that live from those products. Water, all of these elements that make the Amazon what it is, has to be respected. But we need to live from these resources. We need the resources to make a living, and local people live from these things. So our role is to be part of this supply chain, ensuring to the producers what they have to do and supporting them in the requirements for capacity building, and sometimes is financial resources on our capacity. And on the other side, we work with companies that need these products with a certain quality, with a certain volume. So there's this challenging position for us, and for others it's different. But all of us have to know who are we working with and why are we doing this, basically, right? It's been a learning curve. We've done many things. Right now we're working on reforestation. We're working in developing new value chains from the forest. to put value on the forest on foot. Basically, the idea is you can use the resources, but you don't need to destroy them. You need to preserve them for next generations and for the actual needs of the people, the inhabitants of these areas that usually are very far away from all the benefits that, you know, civilization and culture has brought to the world. So when you work with these rural areas, you need to understand that that reality is very, very different to what we see from a city or from a big space where you're sitting on a computer and you don't know exactly if it's raining or there has been a flood or there's time for the mosquitoes to come and bite you. So yeah, it's a very, I do believe that we need to trust in a supply chain approach with the support of the standards and all these efforts that have been done by UNCTAD, UEBT, and all the companies that work in UEBT right now.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Gaston. And it's true that sometimes when we see pictures of the tropics, we forget that there's mosquitoes around, right? You don't, you don't feel the mosquitoes through the beautiful pictures. No, but I think the gap between you know, the concepts and the complexity of the ground and you know, is coming clearly from all the presentations. And I think it's very interesting, you know, you emphasize the notion of supply chain as really a partnership, as a dialogue, which also speaks to some of the challenges that Annette was talking about. So I find that that's very interesting. I'm going to come back to you, Gaston, later for this notion of capacity building, because it's also being picked up by people on the chat. John, you had your hand up. I don't know if you're still around. John Akinuba, if you wanted to ask a question, I'll give you the floor.
Yes, I want to make a contribution, not a question. Yes, we work in Niger Delta. Niger Delta is a hub of biodiversity. And we approach the communities. What we look at is community will not just set up a land for conservation. They want a value. And this value, they have to be given some capacity to go into some other form of agriculture that will enhance conservation, like snail farming, like beekeeping. We also looking at fish farming in those streams. So this enhance their income. At the same time, giving them incentive to be able to. So in working in this concept, we are collaborating with IFAD Life ND to
John, I'm sorry, but you're breaking up.
Aspect is taking setters. Okay. That's exactly what we are doing in Niger Delta.
It would be great, John, if you could put the link to the project on the chat so people can follow up, or maybe your email to get more information, because it sounds like a really interesting project, and you hit upon the issue of diversification of activities at the local level, which I think we've also seen is very important. So I encourage you to please put the link to the project or your email so people can find out more. But Gaston, I did want to go up back to you. Fernanda Tiberio has commented in the chat that the challenge is not only that sometimes the local companies don't have the necessary knowledge or tools, but that they don't also have enough guidance from their local partners, whether it be government or others. And she asks how you see the role of education and communication here.
Well, maybe you have to be in contact with your gatherers, suppliers, or farmers, wherever you work with, right? And the first thing you need to do is to ask them, what do they need? Of course, there's a lot of needs, but specifically related to what we do together, what do they need? because you can have an approach, you can have a proposal, you can have your policies in place, your way of working, but that necessarily doesn't mean that is what they need to start it. So we need to build that trust in order to make, you know, any training, any monitor, they can accept and understand this is why you're doing this, basically, right?
Yeah.
Of course, there's a lot of needs in these areas in many ways, but you are not able to deal with all of them. You have to focus and build this relationship to at least to solve this part of the puzzle, right? Because of course there's not a place, a health, you know, place and there's no school, and maybe there's no sewage or no running water. All of these things probably are there, but you need to go step by step and make a project about those based on this relationship and this confidence building, basically.
But it's so interesting you use the word trust, which is of course so important. And you know, I think all of us have seen so many capacity development material that's coming from the outside without enough context, and it's not built on our relationship there. So there's very little capacity development that one can do in that way. But really what you're saying, I like that any, you know, it needs to be an exchange based on understanding and trust. So that seems to me very important. I was thinking in the plenary, there was a lot of discussion about how, you know, biodiversity is linked to other topics, from blockchain to climate change. And of course, for me, it was interesting looking at Glasgow and the last climate change COP, that there was a lot of discussion about nature. So there seemed to be, you know, a lot of, you know, the attention on biodiversity seems to be growing. And I'm just wondering, from you guys' perspective, what does that mean for BioTrade? That now, as I mentioned, biodiversity is a household word, and all of these policy processes tend to be focusing on biodiversity. If any of you would like to comment on that.
Sure. I saw Gaston's hand, if I can say.
Go ahead, Rick.
No.
Yeah. No, you know, I think these are extremely exciting times. You know, all of those that have been involved in the BioTrade work have been talking about biodiversity now for a long time, and we've been advocating for more attention for the issue of biodiversity. And so the commitments of Glasgow on climate change and the link to nature is fantastic. You see the company engagement on carbon neutral. You see that they apply they have their scope 3 commitments, which is the supply chains. We have net zero agriculture, and now of course we have the biodiversity COP coming up, and there is regenerative practices and business and biodiversity initiatives. I think it's really exciting. What I do wonder is what it means for BioTrade. Because when we talk about science-based targets, science says focus on larger volumes, focus on the problematic commodities. So we see all the companies say we're going to work on soy and palm and corn, cotton and wood. And the small specialty ingredients are not mentioned in there. You know, as science says, let's hold our footprint flat. And that means that companies are saying, you know what, we can develop these type of ingredients in tanks. And so we build its biotechnology. But what it means for the communities around the world, I'm not entirely sure. We've heard Simon in the plenary talk about risk tools, you know, and the financial markets using risk data sets, but all these risk data sets are taking risk from other sectors, from agricultural commodities, not these type of risk for this type of ingredients. And the same is with climate change. You know, there's indeed, and then Simon also mentioned this, the carbon credits, the price is rising, but together with Veleda, we've been looking whether or not in Brazil we could invest in some of the supply chains. And it turns out that the supply chains that we are then working on are not sufficiently big in terms of volume to capture the CO2. So again, it's not the BioTrade type of product. So I'm at this moment starting to wonder whether or not the attention for biodiversity is actually going to dilute the attention for specialty ingredients, and whether or not it's a threat or an opportunity. So it's a real interesting question, I find.
What do you think, Annette, from your perspective? You as Veleda need to look at all of these issues. So yeah, how do you see the interaction between these concepts as initiatives playing out?
Yeah, thank you, Julia. Well, I think I raised the point before. I think personally, so there's a lot what is requested by laws and legislations. There's a lot we want to do from our own understanding within the UEBT membership as well. So if all that was aligned in a way and not so split up into different elements, I think it would be more doable, more workable, because it's really all connected to each other. So if you look on biodiversity and restore here, this has an impact on climate, and this has an impact on growth rates. And so I see it at the moment like there are all these spotlights coming up, but just to put them all under one umbrella, I think that would be very helpful.
Yeah. Great. So let's, we have about, a bit more than between 5 and 10 minutes left. There's 2 questions from Rudy. Hi, Rudy. And I'm going to actually separate them. I'm going to ask you, Simona, to address the first part. How and who measures the changes in biodiversity? If you can explain a little bit about how the indicators and monitoring work in the BAP tool. So I'm going to let you speak first, and then, I'd be curious, Gaston, to hear your perspective. Rudy's second question is, but who pays the farmers for the actions? In other words, who's the one actually investing in the conservation and restoration? But Simona, you go first, please.
Yes, thanks, Julia, and thanks, Rudy, for the question. So for the monitoring, you ask how it's done and who does it. So the way we suggest to do it is we start with some key indicators, and for each indicator we suggest some methodology. So I don't think this is the context, so I cannot go into the detail, but we recommend some tools, and this is generally on how to measure certain indicator, and this is generally done through analysis that can be done by farmers themselves if they big scale, or we generally work with the local companies that then work with the farmers to do this kind of analysis. And of course, in some cases, we also collaborate with other local experts that may do this kind of activities.
Okay, right. By the way, I should mention the BAP methodologies is public, so that's also available on the UEBT website. So Gaston.
And maybe, sorry, Julia, on this, I just put the link in the chat. You see the BP developed by UEBT and UNCTAD and GIZ.
Right. So Gaston, I think Rudy's question is, where's the money, right? Show me the money. Who's investing in this? Who's
Show me the money. Okay, well, I think there are two responses there. One thing is the money, right? The other thing is with the future, right? Mm-hmm. These communities live there. They're not going to move from there easily, right? This is their way of living. And when something comes from outside to demand resources from this area, you have to build a way to make this happen with the lowest impact possible. But at the same time, it means income to the community. So you need to balance those things. Now, basically, we explain this to our customer. But first of all, what we do is we sit down with the community, with the people involved in the work, and we sit down and build a cost structure. How much does it cost to take 1 kilo or whatever, right, of this product to the warehouse or to the town? How much? What do you expend? In what? Then you know what you need to get that there. And then you find out what's the market price. And then you find out if there's a loss or not, how much money do you get to engage, first of all, or what are we doing? Just not collecting these things and getting some money, but you know you're part of something more. And that, of course, is shown to the customer. Look, we need to recognize this and this effort. That's one part of it. The other part of it is you need to find synergies. There are projects, there are funds, there are NGOs, this is the government. All of that you have to search and find who can join you with this, right? So for example, there's a nursery, a tree nursery from the government you can get some trees or some plants from there and put, you know, you need to work this out as a building process, basically, right? Now, of course, somebody has to pay for that. And at the beginning, you usually are the one that pays a little bit to make this happen. But then you have to involve your next step on the supply chain for them to understand. So little by little, you start to build a connection, and then you have a fair price, hopefully, little by little, right? It's a process, because right now we're building, for example, the Muru Muru chain in Peru. The Muru Muru was eaten by the Sachavaca and the Ñuje, and that was all. Now it's demanded on the market. So we are building that with communities that didn't know that. So we start from the scratch and start to build. This is interesting for you. You can use it this way, but it's a process, basically. It's not just who pays for that. It's more complicated than that.
Thank you, Gaston, for the reality check, as always. Rick, you wanted to come in here.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, because it's a very interesting question on the who pays, and I think Gaston's answer is completely right. But at this moment, we as UBT are actually involved in quite a number of biodiversity action plans, and so that's the work Simona is doing. And so we're working in India with McCormick, and then we're working in different parts of the world with beauty companies. And there it's actually the companies that are paying. And also we have the UBT RA Herbs and Spice certification, so Rainforest Alliance. And there is a requirement for the buyers of the certified products to have a investment plan and to co-invest in improvements in the supply chain, which includes the biodiversity action plans, for example. So we do see that there is more and more interest, and that is the advantage of the global commitment and interest in the biodiversity issues, that companies are starting to invest more in these biodiversity practices.
Mm-hmm. That's an interesting point, and we have a few minutes, and maybe I'll give you a follow-up question on this. And I'm wondering, because it's been mentioned several times, this due diligence, the legal requirements that are, pushing companies to, of course, push for traceability, look at possible risks. And I'm wondering, in practice, does that lead to improved practices, or does it mean companies move away from the risks? I don't know if anybody has ideas on this or concerns.
I have a comment on that. The idea of these new legislation, regulations to approach biodiversity products is fine. The Nagoya Protocol, okay, the country commits to that. But usually what would happen in the case of Peru is that you don't have in place the staff and the proceedings, the laws, the bylaws to make this work. And then when you go down the road to the local authority that has to do with the permit for this kind of thing, as they don't know, they prefer, to make this more complicated. So it's, in one way it's okay, but in the practicality could really be a very bureaucratic and complex, unnecessarily process, right? But that has to be done. It takes more than we expect. It's not because the law is there, everything's going to be no, all the way around, I would say. So,
For sure.
It has to happen. It has to happen.
No, but I think you raise a point that we've not mentioned, Gaston, which is important, which is rules on access and benefit sharing and the Nagoya Protocol. And there, of course, our last assessment is that, we have over 60 countries that have some type of requirement around access to biodiversity. And oftentimes, as you say, those laws are not very clear or not fully operational. That creates a lot of legal uncertainty. I'm wondering, Annette, on the kind of the other side of the supply chain and the laws there and these due diligence notions, do you see that there's a risk that now I'll use the word risk too much, but that there's a risk that companies will just move away from the risks, that they'll say, we're not going to source from these countries, we're not going to source from these types of supply chains, rather than saying we're going to invest in improving the practices and addressing those underlying issues?
I think you're right. There is certainly a risk. And if we look on ABS, as Gaston says, it's complex. And the requirements for benefit sharing are sometimes so high, they're just not feasible. And at the same time, it's so complex to look at all the different requirements on legislations, as you said, 60 countries out there. So what would be more practical as well with the due diligence? I mean, now that's the German legislation, and there may come up EU legislation with a different wording, and there may come something in Latin America or so, I don't know. And companies who are sourcing on a global level, it's just getting too complex to really pick always the one that fits into this supply chain. And so yes, it would be, I truly see a risk that people or companies try to rather avoid.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Maybe Julia, just
yes,
a question on Aneta. Sorry.
Yes, please.
Just referring back to the biodiversity action plans you apparently kind of integrate in your supply chains. The question here is about, are you able to transfer this additional cost to your customers, to the buyers of your products? Is that possible? And can you really value this in your products, that you do something good for biodiversity and their customers willing to pay for it?
Well, usually we don't transfer the cost to our customers, to the consumers. It's really, not feasible, because the one ingredient could go into so and so many final products. So from an ingredient to a final product, that's a way, and we don't split all that investment up and give it forward to our customers. Of course, we can talk about what we're doing, and this is something we do a lot. And this is, to kind of really show what is Veleda doing, what is our commitment, and what is our understanding of ethical sourcing, I would say, and contribution to this planet, together with our partners who are the suppliers. So that's of much more benefit for us, instead of adding a certain price to our products.
So it's the storytelling that's adding the value that then, or
storytelling, reputation, differentiation from competitors. So that's rather that part. Yeah.
Okay, great. Okay, so I see that although the clock seems to be running out on top, we have a couple of more minutes. So I'm gonna, if any of the panelists have any last comments, this is the chance.
I want to say something related to the last comments.
Please.
I don't think we transfer costs. I think we include the real costs of having biodiversity there up and running. It's not that we are adding something for the benefit of, no, we are contributing. All of us, even the consumers, have to know that this is the way it goes. Right? So I think it's a new approach of how to deal with this concept of transferring costs. And the market, the users of these ingredients or these products have to understand this. That is now part of what we need to have in the books in order to continue doing what we do as has to be done.
Yeah.
Right? Basically that. And the other thing I want to say is we need to have hope. That's something that has to be there all the time. We as humankind can do the things right.
Thank you. What a beautiful note to leave it at. I'm going to say that the point you're making on transferring or not the cost, I think it has to do with the notion of how the supply chain needs to be worked together. So it's more about kind of integrating and reflecting those costs rather than transferring. And yes, hope, that's a lovely word. So here's hoping that when we talk again, we will be able to say more about the good things that are happening and that we're able to do. Thank you all for joining this discussion. And we'll see you back at the plenary. Thank you.
Thank you to UNCTAD for this kind invitation to CAF, and let us express our congratulations to you for organizing this 6th BioTrade Congress, which means that BioTrade is very much alive. This parallel session, number 3, is about oceans economy and Blue BioTrade. This session is aimed to discuss opportunities and challenges for introducing Blue BioTrade best practices in the oceans economy, seeking to shift the current paradigm of exploitation of the oceans and to a sustainable pathway of exploration, regeneration, and sustainable use, and thus contribute to a positive future. CAF is the Development Bank of Latin America and the Caribbean, and contributes to solve the structural aspects that impede the development of the region. This by carrying out activities to support, promote, foster, and strengthen the capacities of its member states. But we all know that at this point in time, the impact of COVID-19 had direct effects on the fishing and tourism sectors, reducing productivity, value chains integration, and consequently the capacity of these industries to induce jobs and generate income. However, it is relevant to recognize that before the pandemic, the economic activity associated with oceans was already showing signals of decline, with a sharp reduction of fish stocks and fishing fleets worldwide. The current performance of the oceans economy is also the result of a combination of different aspects that require attention from green funding, which is called to increase its contributions to the blue economy. Among the underlying causes of the current scenario, the following stand out the most. First, difficulty in promoting regional approaches to conservation and provision. Second, difficulty in complying with existing policies and regulatory frameworks at the national level in international waters. 3, a lack of resources for investment in research and development, which allows for adding value and generating more sophisticated service. And finally, difficult in understanding and acting proactively in the management of marine coastal ecosystems. Coordinated and collaborative action to address these critical factors strengthen the comparative advantage of the region, of this region, preparing it to better face the challenge of weakened ecosystems and global warming, as well as to promote a new generation of services and productive clusters associated with the blue economy, highlighting A, food security and healthcare by investing in bioeconomy and BioTrade. B, a sustainable ecotourism activity managed from an integrated marine coastal territorial approach. C, clean and renewable energy through technology development and management of water and geothermal resources, leveraging climate financing opportunities with applying blue bonds and blue carbon principles. No doubt that COVID-19 has revealed marine resources vulnerability worldwide, including in the Caribbean. However, we have also seen hopeful signs that marine life can recover and repopulate species once considered lost when offered the conditions and time to do so. The challenge coming ahead for post-COVID-19 recovery is crystal clear. It is fundamental to reconcile and truly connect economic growth with the regeneration of marine coastal ecosystems, recognizing that taking care of the oceans will guarantee, without a doubt, long-term economic competitiveness and prosperity for all. CAF is aiming for continued support on initiatives, projects, and programs very much aligned to NDCs, to the global biodiversity framework goals to be approved, SDGs backed by science-based coordination and collaborative work. This is how CAF, as the Latin American, the Caribbean Green Bank, seeks to make a difference and manages to bring concrete solutions by technical assistance and financing, serving to national and local priorities. Thank you. And now we welcome please let me to introduce our distinguished panel of 4 personalities in this field. Each one of our guests will have 7 minutes in the first round to share its presentation. We'll have a second round for questions and answers for 2 minutes each. So we begin with His Excellency Ambassador Colin Murdoch, who is the permanent observer of the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States to the United Nations Office in Geneva. Prior to his appointment to Geneva, Mr. Murdoch, who is a citizen of Antigua and Barbuda, had been serving as a senior advisor of the Office of the Prime Minister of Antigua and Barbuda, his country, since 2016. He was Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, International Trade and Immigration from 2014 to 2016, a post he also held from 1995 to 2009. He was Permanent Secretary, Ministry of Trade, Industry and Commerce from 2009 to 2014. Mr. Murdoch has also served as the Commissioner of Antigua and Barbuda to the Organization of Eastern Caribbean States since 2011, and as permanent representative of Antigua and Barbuda to the World Trade Organization since 2013. He was a Foreign Ministry officer in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs from 1982 to 1986, and a senior Foreign Service officer from 1989 to 1994. He also served as non-resident ambassador to Cuba from 1997 to 2004. Mr. Murdoch has a master's degree from Fletcher School of Law and Diplomacy, Tufts University, Medford, Massachusetts, United States. A graduate diploma from the Institute of International Relations, University of the West Indies, San Agustin, Trinidad and Tobago, and bachelor's degree from the University of West Indies, Cave Hill Campus, Barbados. We welcome to Ambassador Colin Murdoch. The floor is yours, Ambassador.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairman Garcia, for summing up my life just now, right there. So, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, it's my distinct pleasure to participate in this 6th BioTrade Congress and to share perspectives from the OECS on oceans economy and Blue BioTrade. Many thanks to UNCTAD for the invitation to speak. And of course, we had no hesitation in accepting this invitation. UNCTAD continues to be a friend and reliable partner of the OECS, and for this, we are deeply grateful. Special thanks to David Vivas in particular for his unwavering support. The oceans economy is essential to the socio-economic well-being of every OECS member state. The exclusive economic zones of individual OECS countries are many times larger than their land area. For example, Grenada's EEZ is 75 times larger than its landmass. Beyond its 345 square kilometers of land territory, Grenada has 26,000 square kilometers of blue ocean space. In this regard, in the OECS, we are large ocean and big sea states just as much as we are small island developing states, SIDS. According to the World Bank, the marine capture, fisheries, and aquaculture sector represents less than 1% of GDP of the OECS countries. Nevertheless, it employs between 7% and 20% of the workforce across our member states. With a growing population and the increased demand for fish and fish products, as well as other marine resources, such as energy and algae, member states have the potential to develop and grow their marine sectors, both for domestic consumption and exports, leading to a more diversified economy. Regarding export potential, we must recall that member states of the OECS sit very close to two of the largest markets in the world. Puerto Rico, the gateway into the US market of 330 million, and Guadeloupe and Martinique, gateway into the EU market of over 500 million. In light of all this, the ocean presents significant opportunities for sustainably generating and extracting higher levels of economic activity and economic value capture. The marine and coastal assets of the OECS offer an unprecedented opportunity to support sustainable growth and development by strengthening the region's economy and closing the gap on poverty and unemployment rates. Recognizing the need to preserve and protect existing ocean wealth and to promote future ocean potential, in 2013, the OECS adopted the Eastern Caribbean Regional Oceans Policy, ECROP, with a vision of securing a healthy and richly biodiverse Eastern Caribbean marine environment, sustainably managed in an integrated way to promote socioeconomic development and support the livelihoods and aspirations of current and future generations. In June this year, a joint meeting of the Council of Ministers of the OECS with responsibility for international trade, agriculture, and fisheries endorsed the revised ECROP, which is aligned to the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development. In addition, the OECS Marine Research Strategy recognizes that ocean resources contribute significantly to the economies of OECS member states and are fundamental to the well-being of our citizens and can provide the stimulus that we need to grow our economies. The OECS is also involved in several complementary initiatives to support the ocean economy. The Norway-funded OECS implemented Building Resilience in the Eastern Caribbean through reduction of marine litter and pollution aims to, among other things, harmonize policies and legislation for effective management and reduction of marine litter. The Norway-funded World Bank implemented Pro-Blue grant seeks to improve fisheries governance, the bluing of oceanic sectors, and integrated seascape management. The UNCTAD OECS Blue BioTrade project, funded by the European Union, aims to empower small-scale coastal producers from OECS member states to produce and trade queen conch products in domestic, regional, and international markets under the Blue BioTrade environmental, social, and economic sustainability criteria, including CITES. The Blue BioTrade project is also assisting us to diversify along the value chain with respect to sargassum seaweed products, including sea moss. I will also take this opportunity to renew our request for support to develop oceans economy and trade strategies for the OECS with a focus on services, tourism, maritime transportation, and port improvements. We are open to further dialogue on this with our donors and partners which are present today. Currently, the OECS member states are also active participants in the World Trade Organization's ongoing fisheries subsidies negotiations taking place here in Geneva in advance of MC12, where one of our core objectives is to ensure that we have recourse to special and differential treatment provisions which will allow us to develop our fisheries resources in a sustainable manner. Based on all that I have said thus far, you should be left with no doubt that in the OECS, we have assigned high priority to the ocean. As I close, let me congratulate UNCTAD again for its demonstrated commitment to sustainable oceans and sustainability overall. The OECS is also committed to this cause. I thank you.
Thanks to you, Ambassador Murdoch. Yes, indeed. I mean, this very powerful concept of ocean wealth, I think something that every one of us need to work, I mean, a lot deeper and a lot further in this very important concept. Please let me move to our next our next guest, who is Claudia Contreras. Claudia is an economic affairs officer at the Trade, Environmental and Sustainable Development branch of UNCTAD. She has more than 18 years of experience in sustainable development and science, technology, and innovation policy. Before working on trade and environment issues, Claudia was a member of the Secretariat of the United Nations Commission on Science and Technology for Development for 7 years. Claudia holds a bachelor's degree in economics from the University of Chile and graduated with a master's of science in management research and a PhD in development studies from the University of Oxford. Welcome, Claudia. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Don Rene. I have a short presentation that I will share. So can you see it? It's working?
Yes, indeed. I mean, we can see your presentation. I can see your presentation. I hope everybody.
Okay, so today I will talk about a novel classification that we have developed here at UNCTAD that is aimed at measuring the trade of goods and services of ocean-based economy sectors. First, I'll tell you about what type of goods and services are included in this classification. Then I'll show you some general overall preliminary results of an exercise with data for 2018. And then we'll explore some initial results for biodiversity-related sectors. So which are the ocean-based goods and services that we are considering here? We are considering those that are from marine or coastal origin and use, those that are harvested or sourced from the oceans. We're considering in marine living organisms, for instance, genetic resources, biological resources, and their parts and derivatives. It's important to know that we only consider certain minerals, such as sand and salt, but not the seabed mining or offshore oil and gas. We only consider tradable goods and services. This is the main novelty of our classification. This means those flows of goods and services that are measurable under the harmonized standardized codes for goods and the W120 and the CPC, UNCPC code for services. For instance, marine and coastal tourism. We do not include government services here. To develop the classification and the categories, we had to develop a series of assumptions in order to try to measure and capture the value of the ocean-based goods and flows. For instance, we identify a series of coefficients to differentiate when goods and services have or not coastal origin versus land origin. For instance, with countries that only produce sea salt versus other countries that produce sea salt and other type of salts. So we had to do a lot of reading and studying to see what could be these coefficients. We still have other constraints related to goods, and they have dual use or impact in ocean-based sectors. For instance, cranes, so cranes can be used for a port for transport the maritime goods, but also have use in all other industries. So there's still a lot of work to do to identify really which goods and services are really associated to the blue economy. So we have three categories here: goods, services, and a hybrid category that is energy. Each category is divided into chapters, like from A and M, and each chapter is further divided into a 3-digit level, covering a total of 52 subsectors. The classification for goods is reflected in the HS code, as I mentioned, and the methodology measures flow, value, and volume, but not necessarily sustainability. There are other ways that we can measure sustainability, such as the UNCTAD Oceans Pillar, the UN Compact Sustainable Oceans Principles, and the 2020 BioTrade Principles and Criteria. Well, some general results at aggregate level. We have identified 100 subsectors at the most disaggregated level, However, we were only able to gather data flows for 61 industry clusters. None of this includes energy. We couldn't find exact data for that. Available data suggests that for 2018, the export value of the 61 industry cluster was 2.5 trillion. Ocean-based goods for the same year were about 1 trillion, while ocean-based services about 1.5 trillion. These values are conservative not only because there is lack of data for nearly 40% of the industry clusters, but also because the data on the clusters that we do have information for is sometimes incomplete. For example, there are no data for some subcategories of goods, or the data doesn't include all modes of trading services. The largest sector in terms of exports is tourism, and is followed by high technology and other manufacturers, and then maritime and transport related services. We have biodiversity products in marine fisheries and seafood processing and tourism. And also, biodiversity is part of the high technology and other manufacture sectors, because it considers pharmaceuticals and chemicals made of marine organisms. And we'll see details of this data in the next slide. In terms of main exporters, we find that developed countries from Europe and Asian developing countries, sometimes even without China, followed by the Americas, developed and developing countries are among the leading exporters if you consider all the ocean-based goods sectors and services. But of course, it depends what are we talking about, which sector are we considering.
Excuse me, we have just a couple of minutes to wrap up the presentation.
Yes, no worries, I'm almost there.
Great.
Okay, so in terms of marine fisheries, we find that that includes catches and aquaculture. The exports of this sector for 2018 were 75 billion, and the largest sector was finfish. The leading exporters were China, the US, and Japan. And in terms of developing country, in addition to China, we only find Chile with almost 2 billion. Sorry. The seafood processing sector reached 55 billion in export value in 2018. And the more important subsectors here are prepare and preserve fish, crustaceans, and fish, crustacean, and mollusk. Regarding the pharmaceutical sector, this, as I said, is part of the manufacturing technology. We see the importance of cosmetics and chemicals, and also medicine and pharmaceuticals. Here we see that the main exporters are developed countries from Europe, Germany, Switzerland, Ireland, China, and the UK. From developing countries, main actors are mainly Brazil, China, Turkey, and Thailand. And here we see that even though the large biological and natural resources from developing countries and LDCs, these countries don't have an important participation in terms of exports because they don't have the manufacturing capacities.
Okay.
In terms of tourism, to finalize, we have the trade data that shows that this sector represents 1.1 trillion for 2018. This is the largest sector of the Asian-based industries, as I mentioned. And if we want to see developing countries, we see UEA, India, and Singapore are also important. Of course, this data is 2018, is before COVID, and we know that tourism has been one of the most affected sectors of COVID. And actually, the recent data from UNCTAD shows that the impact could be 4 trillion for total tourism. This we're talking about maritime tourism. That is, we assume that is kind of half, but it could be almost 4 trillion between 2021. Okay, I will stop here to keep track on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Claudia. Excellent. I mean, excellent data and presentation. Always so valuable. I mean, for us that we are always looking for this kind of real and reliable information. Thank you. Our next guest is Mr. Milton Houghton. Is the executive director of the Caribbean Regional Fisheries Mechanism, a specialized CARICOM institution responsible for sustainable development, management, and conservation of marine living resources and aquaculture in the Caribbean region. He is a graduate of the University of West Indies, University of Buckingham, London, Metropolitan University, and the University of Law, London. Welcome, Mr. Hutton. The floor is yours. You have 7 minutes for your presentation, which are going to be focused on how can Blue BioTrade contribute a more resilient and sustainable post-COVID economic recovery in the Caribbean.
Good morning and good afternoon, everybody. Okay, let me start by saying that the COVID pandemic has caused widespread social and economic difficulty and suffering in the Caribbean region. The Prime Minister of Belize summarized the situation in the region very well during his recent speech at the UN General Assembly, when he said, "The impact of the pandemic has been swift, dramatic, and devastating. The pandemic has brought Belize's economy to its knees." And I think that summarizes it very, very well. Now, the Caribbean small island developing states are characterized by social, economic, and environmental vulnerabilities that are quite unique. We are extremely vulnerable to natural and economic shocks due to, among other things, our small size, limited natural resource base, limited economic, limited and our dependence, and our dependence on international markets and on tourism, and our vulnerability to climate change impacts, particularly severe weather, but also others such as warming waters, ocean acidification, etc. Our small economies are very dependent on international trade, much more so than other countries. Imports of critical importance in both consumption and production in the region. Economic growth is extremely dependent on imports. Our small economies are also very dependent on external markets, much more so than other larger economies because of our small size. Most of our Caribbean countries are net food importers and price takers with very little influence on world markets. Our countries collectively have a massive annual food import bill of over $5 billion now. Taking into account the foregoing characteristics and challenges, and noting our commitment in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals, it is not going to be surprising that there is enormous interest and determination on the part of our countries in developing the tremendous potential of the diverse biological resources of the oceans to make enhanced sustainable contribution to resilient social and economic growth and development in the region. And this is why this session is so important. The Blue BioTrade paradigm promotes trade and investment in marine biological resources in line with certain social, economic, and environmental sustainability criteria. The aim is to integrate the BioTrade principles and criteria into fisheries and marine environmental management and practice in order to ensure sustainable use of the scarce and vital living marine resources, and at the same time, reduce the negative impacts of human and economic activity on the ecosystems and on the productivity and on marine biodiversity. And this is very important. The marine living resources in our waters have been very important for food security, nutrition, livelihood, trade, and generation of income for thousands of families and small and medium-sized enterprises across our countries. Today, however, the fish stocks and indeed the marine biodiversity more generally, which have sustained us, are under severe threat of depletion. Marine biodiversity loss is now a major problem, and it is only accelerating. Within the Caribbean region, the situation is very similar to the situation globally. Most of the traditionally important target marine species for fisheries are fully developed, and in some cases overexploited. And many of these are highly traded species, lobster, conch, shrimp, etc. The decline of fish stocks and marine biodiversity arises from a multitude of sources, including climate change and ocean acidification, but others like pollution and degradation of the marine environment, sorry about that, and degradation of the marine environment are also an important contributor, as well as irresponsible fishing practices. And when biodiversity is diminished, it undermines the health and productivity of the fish stocks and the entire marine ecosystem. And by extension, the food security, the jobs, the income, the trade, and the overall economic growth and development derived from the natural resource base. Now, improved scientific knowledge and understanding of the complex and dynamic nature and functioning of marine ecosystems and the impacts of fisheries and other human activities on biodiversity and on ecosystem health and resilience have led to the conclusion that fisheries must be managed, conserved, and utilized in the context of ecosystem-based approach and on precautionary approaches in order to minimize impacts on biodiversity. To obtain optimum long-term sustainable societal benefits from the biological resources in our waters, and we need to further strengthen governance and management of not only fisheries, but the entire marine environment and ecosystem in the region, based on these holistic principles. As I said earlier, trade in fish and marine products has always been very important for us in the Caribbean. For some of our countries, marine products, or the export of marine products, is among the main sources of foreign currency. And we do need it, as I mentioned earlier. Globally, we know that fish and fishery products now constitute one of the most highly traded food commodities. The value of fish trade in 2019 was approximately $159 billion. Our countries are committed to developing ocean economies, and we have made significant investments in recent times in order to achieve this. And the Blue BioTrade, based on UNCTAD BioTrade principles and criteria, I think are very, very important framework and principle. Our small and vulnerable economies have been hit very hard by the pandemic. And the pandemic has forced us to pause, to reflect on our strengths, our weaknesses, the opportunities and threats, and clearly identify our vulnerabilities, as well as to identify innovative pathways to rebuild our economy.
Otten, we have just a minute to wrap up. Thank you. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Yes, and right. So it has forced us to relook at the resources that we have available and can draw upon for sustainable, resilient, and self-reliant development going forward. So the potential in the ocean are enormous. And going forward, we recognize that we need to work very closely with international development partners, community-based organizations, and the private sector to not only recover from the pandemic, but also to build back better and to continue on the path of improved resilience and sustainable growth. There are a lot of things that we need to do. Strengthen our long-term planning. We need to mobilize long-term investments in order to achieve our objectives. You know, we have a comprehensive international and regional frameworks that have been developed, but we need to move towards implementing these. And these are the integrated ecosystem-based approaches that I mentioned earlier. So while we have done a lot, there's still a lot more to be done. And so going forward, we need to focus on a few things. We need to focus on improving the science and evidence base for decision-making, strengthening and using marine spatial planning and area-based management tools. Capacity building and technology transfer is a very important area, including entrepreneurial development and transitioning our small-scale fishery sector to the digital economy. We need to focus on value addition and aquaculture development, building type of partnerships that are necessary to ensure equity and long-term sustainability and empowerment of our coastal community. Of course, we also need to focus on improving management of access to these resources and eliminating IUU fishing subsidies that are harmful to the environment. So finally, strengthening the cooperative framework for management, conservation, and sustainable use of the living marine resources is also essential going forward. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thanks to you, Mr. Hutton. Words with a lot of wisdom. The need for collaborative work, the need for partnerships, the capacity building and knowledge management, teleconomy, and nature, and nature. Science. All these solutions based on science, I think, are key elements in order to move forward. Thank you. We are with our last but not least guest is Jimena Vélez. Jimena is a marine scientist with 16 years of research and conservation experience in Latin America and the Caribbean. Currently, she is the managing director in Peru for Peruvian programs of the Center for Conservation and Sustainability for the Smithsonian Conservation Biology Institute and lead principal investigator for the Marine Geo Peru's Coastal Observatory. Welcome, Jimena, the floor is yours. You have 7 minutes for your presentation, which is going to be focused on oceans economy and Blue BioTrade contribution for climate mitigation and biodiversity restoration challenges, the experience of the Smithsonian in Peru. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much, René, and good day to everybody from Peru. And thank you very much to UNCTAD and CAF for the invitation to this session and to share the experience of the Smithsonian Conservation Biology Institute in Peru. First of all, I want to apologize if you hear some traffic background noise. I'm in Lima right now, and it's pretty heavy traffic at the moment. So for the last decade, we have focused on biodiversity in conservation. Our efforts have been focused on the port sector, particularly on port infrastructure and operation. And this includes indirectly marine transportation. So these two elements, port infrastructure and marine transportation, are fundamental components making possible the global trade of goods and services, and therefore they support oceans economy and Blue BioTrade. Now, a growing global population continues to demand the products and services that the ocean provides, and driving increased development of marine infrastructure. And this development comes with environmental challenges, as port infrastructure will impact coastal habitats. The impacts include the permanent modification of the seascape, profound disruption of natural coastal ecosystems, and the impact of critical benefits obtained from ecosystem services. Marine transportation, on the other hand, plays a critical role in the introduction of non-indigenous and potentially invasive species, which can disrupt entire ecosystems permanently. So given the projected growth in the next decades for the port sector and marine transport sector and the impact they have on natural systems, the question is how the port and marine transportation, which are at the core of the Blue BioTrade for commercialization, can contribute to the challenge of restoring biodiversity and mitigate climate change. So we argue that they can play an important role. And today, given the time constraint, I want to emphasize on 3 actions where the port sector can seize an opportunity to promote and contribute to biodiversity restoration and conservation. First, the adoption of a sustainable marine infrastructure working framework, which rests over 4 pillars that are not that different from the BioTrade principles. In fact, they convey very similar messages of biodiversity conservation, social justice, socioeconomic sustainability, and institutional support. Using this framework, a marine infrastructure can promote biodiversity by incorporating technology and innovation during its entire life cycle. For example, in the marine ecosystems of Peru, which are characterized by high productivity, protection breakwaters built with a combination of artificial and natural materials using an eco-engineering approach have become safe new habitat for seabirds, including threatened species like penguins and pelicans. likely representing a potential recovery source for depleted or disturbed nearby wildlife populations. And port terminals compliant with environmental standards for ecological quality can promote the aggregation, the establishment, and conservation of fish communities that will likely spill to existing adjacent fishing areas. We're seeing this in our experience in ports in Peru. So as surprising as it sounds, port infrastructure can act, if well managed, as wildlife refuge or marine micro-reserves. And that is why it's critical for ports to acknowledge biodiversity when designing and establishing the elements of the infrastructure, like, for example, breakwaters or floating docks. So it attracts the colonization and establishment of the right species. And it takes me to the second aspect, the control of introduction of non-indigenous species. Marine transport will continue playing a major role in the introduction of these non-indigenous species, likely invasive. And that there have been great advances to control their arrival in ballast water, but a great challenge remains to control biofouling. Maintenance compliance of ship surfaces, for example, help control undesired introductions. Peru published this year a national action plan for invasive species and includes a large list of the species, most of them terrestrial. And the lack of information about non-indigenous marine species in Peru precludes their inclusion in the plan and in the proposed control and mitigation actions. So from the Smithsonian, we have been working, putting together and reviewing literature to have a comprehensive list of exotic marine species in Peru. And this information can be actually now included in the coming future for specific actions to control them. But from the port sectors, they need to be guidelines and recommendations, like data access for ballast water, that need to be enforced and monitored, and particularly in international ports. And this
Excuse me, Jimena, we just have a couple of minutes to wrap up your presentation. We are just running out of time.
Perfect.
Thank you.
And my last point is the long-term monitoring of biodiversity and coastal conditions. I mean, we really need information to understand how ecosystems are behaving and have indicators for biodiversity recovery, and to test and adapt the solutions we are putting into action at ports. Just to finish, I want to stress out the need for a joint and integrated effort in the port and marine transportation sector to restore biodiversity. Individual efforts are a great start, as we are seeing on the ground, but the best practices and the lessons learned need to be shared and adopted collectively, and for this, a network of practitioners is necessary. Here, port authorities could take the lead role as note that they can share, spread, promote, support, and most importantly, escalate the adoption of best practices locally and internationally. As key components of global commercialization, the port and marine transportation sectors will continue to be critical for Blue BioTrade. They can and should play a critical role as well for restoring and conserving marine biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Jimena. I think those points, which come from experience, are really valuable. We'd like to thank to every one of you, our 4 distinguished guests and panelists. And in this 1 minute that we have left, just to enhance the 4 main points. The first one for Ambassador Murdoch is made by the importance of the ocean wealth and the construction of regional agreements, based on collaborative work, importance of data for decision making from Mrs. Contreras and Mr. Hutton, all these different aspects which should motivate us in order to a better and resilient COVID-19 reconstruction and overall resilience. And finally, all this very valuable information which comes from actual work and on the field during this last period of time. thank you very much to all, and we go back to UNCTAD. Thank you.
Welcome, everyone. Welcome to this parallel session 4. We are here to discuss a frontier topic, a topic that connects two very hot topics, biodiversity as the topic of the Congress and circular economy. More and more people are realizing the business value of biodiversity as they are already with circular economy. I would like to mention a few things in the beginning of the session. So before I begin, I would like to inform that this session is being held under Chatham House rule, meaning the information disclosed may be reported, but the names, organizations, and the sources of that information will not be identified. Statements will not be attributed. My name is Enrique Passini. I work for the UNCTAD Secretariat, and I'll be moderating this session. Today, we will hear from experts on how circular economy strategies can help conserve and add value to the bioeconomy, and further contribute to the discussions on how trade enhances nature's contributions to people. According to a recent study from Helen MacArthur Foundation, the circular economy can protect biodiversity in 3 essential ways. The first is through the elimination of waste and pollution, which reduces threats to biodiversity. The second is the recirculation of products and materials, which leaves room for biodiversity. And finally, the circular economy can also regenerate nature, enabling biodiversity to thrive. So again, this is a roundtable discussion. Prepare your thought-provoking questions and feel free to ask them after the speakers introduce and make their comments. I will introduce now the panel of distinguished speakers. We will have in sequence Mr. Kari Erlevi, who is a project director for circular economy and biodiversity in the Finnish Innovation Fund, Sitra. The second speaker will be Mrs. Arpuva Arya, who is a CEO and founder of Circular Innovation Lab and a former representative and coordinator of Helen MacArthur Foundation in India. And finally, Mrs. Marta Gomez San Juan, who is a lead expert on bioeconomy at FAO. So without further ado, I'll pass the word to the first expert. Kari, help us understand what circular bioeconomy is. I'm aware that Sitra is doing a large study on this issue together with Vivid Economics. Please set the scene for us. Let me launch 2 questions. Is this a mere concept or already a reality? And also, are companies realizing how they can extract value from circular practices? I imagine so, but how about extracting value from biodiversities? Are they also in the same level of understanding? Kari, the microphone is yours.
Thank you, Henrik, and thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here in this conference. So just briefly about Sitra. Sitra is the Finnish Innovation Fund. We are called also the Future House for Finland under the Finnish Parliament. So very independent think to connect tank for Finland. And we work with circular economy and now recently in the connection to biodiversity. And certainly we have worked with trade issues before as well. For example, with the IEP and EMF regarding EU FTAs or ISD with service trade issues also. And in Citra's new strategy, we are focusing to make the connection between circular economy and biodiversity and see what are the kind of positive impact we can make to reduce the biodiversity loss. And we all know why this is, of course, important. 1 million species face the risk of extinction, for example, and human activity is driving biodiversity loss as we speak and creates risk for human well-being and our economies. For example, World Economic Forum has stated that over half of the world's total GDP is moderately or highly dependent on nature and its services. So, of course, the conservation and restoration efforts are very crucial, but on their own, they are not enough to turn the tide on the biodiversity loss. And that's why we have to really go to the root causes and look at what is really driving biodiversity loss. And that's where we come what Henrik, you was mentioning about the EMF study, and we have to really look at the land use change, pollution, and climate change there as well. And as an example, according to the International Resource Panel, 90% of land use related biodiversity loss can be traced back to the extraction and processing of materials. So it really means that we need to have circular economy and really rethink how we use materials. And Henrik, you were mentioning about the study with Citra and Vivid Economics. It's really about to understand this connection more in detail and look at the sectors that are relevant in this case. And they are food, forest, buildings, and textiles. And to a certain extent, we want to also understand the impacts on jobs and the economy as well. So we haven't done the study yet in full, but our initial results show that even if no other action is taken, a circular economy alone could take us between a fourth and a third of weight needed to bend the curve on global biodiversity loss. So we also see that food is really in the center, and it accounts more than 2/3 of the solutions. And there's also good to understand that most of the biodiversity under threat today is in the global south. But however, our findings also show that large part of the solution to this problem is also found in the global north, especially when we think about reducing food waste and in terms of reducing our consumption of food sources that today drive most of the global biodiversity loss. So our findings highlight the importance of understanding and really accounting for trade dynamics when addressing global biodiversity loss. For example, in 2011, 33% of biodiversity impacts in Central and Southern America were driven by consumption in other regions of the world, based on the Dasgupta review. So there are, of course, several questions that we have to address here. One of them is about the data and metrics around circular economy and biodiversity value. And biodiversity is commonly seen as being more difficult to measure compared to climate mitigation. And there are, of course, several reasons. First of all, there are more indicators than the CO2 equivalent. And we have to, for example, look at the other drivers like land use change, pollution as an example. Secondly, you have to not only measure how much less land you use, but you have to understand where this is happening globally. So also like also geographical understanding. But our study will show that this is possible to be measured, and certainly there will remain some research gaps, but there is a momentum here as well. And certainly, when Henrik, you mentioned about the question about business connection, we see that there is a changing business mindset here from kind of biodiversity as a theme for conservation towards a value enhancer, so to speak. So it's not only a cost factor, but it can be a competitive factor for companies. And there are examples about that as well. And I can tell later on as well. But it's really good to understand that the big connection here is with the food systems, and food and agriculture is one of the areas where we have to focus on, as more than 2/3 of the solution is in the sector. And as mentioned, I would like to finish by saying that consumption of food products with smaller impacts on biodiversity, especially with alternative proteins, is important. And second is the tackling food loss and waste. These two areas are very vital. But thanks for the opportunity to give some highlights from the coming study.
Kari, your insights are much appreciated. I think it educates us all. Citra is, perhaps together with the Helen MacArthur Foundation, in the forefront of the thinking around this issue, and also educating audiences worldwide. It's very interesting that you mentioned repeatedly the food and agriculture sector as being a key component of this connection. We'll be happy to have a FAO speaker as a last commentator. But now, you also touched on issues of businesses being aware of the importance of biodiversity and shifting slowly their mindsets from conservation towards a business enhancer. So seeing biodiversity as a business enhancer. I'll now bring a practitioner from the business world with also a lot of policy experience in one of the large Ellen MacArthur Foundation assessments in India, Apurva Arya, who has founded the Circular Innovation Labs and also is a promoter of marketing for products which have circularity in their essence. Apurva, what can you tell us about this connection, about those two large worlds, and how can they help each other enhance the business side of the equation? Apurva, the word is yours.
Thank you so much, Enrique, for inviting me to be a part of this inspiring Congress. I'm honored to be part of this distinguished panel. Well, briefly, a bit about the Circular Innovation Lab. We are a Danish think tank based out of Copenhagen, and we're working with national governments and UN agencies to develop and implement circular economy-based solutions. Recently, we've been working with UNDP in Costa Rica in proposing legislation on circular economy. And since we're talking about biodiversity and the business opportunities surrounding it, I would like to briefly highlight some of the main risks, biodiversity-related risks that businesses face if they're not up to par with the recent changes we're seeing in the ecosystem. So as we all know that biodiversity loss and ecosystem decline we're going to cause a higher material cost and a backlash from both consumers and investors for businesses. Well, and secondly, from a policy perspective, we're seeing there's an increase in governmental regulations related to biodiversity, and this may impose significant additional costs to businesses in the future. And finally, businesses that will fail to address the negative impact of their operations. Carrie mentioned the significant negative impact businesses have, especially when we're extracting natural resources and processing them to make the products for our use. Businesses are putting themselves at risk of eroding goodwill from consumers and other stakeholders while doing so. We've repeatedly seen consumer trends where people are demanding products and solutions to be more sustainable. Consumers are questioning where the products are coming from, what raw materials are they being made of, what's happening at the material use, what's happening in the end of life of the products. So we're increasingly seeing these changes, and businesses have to come at par with these changes. Having highlighted the risk, I'm also going to present the significant opportunities that businesses have once that they could benefit from if they lead on biodiversity. Well, first of all, by developing new products, services, and changing entire business models, businesses can uniquely position themselves to enter new markets with these products and services. Second of all, they would have better access to capital and potential operational synergies, including both reduction in raw materials and energy costs. And finally, they can improve their value proposition and their brand by responding to this public demand for circularity. And in terms of how we can get businesses to change their mindsets on how biodiversity is not only about conservation, but is also a value enhancer for them as well as the economy. I'd like to briefly give some context on the economic value of biodiversity. Well, according to academic research, we're seeing that biodiversity creates significant economic value in the form of ecosystem services, which are more than which have been estimated to be more than $150 trillion annually, about twice the world's GDP. And earlier, I of course emphasized the the massive opportunities businesses can conform to while conserving biodiversity. Some of the recent examples that I've been seeing are, of course, cereals made from regeneratively grown wheat and peas. We're seeing cookies from upcycled flours and plant-based bioproducts and so on. Within fashion, we're seeing several marketplaces coming up with unique business models for secondhand products that are increasing the utilization rates and reducing the demand for natural resources and virgin materials. So I'm going to conclude by saying that definitely safeguarding biodiversity by creating these innovative products and business models are not only value enhancers for businesses and consumers as such, but to the economy as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Apurva, for your insights. I was thinking that as a founder of one of the many marketplaces emerging that promotes circular products or products that have a longer lifetime, you are also helping to keep room for biodiversity, because by lowering primary extraction, that's according also to the Helen MacArthur principles, one of the ways to maintain room for, or perhaps enhance or increase room for nature, and by doing so, increasing this capacity of the delivery of ecosystem services, which, as you well put, and I like it, how you put it, can lead to cost reductions. So competitiveness is inherently linked to cost reductions, most and foremost, and neglecting biodiversity leads to cost increases and all the problems that this brings to a business worldwide. I also would like to point on the importance for market entry, the accessibility of customers to the company's reputation and branding in that regard. I think now in the world, compared to 20 or 30 years ago, many companies have made their own brands using the reputational and eco-consciousness as a major market entry tools, including expanding their customer base. And those are all very good examples. But now, if we may ask, if we may return to the initial point raised by Kari, the intersection between biodiversity and circularity lies perhaps first and foremost our food systems. And we are very happy to have here a representative from the Food and Agriculture Agency of the United Nations, FAO, Mrs. Marta, who is gonna explain a bit more about how this relationship interplays and what can we do to safeguard the affordability of food systems, and do ideally expand our food systems to alternative proteins and to use food better in order to safeguard biodiversity. Marta Gomez, the word is yours.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Can you just speak a bit louder because your microphone is a bit low?
Can you hear me right now?
It's better now, yeah.
Maybe louder, like this. Good morning, everyone. Thank you very much. Enrique, is it fine if I share a couple of slides, or I speak over them?
It's perfectly fine. Yeah.
Okay. Very briefly then. Okay. You can see them, right? Yes. I'm Marta Gomez, and I work at the Office of Climate, Biodiversity and Environment of the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. And very briefly, just to mention again what Enrique said, in FAO, we believe we work on the basis that agrobiodiversity is the level playing field of the bioeconomy, of all the economic activities that have a stake on the biomass and biological resources. Biodiversity is the diversity of genetic, species, and ecosystem levels. And it contributes to the production of food, feed, wood products, furniture, paper, textiles, chemicals, bioenergy, and all the other uses of biomass, as well as all to bio-based processes such as fermentation, industrial enzymes, materials in synthesis, etc. So not only the biomass, but also their genetic material and the functions they develop are should be conserved, but also better utilized, better sustainable and circular bioeconomy can better use these biomass and biological resources. Globally, it's estimated that around 80% of the biomass supply and use is from the agri-food sector. So that's why promoting biodiversity, conservation and sustainable use with circularity in the agri-food sector is a game changer for improving an economy based on biological resources. I will go more to it later. However, there are many threats in our current and our future agri-food systems. First, malnutrition. Last year, FAO estimated that 1/3 of the global population doesn't have regular access to healthy diets, and it creates obesity, non-communicable diseases, and other problems. Second, demographic shifts. For example, urbanization or migration has shown the problem of treating urban waste. Sometimes it has been estimated that up to 50% can be of the waste that goes to landfill can be organic waste that could have been avoided or treated, composted, recycled. So there is a huge gap there. Also, the amount of losses at agricultural production level is estimated at 14%, and the 70% of the whole food produced is wasted. So around 1/3 of the whole production is lost or wasted. Third, natural resources degradation. It has been said before by my co-panelists. Resource use has tripled in the last 50 years, and the world population is predicted to increase by more than 9.7 million by 2050. So one of our greatest challenges is how to feed this population with nutritious food and safe food that also safeguards natural resources. Shifts in diets also, it's a new trend, and from the more than 30,000 plant species, only 170 crops are commercially significant in scale, and only 30 crops globally are the basis of our diets, with actually only 3 crops being accounting for almost 50% of our daily calorie intake, which are rice, wheat, and corn. So our diets are not diverse, and food systems are linear, creating biodiversity loss, and also not capturing well enough the value of the maximum value from the biological resources and the biodiversity that could be done. And also, lastly, climate change and pollution creates huge hidden costs and social and environmental costs to our system. That's why countries and regions are creating green strategies, circular strategies, but also bioeconomy strategies. More than 60 countries and regions have those strategies in place so far, or bioscience strategies, where they try to harness and increase the share or the use of biological resources and their national natural capital to increase the amount of products based on them, but also the share of their GDP using their biological resources, create new products, new exports, new markets, new opportunities for rural development as well, etc. There are many objectives by different countries, but that's basically the main aim. And also circularity is often promoted, especially in the food and agriculture sector, because as I said before, is the biggest share in biomass use, but also we see here in the European Union is the biggest share of value added from all the bioeconomy sector. So again, promoting circularity and biodiversity conservation and sustainable use is important for the food and agriculture sector. So very briefly, some examples on how to do that, how to mainstream circularity in the food and agriculture. First, it has to be done in the 3 stages of the value chain, in biomass production, processing, and end of life. And it has to combine research, development, and innovation with traditional knowledge and keep traditional and indigenous knowledge alive to add value to the biological products and the biomass. So some practical examples is to use, for example, microbiome-based solutions or research to restore soil and restore ecosystems, for example, through bioremediation. Also to produce alternative proteins, such as insect using food waste, for example. Or use biologicals to improve plant health and reduce food losses. Consume biodegradable compostable products to reduce the waste going to landfills, or use microalgae or microorganisms for waste treatment or wastewater treatment. Very briefly, FAO's last June, the conference approved a new 10-year program for 2022, starting in January until 2031. And it will have 20 thematic programs organized into 4 pillars: better production, but not only better production, but also better nutrition, to improve for a better environment and therefore bringing a better life for all. The conference has selected bioeconomy as one of these 20 thematic programs, and there is another one also on biodiversity. Both of them are under better environment, but they also interlink and collaborate a lot with all the other programs in the other pillars. On the bioeconomy one, which is the one that we developed in the environmental unit, we will focus on bioeconomy strategies, as I said before, to promote these practices and policies on circular and sustainable bioeconomy, but also on sustainable innovations to technology transfer, or what we call from the lab to the market. So to bring technological solutions, but also policy or institutional innovations to the ground. And it will be in 3 areas, or in 3 thematic areas. One is to improve efficiency or circularity, also to reduce pollution and biodiversity loss and restore ecosystems, and third, to increase the value added of agricultural production, bring more equitable and distributed economic opportunities, youth employment, and rural development opportunities. Lastly, just to mention, until now, this is a new program for the next 10 years, but until now, we have been working on a project for the last 6 years, where one of the main outputs have been the agreement of 10 principles for sustainable bioeconomy and 24 criteria by an international working group that advises this project. And this has been used by the European Commission, but many other countries, also Costa Rica, Uruguay, to develop their monitoring systems to measure progress towards sustainability within the bioeconomy, since it touches the 4 pillars: environment, economic, society, and governance. Well, this is the webpage. I will post it also in the chat box, so you can take a look at all these resources more. I will stop, sorry now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Marta, for bringing the insights from FAO, which is perhaps the most suitable agency to be in this panel. I especially like your slide on the points that flash the areas for action here, like restoration of soils through bioremediation, very important area, especially in this world where having a lot of problems with the pollution, manufacturing pollution, and the usage of more insect protein, which is a topic I had the chance to be in touch with when I worked in Lao PDR. Very large potential lies from especially agricultural industrial residues to raise insect protein for food and feed, and also the biological systems to improve plant health, like organic agricultural systems. So all those have an immense potential. We see a lot of cultural changes in terms of food, and I'm very optimistic that by design or by default we will open our horizons in terms of nutrition and reduce the impact, the environmental impact, or the biodiversity impact of doing so. We have now a few minutes for discussion. I will start the discussion bringing to the audience a nice question, perhaps a commentary, but a question for reflection raised by our dear friend Marianne Ketunen, who posed the question of, so how can trade help this connection between biodiversity and circular economy? One of the key trends we've seen over the last years on trade and environment is a focus on process and production methods, to basically look at how things that are being traded, how are they made? You can have a pen and a pen made in different ways. You can have a bread and a bread made in different practices and processes that affect or not, or to a greater extent or to a lower extent, biodiversity. So you see this focus on, or a greater interest in process and production methods by things such as updating of HS codes of various products, which is being discussed. The whole discussion on plastics and plastic substitutes, trying to create HS codes for tariff policy on the more perhaps desirable products that have a lower environmental impact vis-a-vis the conventional ones. Biofuels, the whole discussion on biofuels over the last 20 years about direct and indirect end use change, and of course circularity, so creating ways to promote in the world trade more higher participation of circular products. So understanding how trade rules can contribute to a higher emphasis on process and production methods, and how this can deliver against biodiversity and circular economy connections can be a very interesting area for further investigation. I will now start with a question, the debate with a question to Kari, if I may. Kari, they say that if you can't measure it, you cannot manage it. Data and metrics around circular economy and the value of biodiversity are essential in building investment cases. How can the value of the biodiversity be measured? A very direct question, but an important one for this connection. Kari, what is yours?
Thank you, Henrik. And I kind of tried to answer that in the opening, but not clearly enough, in a sense that at the moment it is one of the difficult things, as there are several indicators, not only like the CO2 equivalent. So what we in our study will explore is definitely the other drivers, and how to measure land use change and pollution, for example, and to understand in which regions the impact is the most. So certainly, like building from these kind of areas, we can make progress. The second thing that comes to my mind instantly from your question is that to our understanding, end of next year, there will be a new science-based targets for nature, where also circular economy is a key delivery mechanism. So in that sense, I think that could be one of the answers for your question. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Kari. We've seen indeed a lot of movement in higher scientific parameterization of biodiversity. I'm sure that this is likely to enhance also the policy and business uptake of very concrete measures in this area. My next question will go to Apuva, who, as an entrepreneur, can give us perhaps a concrete example of a business or a business model that can gain from conserving biodiversity while at the same time going circular. Apuva, could you give us an example based on your experience?
Absolutely, Enrique. 1 second. Yes, I think visible. I can. I think someone from the audiences, talked about giving a concrete example in the food system. So I can give you an example of a business called Silvo that is producing cheese. They are doing it in Silvo Pasture Farms, which is essentially, using both walnut, like raising walnut and raising feedstock on the same land, symbiotically to produce this cheese, which essentially makes it kind of, it's still not entirely circular in that sense, this food system, but it makes it better. It makes the soil better. It regulates the soil as well as the air there, and the feedstock that they raise helps to feed from the walnut trees that they're raising. So in that sense, they are trying to produce a plant-based product that is helping both mitigate climate change as well as tackling this issue where they're trying to conserve biodiversity. To give you another example from fashion, there's a company called Colorfix that is a biotech company based in the UK that is using a safe bio-based dyeing process, which is replacing the conventional, chemical-based textile dyeing process, and thus eliminating hazardous chemicals that can threaten biodiversity. And they're collaborating with H&M with these clothes. So I think these two examples are definitely ones that both help biodiversity as well as create value for businesses.
Thank you, Apuva. Very clear examples. I now pick some questions from the audience. I noticed that Julian Chambols sent a question, which I will perhaps bounce it to Marta. Marta, how is how's the circular economy perceived in Africa, and how can we promote its principles in the continent? Of course, you can base your answer on the food systems, which is essential for the continent.
Yeah, I will focus on food systems because circular economy normally entails more things, or the strategies of circular economy entails more things. But the strategies on food systems transformation and bioeconomy in Africa are until now have been mostly focused on Eastern Africa. There has been a conference, the Eastern African Bioeconomy Conference, for the last 2 years, this year and the year before, where a regional strategy has been drafted, and a summary of it is already available, but the entire strategy not yet. But it has been approved and is going to be implemented, as well as national strategies are being developed. But that's on the Eastern part. Then we in FAO work with Namibia, and Namibia and South Africa, both of them South Africa has, and Namibia is going to approve it also soon, a bioeconomy strategy. They are mostly focused on indigenous knowledge systems, access and benefit sharing, biodiversity, bioprospecting, etc. Also, Kenya, I know they are interested on that they have a bioprospecting strategy, for example. So every country has different interests, but from this conference that I told you, I see that the majority of countries are trying to improve their research and innovation base. So they improve infrastructure, improve laboratories even. So to start by that, and then probably at another later on, they will create more concrete policies, or rural development policies, or agricultural policies. But as Europe did, the US did, everyone, they are started by the research and innovation side of things.
Thank you, Marta. When you were speaking, it made me think about my own also past experience in the African continent. which touched the food sector. We worked in East Africa on organic agriculture projects, especially promoting organic agriculture movements, which is, I think organic agriculture is one example of a growing business that is in the core connection. Like it's recirculating organic materials on the biosphere without using fossil inputs, and also preserving biodiversity in this process. So we worked in Uganda and Tanzania on that sector as part of the UNCTAD cluster there. And also in recent project in Angola, that is ongoing, the Train for Trade. The project is entirely designed to develop sectors that are not related to oil and extractive and gemstone extractions, basically sustainable fisheries, forestry, honey. Honey is an interesting sector that you cannot have honey if you have a decline in biodiversity. It doesn't work, and it's also a good icon of the beekeeping in general. Is a good icon of the health of ecosystems locally. Now we have still 5 minutes. I'll give the opportunity to the panelists to ask questions, perhaps to each other. Use the opportunity because we have a wealth of knowledge here in the panel today. And so, yeah, if you want to raise your hand or just jump in, that'll be a free debate now. And also for the audience, if you want to post any questions in the chat, we are listening. Okay.
Maybe briefly on alternative proteins, if I may. Something very recent, the Codex Secretariat by FAO and the World Health Organization have proposed to the Codex held last month to look more closely at novel foods, they call it, but they are especially insect-based proteins, cell-based meat, algae-based proteins, etc. They call it novel foods. To look at it more closely, to maybe develop some guidelines, some also trade and labels and yeah, biosecurity guidelines, maybe a working group on it. So it's still just a proposal, but it shows that even the Codex, it's already looking at it and will look at it more and more.
Thank you. I imagine that the scope of what we consider to be food, well, it of course changes across cultures and across countries, but globally, we have a lot to gain everywhere if it's broadened. And I think food tech as well, like a wrapping of technology around these sectors can make it appealing for a lot of people. I'm an insect protein eater myself, so I'm already part of the game. Kari and Apuva, do you have any remarks?
Well, not at the moment that's special. Unfortunately, I need to leave soon to other discussion, but maybe there was a question about is there concrete case examples in the food system, and at least in our study that will be published next year in February timeframe, will show some examples also as well. So stay tuned for that closer to next year.
And a quick question, do you have a publication date for the Citra and Vivid economics study already?
Not exactly yet. We are working on it. As you know, it is like art to a certain extent.
We'll be paying attention closely because it's highly anticipated, like the Helen MacArthur Foundation, who really helped to clarify the notion. Thank you so much, Kari. We know that you have a constrained agenda today.
Thanks.
Apuva, do you have any final remarks? Your microphone is muted.
I only had a additional question from Kari about giving us a sneak peek into some concrete example if he could, but he's unfortunately left. But yeah, that's it from my side at the moment as well.
Thank you, Apuva. We got a question here from Kweku Wadi from Ghana. What interventions are needed to strengthen market access for bioeconomy-based products from small and medium enterprises in the developing world? Perhaps I can bounce this question to Marta, like the final question before we close.
Yeah, very briefly. Thank you. Well, apart from support and incentivized and maybe tax reduction and other regulatory policies, we see that the most important element, at least now, is the consumers. To create a demand from the consumers, so then the businesses will keep up and continue, of course, with support from the governments, with incentives, etc. But there should be a demand. So either you create this demand for new products, or you also could simply enforce or support the replacement of fossil-based or unsustainable polluting materials by bio-based ones. So the demand is already created, is already there. But there is a huge range of new products, as I said, microbiome-based applications, etc., that they will need to build their own demand. Yeah.
I think just to add on to what Marta said, I would like to add, like, from a perspective of the governments and how can they support small SMEs in strengthening market access. It could also be, you know, tax incentives and these mechanisms, grants and subsidies on creating incentives for SMEs to go into this space as well, because we see more and more that these bioeconomy based products, initially due to scale, they are a bit more they're a bit more costly than virgin products right now. So I think those mechanisms and policy support could definitely help SMEs and strengthen this access to the market, because as Marta said, that the demand is already there from the consumer side. That's something that already exists.
Thank you, Apurva. Yes, we all hope that these emerging markets with products made with better production process methods, caring for biodiversity, low carbon products, circular products made out of recovered materials or longer life materials, and services as well. Why not? Don't end up reaching a political quagmire as a trade for worldwide because of negotiations, but perhaps learn from past issues on agricultural subsidies and on other issues that have made a bit more complex the issue between North and South trade in biodiversity, in bioeconomy sectors. I'm personally optimistic. I imagine that there is a lot of demand, as Marta said, from consumers, and companies react to this demand, and companies convey this message to, and the people also convey this message to governments in order for barriers for this type of product trade to be low. We are about to go back to the plenary session. I would like to thank all panelists for this very rich discussion. We'll be trying to take some notes and perhaps produce an anonymous article out of the discussions here, which is a learning session for everybody. I call everybody back to the plenary session now. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
To put this session in motion, it gives me a great privilege to now invite Mr. Kurumbi Matibe, Chief Director from the National Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment in South Africa, to officially welcome and open today's session. Over to you, Mr. Kurumbi Matibe.
Thank you very much, moderator, and greetings to all of you. Mine is a very simple task. Let me first greet and welcome all colleagues in the BioTrade fraternity to this session. And in particular, Ms. Rebecca Greenspan, the UN Conference for Trade and Development Secretary General, Ms. Flora Muhojwa, who is our Deputy Director General, Biodiversity and Conservation within the Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. Also, Ms. Lorena Jaramillo Castro, Economic Affairs Officer for the UNCTAD. To the wonderful panelists we have for this session, esteemed delegates attending this session, thank you, and thank you so much, colleagues, for joining today's session. which is the first for South Africa to engage with the like-minded countries and organizations on a topic that can contribute towards the implementation of the Nagoya Protocol on Access and Benefit Sharing, and potentially to the draft Global Post-2020 Biodiversity Framework. This is an important topic for South Africa because we are at the conceptual stage of a BioTrade standard and certification for the BioTrade and wildlife economy as a multi-stakeholder environmental safeguard. And in conclusion, I look forward to the rich and insightful deliberations and sharing of experience from partners across the continent that will assist to enrich the sustainable supply of the species, while at the same time ensuring the contribution towards economic development and livelihood for millions of communities globally. Without any further ado, let me officially open this session and wish the esteemed panelists all the best of success. Thank you, moderator.
Thank you, Mr. Matibe, for the cordial opening. I trust everyone in attendance to this session feels welcome and motivated to participate in this very thought-provoking session. Esteemed delegates, South Africa's BioTrade sector has a long history of developing and implementing environmental safeguards through policy and legislation. And I'm sure the detail around this came out clear, especially from our Deputy Director General, who comprised the high-level panel a few seconds ago. In the year 2014, as a country, we developed the National Biodiversity Economy Strategy. As you've heard, it comprises or it talks to 3 sectors in our biodiversity economy: wildlife economy, biotrade and bioprospecting, and ecotourism. And what is common amongst the 3 economies is that it is centered around enhancing local value addition from grassroots level up. Within this strategy, one of the targets was to expand the scope of safeguards in the sector by looking into self-regulatory tools like a certification scheme. I'm sure other countries have taken different approaches to respond to evidence on the urgency to protect and restore the environment in this context of biotrade, and as well as to respond to consumer demand for sustainably sourced biodiversity and natural products. As you've heard, for South Africa, this is the first international dialogue on this topic. It is going to be pretty much a high-level summary. We got quite a loaded program for this afternoon, or morning, or day for some. So the reason for being able to touch on different aspects under this topic is so that we all leave today's session having a good and up-to-date overview of BioTrade sustainability using standards and certifications, as well as taking the conversation a step further to see how governments are responding to these trends. Our program for today, like I said, touches on various aspects. We do some global benchmarking for BioTrade sustainability through certification schemes. We also take that conversation a little further to see what happens at a national scale, where we will share 2 public sector concepts. We've got South Africa sharing their vision board, as well as India sharing their concept for the certification system. And very importantly, our efforts are anchored through our responsibility and our obligations as a party that has ratified the Nagoya Protocol on Access and Benefit Sharing, as well as a party that is actively contributing towards the draft Global Biodiversity Framework, post-2020 Biodiversity Framework. So we will end today's session with an integrated model for sustainable biotrade in context of standards and certification, and then we will exit to the plenary. So let's put this program in motion. I'd like to start off close to home, turning to my colleague, Ms. Lactitia Shitwamalamoni from South Africa. We are extremely fortunate today because Lactitia is actually the ABS focal point, the national ABS focal point for the Nagoya Protocol on ABS. So Lactitia, to kickstart this conversation, it's nice to understand how can BioTrade standards and certification schemes help South Africa to achieve the principles of the Nagoya Protocol on ABS, as well as the closely linked draft post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework.
Thank you very much, Madam Moderator, and also thank you very much for inviting me to participate in this panel discussion. And the good thing about this session is that I think my DDG has already given some introduction in terms of the many initiatives that we have in the country, and you, Madam Moderator, you've also touched on some of the initiative, including our Chief Director, Mr. Matibe, in his opening remarks. But to put context in my response to your question, I'll start by saying that in South Africa, the national implementation of the Nagoya Protocol on ABS is mainly done by various pieces of national legislations, which are administered by different but coordinated national departments. And just to mention a few legislations, we have the National Biodiversity Act of 2004, the Bioprospecting Access and Benefit Sharing Amendment Regulations of 2015. So this legislative framework, they incorporate aspect of the BioTrade. And we also have the Patent Amendment Act of 2005 and the Indigenous Knowledge System Act of 2019. All these pieces of legislation provide legal certainty to the regulated community, and they seek to ensure the fair and equitable sharing of benefits arising out of the utilization of genetic resources and their associated traditional knowledge, thereby contributing to the conservation and sustainable use of our biodiversity. This legislation, as you have indicated, Madam Moderator, they are further supported by the National Biodiversity Economy Strategy, amongst other national tools. This strategy advocates for BioTrade standards and certification schemes to increase South Africa's competitive advantage through ensuring consistent and high quality offering of natural ingredients with a solid and visible footprint of sustainability. In South Africa, we see great value in having BioTrade and certification schemes in place. So now moving to the CBD space, the most famous certification scheme under the Nagoya Protocol on ABS is the internationally recognized Certificate of Compliance, which focuses on demonstration of regulatory compliance to the country of origin or provider country when the traded natural ingredients trigger designated checkpoint in the user country. However, more work still needs to be done in this space in terms of developing new or applying existing standard and certification schemes along the value chain, starting from the sourcing of the genetic resources, demonstrating sustainable harvesting or collection, up to the finished product in the consumer market, demonstrating a positive incentive for conservation and sustainable use of biodiversity. The current and ongoing work on the development of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework and its monitoring framework present a great opportunity for incorporating BioTrade standard and certification schemes, especially when we look at Target 15 and the tools and solutions for implementation of the framework. This target recognizes that unsustainable production and supply chain used to meet the demand for goods and services globally are one of the main drivers of biodiversity loss and a factor contributing to unsustainable consumption. And therefore, reducing the negative impact on biodiversity from production practices and supply chain will be important in making progress towards the 2050 vision for biodiversity of living in harmony with nature. So Target 15 actually aspires to move all businesses towards full sustainability in terms of extraction and production practices, sourcing and supply chain. And the action required to support and encourage more sustainable practices could include the promotion of standards, labeling, certification schemes, including conservation and sustainable use consideration in trade contracts, policies, and ABS agreements, and the development and implementation of national, regional, and global action plan for productive sectors and associated supply chain. So in conclusion, Madam Moderator, the progressive work on the post-2020 global biodiversity framework in this regard it is also linked to the Sustainable Development Goal number 12 that ensures sustainable consumption and production pattern by 2030. And it is essential for the achievement of all transition to sustainable pathways identified in the 5th Global Biodiversity Outlook. I thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Shitwamulamoni. That was very insightful. And I think what's come out very clear here, especially being a party to the Convention on Biological Diversity, having ratified the Nagoya Protocol on ABS, and being active in the post-2020 biodiversity, global biodiversity framework, the draft that is, what's come out very clear here is the objectives are clear on what we need to achieve, as well as principles and mandate. From a government perspective, mandate is very important. So thank you, Letitia, for linking the high level and global benchmarking aspect of this topic. But I'd now like to move on to the second speaker. We are joined today by my colleague, Mr. Matthew Lamole from the International Trade Center, who's going to touch on the international trends. Matthew, I'm particularly very curious, and I'm sure others are too. What are the latest trends in the global BioTrade sustainability standard and certification schemes? And how can countries support its enterprises in emerging markets to participate in global standards and certification schemes?
Well, thank you so much, Madam Moderator, for inviting me to speak at the panel. I mean, the latest trends indeed are extremely relevant. Just a few words. So my name is Matthew, and I work with the International Trade Center, ITC, which is an agency of the United Nations in Geneva. And we work on exactly those sustainability standards, trying to understand where they are coming from and what implications they have for policymakers and private sector constituents. We do work with private sector institutions, but also with other UN sister agencies. I mean, UNCTAD is a key partner of us, especially in the context of BioTrade. And I will come back to that in a moment. So you asked about the latest trends, and I just wanted to reflect again about where do these standards come from? And if you don't mind, just looking at the history a little bit, after the Second World War, there were the baby boom, population was growing, need for more food, agriculture, using more fertilizers and pesticides. And then suddenly people realized that there was an issue in using too many chemicals and that there was a devastating impact on biodiversity and the environment in general. And that was already in the years 1960, something like this. Then there was the Club of Rome that was also putting together this concept about trying to think about the challenges for the Earth and our planet. Later on, there were the Rio Declaration in 1992. At that Rio summit, there were the first really big concerns about damage to the environment and the fact that we do not have a planet B. And when you look at the history of standards, this is really when it started. So in the years 1990, 1995, the standards started to emerge as a response to those alerts that we had on the environment and the use of pesticides and chemicals, the damage on deforestation and biodiversity. So when you look at the history of standards, starting in the years 1990 until maybe 2000, 2005, you had this big proliferation of standards, all coming up from private institutions, civil society organizations, sometimes also from public institutions, so a voluntary nature, but still kind of looking at sustainability practices, and a proliferation of tools for policymakers and tools for companies. We at the ITC, we have this standards map database, which is a repository of information on standards and certifications. What do they require? How much does it cost to become certified? You know, what does it take? And in that database, we could really see this proliferation of emerging new standards coming up from the years 1990 until 2000, 2010, with an onboarding of the private sector, so the big buyers, the big brands, the big retailers that are using certificates to clean up their supply chains and make sure that at least when they are sourcing products from, be it Africa, Latin America, Asia, when there is this kind of trade flows, that there is a sort of a safeguard and a guarantee that sustainability issues have been taken into consideration. So that market uptake really took place in the years 2010 until 2020. You could really see a shift from a very niche market into a mainstream market. So right now we are in the year 2021, almost 2022, and you could see that sustainability and concerns around environment have been taken really seriously by the private sector in global value chains, but also by policymakers and governments. And to conclude on those trends, what you could see as well very recently is all these governments, including indeed in South Africa, where you have regulations and laws being put in place to enforce sustainability and environmental concerns. And I very much like this intro welcome remarks by Mr. Matibe, who was mentioning about this CBD's Nagoya Protocol on the ABS and all the work that is being done in piloting a sort of a prototype of a certification, because it makes the whole connection between a desperate need to act and a connection with private sector entities that need solutions, because companies are not against doing good practices in production. They're just desperate in looking for tools. Standards can be tools, certifications can be tools, but there are, of course, a kind of a smart mix approach that should be promoted. And this is coming up when you look at the next years coming. So 2022, 2023, 2024, and the new mandatory human rights and environmental due diligence that the European Commission is putting together. So those new regulations coming in for ensuring clean global supply chains, you can see that a smart mix approach of standards, certifications, and also regulatory public sector, frameworks will be needed in order to safeguard that actions are going into the right direction. So I will conclude in saying that currently the trends will be expansion of the sustainability movement in terms of practical tools, but also consolidation of the approaches, because when I was mentioning the big proliferation of standards between the years 1990 and 2010, you could see that things were going in all directions. You had competing standards for market share, competing approaches to sustainability, whereas now we are beyond that. The definition of what needs to be done is clear. You have big international conventions and like the Nagoya Protocol very clearly addressing what needs to be done. And therefore, rather than an expansion of tools, we need to consolidate the approaches for the private sector to take them on board. And the expansion is more in terms of the market outreach and the demand for sustainable products. On our side, and I will conclude with this, we've got the standards map database, and we were able to leverage it with our partners at UNCTAD to develop a self-assessment tool for BioTrade, really ensuring that companies have a practical tool to run a diagnostic of their current practices when it comes to BioTrade. And this is something which again is offered free of charge on the public domain on the website that will be shared in the chat box as well with you. And this is one of the tools that we try to promote to consolidate the approaches between different companies and countries addressing biodiversity in international trade. So I'm happy to take more questions later on, but I will just leave you with this first remarks on trends and smart mix approaches of public and private tools for biodiversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew Limol. That was a wonderful high-level overview of what the international trends are, and as well as giving us some history to this space as well. I must say the conversation is definitely progressing quite well. I love what you spoke about, the smart mix approach, and it makes us look forward to actually the points that's going to be shared at the end of this panel discussion by Mr. Al-Janabi, and I'm hoping he's going to touch on that or kickstart our thinking process in the sense of what are the smart mix approaches in the phase or stage of evolution in this space, where we could have a combination of public sector initiatives to building on what has been built on to date. So this is the global benchmarking, ladies and gentlemen. I now want to move on to best practices. And I'd like to call upon my colleague, Ms. Emily King from the Fairwell Foundation. Emily, certifying wild harvesting sustainability, that's quite an interesting point of the value chain to be able to manage from a certification self-regulatory methods. Can you illustrate how voluntary certifications can support the long-term sustainability for nature and people with example of the Fairwell Standard and Certification Scheme? I know Fairwell's worked on a variety of supply chains, but something that's also familiar to home, when I say home, I'm referring to South Africa, is the baobab supply chain. Maybe you could touch on that very quickly. Over to you, Emily.
Thank you so much, Madam Moderator. And thank you for inviting Fairwell and myself to speak today on the session. Just to briefly introduce myself, so as you said, I work for Fairwell Foundation. I'm the Business Engagement Officer, and Fairwell is the international standard for sustainable harvest and fair trade of wild plant ingredients. So just to give a bit of background, because not everyone may have heard of Fairwell before, the Fairwell standard was established nearly 15 years ago to really address, at the time, the lack of internationally applicable criteria for sustainable wild harvest of plant ingredients, and also to address what can be the potential for poor working conditions and pay of collectors of those ingredients by adding in fair trade principles. So the standard covers in detail a company's stewardship of wild species and habitats. They do that through a detailed resource assessment, management plan, and other actions. They ensure benefits for collectors and communities through fair pricing, contribution to a benefit fund, ensuring fair and safe working conditions, compliance with laws, regulations, and agreements. The list really goes on. Of a special relevance to today's session, the standard also addresses respecting customary rights and benefit sharing, including ABS agreements based on prior informed consent. The Fairwell standard was developed pre-Nagoya Protocol initially, so at the time, inclusion of those elements was very progressive, and the requirements of benefit sharing and indigenous knowledge relate to biological resources, so not only genetic resources, so slightly different. Since the certification system was established, we now have more than 40 companies who've been audited against the standard. They demonstrate environmental stewardship with diverse landscapes and benefit thousands of workers and collectors through the Fairwell pricing and premium funds. So certified species can now be sourced from across the globe. So there's a number of examples, including Ayurvedic ingredients Bibitaki and Haritaki from Western Ghats in India, which is an example actually of where Fairwild certification has helped to support access and benefit sharing obligation meeting. Peru balsam from El Salvador, frankincense and myrrh from Somalia, licorice from Spain, Georgia and Kazakhstan, multiple different herbs from Eastern Europe, and as you mentioned, baobab from Zimbabwe. So these ingredients are now available, or have been for many years available, to consumers in a range of products which bear the Fairwild logo, from herbal teas to supplements, to drinks, to cosmetics. So focusing just on baobab, as you said, that's hopefully of special relevance to Southern Africa. The species that's certified is Addissonia digitata. So just to give a bit of background on this species, in case anyone isn't familiar with it, it's a large, well, huge, really iconic tree species. They have a hollow trunk that stores water during the dry season. They're found in semi-arid areas throughout sub-Saharan Africa, and each individual tree can live for hundreds of years. They produce a large pod fruit, which is filled with seeds surrounded by a powdery pulp and red fibers. While the bark and leaves of the tree are also collected, it's the fruit products that are mainly found in international trade. So it's really in the last several sort of 5 to 10 years, trade in this has really begun to take off. For example, with it being recognised as a novel food ingredient in the EU. So the powder is used as a food ingredient and supplement. It's cited as a rich source of vitamin C and has also been referred to as a superfood. While the seeds from that fruit pod are pressed for oil, which has cosmetic applications. The trade into Europe and the USA is increasing, as I mentioned, due to some sort of legislation recognition, but also as awareness and recognition of it as an ingredient in those markets is beginning to grow. And the African Baobab Alliance have projected a 10-fold increase in the volume of powder exports between 2017 and 2025. So as trade scales up, we've got also the potential for increasing occurrence of risks that we sometimes see in wild plant supply chains. So these can range from child labour, health and safety issues, potential discrimination over access rights, and also potentially uncertain impact of the harvesting on species populations. But with that, baobab collection can be a really vital source of income for rural communities, especially women. So one study in the northern Vanda in South Africa found that 98% of baobab fruit harvesters were women. And then a study elsewhere in Southern Africa found that the sale of baobab fruit raised collectors' monthly cash income 250% during the harvest season. So considering not only those really great social benefits of baobab harvesting and trade for rural communities, but also matching that with the potential risks in wild plant supply chains, what are the solutions? So some businesses are taking steps to care for the trees and the people that depend on them through actions such as carrying out tree population surveys, creating sustainable harvest and management plans, planting seedlings, and payment of minimum prices for fruit. So one company that does all of that and more is called Baoba, and they are based in Zimbabwe. They were the first Fair Wild certified collection operation in Southern Africa, and have been Fair Wild certified since 2015. So they do all that I've mentioned and more. They support thousands of collectors, their communities, their families, and the local trees through programs such as the Baobab Foundation, Baobab Guardians, and more. So by having Fair Wild certification, they can demonstrate to their customers that their work has been independently audited and assessed against a public and internationally recognized standard, helping to set them apart from their competitors. So just one final note to finish. I'd just like to say that there are obviously lots of different approaches to preserving wild plant resources, and it's really great to be able to participate in exchanges such as this, so we can reflect how, as my colleague said, it's not just private standards, it's not just one approach, but really a mixture of these, so we can all reach this common goal of having a sustainable future for wild plants and the people that depend on them.
Wonderful insights there, Emily, especially on the value chain that you touched on, it being a transboundary type of distribution range that spans from South Africa, Zimbabwe, and the likes. It's definitely an iconic species, and the transboundary nature of this plant actually, I would imagine, make your certification auditing and implementation complex, especially due to the 3 objectives you're trying to achieve through your certification. But ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite you to write down your questions in the group chat, and I'm sure our speakers would respond to you in the meantime in the group chat. Our speakers are also sharing some information documents. Please feel free to follow up on that, and we're happy to be able to continue on this dialogue post today's session. I'd like to move on now to South Africa and India. First, let's start off from home. My colleague, Prof. Neil Crouch from the South African National Biodiversity Institute in South Africa. The South African National Biodiversity Institute is working closely with the National Department of Environment on this concept for a BioTrade standard and certification system. So Neil, would you be able to share what are the main aspects on this vision board for South Africa's ABS for conservation and sustainable use standard specifically?
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Yes, indeed, when you talk of a vision board, you're really offering a fancy name for a dream board, which helps us to exact the power of visualization. And, you know, ultimately there to make or help make our dreams come true. So what I'm going to share with you is some of those goals that we envisage, whether you see them as realistic or not. They're sort of guiding principles as we look at developing a standard for South Africa, which has particular objectives. So what would you find on that board? Well, it's ultimately to deliver a standard that promotes both conservation and sustainable use and the development of value chains. So not one at the expense of the other. So we're not looking to promote CSU or conservation and sustainable use without considering its impact on the various stakeholders there. And accordingly, we'd not like to impact negatively on opportunities for employment, wealth creation, and so on. Also on the board, you'd find that we'd look to maximize the benefits that can be advanced through certification for environmental benefits specifically. And the standard we're talking about is just about the conservation sustainable use elements. It's not about the social elements or the financial elements so much. And if we can maximize those benefits later to broadly share them, or our insights, if you like, with others in support of delivery on global conservation benefits. As much as we hope also to draw on the insights of others as we put together our standard. We'd like to replace the stick-driven approach to delivery on conservation and sustainable use in South Africa with one that is more of a carrot, all right, to move from legal enforcement at just about every step towards incentivized voluntary engagement and contributions through certification. South Africa is arguably over-regulated by national and provincial governments. At least that's the perspective of many in the BioTrade industries within our country. And so it's quite clear that certification cannot wholly substitute for regulation, never will. But a real carrot for our industries would be relief from some of the bureaucratic burden that they currently experience. So we're looking at a quid pro quo there. In the process, to shift delivery on conservation sustainable use from government-driven initiatives to initiatives where industry is much more involved and shares a greater responsibility. It's very much a top-down approach in the country at the moment. A lot of, if you like, resource demand on national and provincial governments to deliver on CSU. It's to reduce the costs involved by industry in supporting CSU. At present, most costs experienced by them are in regulatory compliance at every step, whether it's owning the plant, moving it, exporting it. They have CITES, they have a BABS regulatory obligation if they want to engage in BioTrade. So to reduce those costs is also one of our objectives. It's also to help deliver on the South African biodiversity economy strategy, which includes in its scope a restructuring of the BioTrade sector in South Africa to allow for the entry of previously excluded communities as participants, essentially a transformation of the profile of the value chain participants and beneficiaries. You might see it as more social, but we would link that also to CSU. To achieve through certification some of what is currently achieved through legislation and regulation. In this process, to provide industry with a greater opportunity to self-regulate, something they're demanding and calling for, which of course requires them to take on more responsibilities in this particular area. To in some cases achieve or support through certification, compliance with unavoidable legal instruments, such as our bioprospecting access and benefit sharing regulations. And at the end of the day, an authority still needs to provide the international certificate of compliance. So we can't actually fully substitute the role of the regulator here because industry needs that certificate in order to continue with their trade. In serving ABS obligations, it's to promote the equitable sharing of benefits associated or derived with relevant stakeholders to ensure legal access to resources, to ensure that through certification, access and benefit sharing leads to conservation and sustainable use. Really important. Thank you. 1 minute. Thanks. to ensure that after meeting the requirements of the standards, those who subscribe benefit, they're fast-tracked, maybe in permitting processes, receive prioritized business support. And the last 2 points, to establish a standard that is affordable to subscribe to by all industry players in all BioTrade subsectors, including new entrants. Okay, and this would mean instituting an auditing process that is affordable even to new entrants, really important. We see it as a barrier in the past. And lastly, to link compliance with the standard to delivery on conservation and sustainable use, and to further link compliance with the standard to compliance with the best practices of industry, particularly industry associations, and in this process to transfer some auditing responsibility to industry associations. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Crouch. That was interesting insight, that the vision or these, the vision for the South African BioTrade standard and set of, particularly the standard is conservation centered, and to be able to demonstrate ABS for conservation. I'd now like to move on to my colleague in India, Dr. Sundarapandri Jayaram, who's from the National Biodiversity Authority. Dr. Jayaram, from South Africa's point of view, this is our objective. I know that you're quite advanced in the development of the India BioTrade standard and certification system. So what tools will the Indian BioTrade standard and certification scheme use to implement its scheme? And how could you describe it'll help manage the implementation of the Nagoya Protocol on ABS in your country? And I understand that already you've got quite a good track record in terms of compliance, but nevertheless, we'd like to hear about, what other tools would you use in the implementation of your standard and certification scheme? Over to you, Dr. Jayaram.
Thank you, Madam Moderator. Am I audible, Madam?
Yes, you are.
Thank you so much. Basically, the Indian story is well known because it's one of the very well discussed stories. In India, we have in place the Act, rules and regulations to implement the Biological Diversity Act and the Nagoya Protocol. In fact, I would go as far as to say that India is the only country in the world that has put in place the administrative mechanism as well. For example, in India, we have the National Biodiversity Authority, State Biodiversity Boards, and the Biodiversity Management Committee spread across the length and breadth of the country, implementing the 3 objectives of the convention as well as the 3 objectives of the BD Act. We also have designated the National Competent National Authority, as well as a national focal point. Perhaps I would say go as far as to say, Madam, that India so far from inception, from 2002 onwards till date, India has received 5,600 access applications, and we have entered into agreement based on the pick and mat with 2,900 applicants. You also know that India is of the 3,000 odd IRCCs that Madam Lectricia was mentioning, the International Recognized Certificate of Compliance issued under Article 17 of the Nagoya Protocol. Out of the 3,000 odd IRCCs, India's IRCCs are about 2,200. That is 70% of the IRCCs are from India. So basically for India, ABS is very important to fulfill its national mandate, not only the regulatory mandate, as well, but the socio-economic development. We see ABS as a tool to empower communities for biodiversity conservation and sustainable use through the ABS mechanism. This is the major thing but you look at the level of compliance that India should be having. India is not very, we are not very satisfied with the amount of investment that we made in this process. For example, several people here know that India has operated the Indo-German Biodiversity Project, Indo-Norwegian Project, ASEAN-India Cooperation Project, BioFin Project, just to ensure that we push the implementation of Nagoya Protocol in the country to the forefront. But till even now, our compliance rates are very, very poor. For example, our rice industry, our seed industry, our agriculture and the Ayush sectors, they don't want to comply with the process of ABS. They say it's a kind of an additional tax. They say that ABS is a tax. In order to incentivize these companies, the users of biological resources, the next step in Nagoya Protocol has to be contemplated. This is where the certification process plays a major role. For example, we partnered under a global ABS project. We partnered with the Quality Council of India in developing the voluntary certification scheme. Basically, it has 3 important objectives. What does a voluntary certification do? Basically, it gives you some kind of a market edge over the non-complier, number one. Number two is that you have some brand building through the ABS certification process. What we do in the ABS certification is that once you comply with all the regulatory mechanisms, we give you a logo saying that this person has complied with the ABS provisions. That gives him some kind of a market edge. And then we want to ensure that bioresource sustainability is ensured through some kind of a third-party evaluation. If you want to get a logo, you go through some third-party evaluation process. This is the basic idea by which we are working. Through this, as I told you, Indian entities should have some kind of a market edge as and when they compete with international market, because consumer awareness today is very high. So they have some additional information on this particular matter. And I will, this is a work in progress, madam. We have just gone for registration, and we are very willing to partner with South Africa or other like-minded countries in this process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jairam. That was very informative as to how you've operationalized your certification, standard and certification in India with a trademark or a logo. And we definitely look forward to taking this conversation forward. So a lot's been said already, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen across the world. To give you this overview in terms of BioTrade standards and certification from across the world, like-minded countries, mega biodiverse countries, as well as other organizations' efforts in terms of dovetailing and integrating efforts, making this aspect of conservation and sustainable use in trade more accessible, like the system that the International Trade Center has in place. So we've got quite a good summary thus far, but I think my colleague, Mr. Sohail Al-Janabi, is going to sum this up a lot better than I'm doing at the moment. So Mr. Al-Janabi, this information integration, it would be very interesting to hear your thoughts very briefly on all the information shared to date from a global benchmarking point and the drivers to establishing national standards and certification mechanisms, and something that seems to be the grounding for this initiative is the CBD, the Nagoya Protocol, as well as the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework. Over to you, Sohail.
Right. So what a task in 3 to 4 minutes, right? Thanks, Prashanti, and good hour of the day to all of you. You allowed me to come up with a scheme, and maybe as I'm to present kind of a model here, it may be useful to reflect on what we're actually talking about. So we're not talking about agricultural commodities in trade, which is more or less outside of our bracket, but the question of BioTrade, or rather BioTrade with a capital B and T, in relation to the UNCTAD principles and criteria, and of course genetic resources, active ingredients, basically what has been covered by the Nagoya Protocol and the CBD. And yeah, well, you asked me to put all what has been said today in a model, or at least the different approaches that I could get from the short description. So what I tried to do is well, to see basically what are we coming from and what are the different packages we would need to cover in such a model or an integrated approach. So on the one hand, there was, it was mentioned also by Mathieu from ITC, there is the Nagoya Protocol, there is access and benefit sharing, where we indeed, in case of pick and mud, we do have mandatory benefit sharing, which is required from the user to the provider. But, and here I would a little bit disagree with Mathieu, it is not clearly spelled out
Nagoya Protocol, and also not by national legislation, to what extent this should contribute to conservation and sustainable use. Yes, there are the Bonn guidelines, but we rarely find guidelines or guiding documents at national level how benefit sharing should contribute to conservation and sustainable use. On the other hand, we do have the BioTrade, be it with capital or not with capital, B's and T's, where of course the compass are the principles and criteria of UNCTAD, which is referring to the supply chain. So here we do have defined conservation outcomes by mostly voluntary certification, and this is what we see today. And many of that has also been nicely elaborated on. Many of the trade schemes, the certification bodies are of course referencing to the UNCTAD principles and criteria. The problem is, of course, that this is not a linear process, that from BioTrade then also, once they're on the shelf, one product, one supply chain is in place, there is new R&D upcoming, new research and development for new product development. So it's not just a static thing. And that makes it quite complicated in terms of the different regulatory requirements. We heard about, for example, the NEMBA BAPS in South Africa that does encompass at least in South Africa both bioprospecting and BioTrade, unlike in many other countries. So actually, what is needed, and it was said also, a smart mix would be required. So this is indeed this roof, what needs to be built and to integrate both aspects, the bioprospecting discovery benefits, maybe with guidelines, and then with certification and standard schemes under BioTrade. So in order to accommodate both what Niels said, bottom up and also top down approaches. What could this mix look like? I mean, of course, resource assessment when it comes to supply chains, sector development plans, commonly being established by industry and the public sector, biodiversity management plans also to be established commonly, guidelines in particular, I would say, with respect on how benefit sharing deriving from ABS could meaningfully be used for conservation sustainable use. The carrot and not the stick, technical financial capacity support, M&E, best practices, I think this all has been mentioned. I just want to conclude with the aspect that we really take into account also as then traditional knowledge, indigenous knowledge, to look into assets such as the intellectual property scheme and maybe also geographical.
Welcome back to Trade and Biodiversity for a Positive Future. This is the 6th UNCTAD BioTrade Congress, and I hope you've had very fruitful and rich discussions in your breakout sessions. In a moment or two, we'll be hearing back from the moderator of each one of those sessions, and then I'll open up the floor to discussion so that all of you can put your questions to the moderators. You might have a question that you weren't able to put in your breakout session, or something might have engaged you from the feedback you're about to hear. So please do send in your questions and comments. Let's get started then. I'm pleased to introduce from Parallel Session 1, Ms. Jane Carter from Helvetas Swiss Intercooperation, and that was all about traceability. Jane, what did you discuss?
Thanks very much, Anisha. Well, we had three very interesting presentations. From Peru, we heard about the production of in vitro production of orchids. We then heard about sustainable rice production from India and Thailand, and then sustainable cocoa production from Côte d'Ivoire, particularly in Africa. What came out in particular is that traceability is all very well, but often it doesn't actually help the farmers at all. So we had quite a lot of critical discussion, which I think was very interesting, saying that it's not only that farmers often don't get the full benefit from what should be happening from traceability, but even if they get what they're supposed to, it might not be a living wage. So for example, from the rice value chain, it's just some new figures have just showed that in fact what farmers are making from their organically produced, supposedly fair trade rice is not actually giving them a living wage. We also heard how easy it is to effectively cheat the system. So although it sounds great if we've got even systems of blockchain, but anyway, certainly digital systems of traceability, then that gives people the sense of confidence that this must be correct and that everything is happening in a correct manner, but often it may not in fact be the case. The more complicated a system is, in many ways, the more easy it is to cheat it along the way. So what was being suggested was that systems really need to have a level of ground truthing. Within the ground truthing, that's also can be complicated. It was suggested from the cocoa case that you need to have algorithms which will teach them from the satellite imagery with the ground truthing how to then get closer to that ground truthing, so you don't have to do it all the time, but that you can teach the system so it becomes more accurate over time. What was also said is that reliance on one single commodity is not usually good for the farmer. So we really need to think in terms of landscapes. So resilient, sustainable landscapes in which farmers are growing a variety of products, and that if we could have a system whereby all of them are contributing to a sustainable system, that would be the ideal. I think those are the main things coming out. Basically, traceability systems are very expensive. So if they're not even working for the farmer, this is really a big shame.
Indeed. Thank you very much for summarizing your session so adroitly for us, Jane. I'm sure there will be questions that have occurred to you as you were listening to Jane just now. Landscaping, for instance, ground truths. Please do send them in on the chat. Meantime, let's hear from the moderator of the second parallel session, Ms. Maria Julia Oliva. Union for Ethical BioTrade organized that session and was all about evolving tools and approaches. Over to you now, Maria Julia.
Thank you, Nisha. Thank you so much. You know, we started off the session talking about how much the awareness of biodiversity has changed over the years, and really wanted to understand what the changing concepts and tools and approaches, what that looks like on biodiversity, what that looks like in the context of BioTrade. And as all of you know, recognition of the value and potential of biodiversity has really always been at the core of the BioTrade context. But what was interesting, and we didn't have presentations, we just had discussions, so there were a lot of points made. But one of the points that was made by Rick Kuchloyenka, who's the executive director of UEBT, is that, of course, using biodiversity or biodiversity-based supply chains doesn't necessarily mean good practices. And he was sharing how we still see around the world supply chains where there are serious social challenges and also biodiversity challenges that may range from, excessive use of agrochemicals to land conversion, et cetera. So he was really encouraging that BioTrade partners really focus on improving biodiversity tools and approaches to really address those challenges and improve practices. We heard from Annette Piperidis, who works with Veleda, the cosmetics company, that suppliers are often very interested and very committed in addressing biodiversity-related issues. However, we also heard that it's often difficult for them to know how to do it. So the how of addressing biodiversity seems to be a challenge. And she also highlighted that oftentimes small suppliers are dealing with many different requirements, many different requests for information from their different clients on different topics. And so this also makes it very difficult for them to actually do the work. We heard from Simona D'Amico, who works at UEBT as a biodiversity expert, how context is everything when it comes to good practices on biodiversity, and how the biodiversity action plan that was developed by Simona and her team for UEBT was really developed from the bottom up, with the idea of really understanding the situation and giving value to what farmers and other producers are already doing. The same idea that they're already doing a lot and there needs to be more recognition on this. And we heard a great example of hibiscus in Nigeria, where through the Biodiversity Action Plan, there's been some really positive impact to avoid soil erosion. So that was very interesting. We also heard from Gaston Vizcarra, who comes from Candela, Peru, an SME in Peru. And he kind of brought us down to earth and talked about the complexity of these challenges when you're working with producers on the ground. We talked about mosquitoes, you know, there's some challenges of working on the ground. And what was very important, I think the key message in Gaston's presentation was the importance of the notion of supply chain in the sense of, you know, that needing every link to work together, to have it really be a chain where each of the links is equally strong and engaged in dialogue and understanding the part of, you know, what they're a part of. So that was a very important notion. I think that was mentioned in terms of BioTrade supply chains. I'll just mention another point. There was a discussion about what this growing attention on biodiversity means, and there were some concerns expressed about whether the fact that, you know, the science is telling companies you need to focus on the large volumes, you need to hold flat the amount of land you're using to grow your raw materials, whether this is leading companies away from smaller supply chains, BioTrade supply chains, and towards commodities. So is it an opportunity or is it a risk? And we also talked about the opportunity/risk of due diligence measures. There's more and more laws on due diligence. And we wondered whether companies, whether this is going to lead companies to invest in improving their practices and addressing those risks, or whether they're going to say, this is too risky, we're going to move away from them. So there were pros and cons, and I'm just going to say the last word. Gaston mentioned hope. When we work on these complex issues, we always have to come to this from a place of hope. And so we finished on a very optimistic note. Thank you, Nisha.
Maria Julia Oliva, thank you very much for your feedback on parallel session 2 on evolving tools and approaches. So now we're joined by Rene Gomez Garcia, who's going to tell us all about their discussions, which are about the oceans economy and Blue BioTrade. He's from the Development Bank of Latin America and led parallel session 3.
Thank you, Isha. I'm not sure if I'm gonna be able to tell you all, but I'm going to make summarize what our 4 very much distinguished panelists share with us this afternoon in 4 presentations. We had Ambassador Murdoch who presented us and shared with us his insights on ocean wealth, ocean economy, and mainly about the the OECS different oceans and regional agreements that are built on nowadays, and how challenging, and also all the achievements and successes they had already. We had also Mrs. Claudia Contreras from UNCTAD who shared with us a presentation, about the estimated trade flows of ocean-based goods and services. Very much valuable, you know. Decision taking and good planning always is based on reliable data and science. Thirdly, we had Mr. Milton Houghton, who talked to us about the Blue BioTrade contribution to a more resilient and sustainable post-COVID economic recovery in the Caribbean. Key remarks in which which stress the importance of blue economy, but mainly about this important link between Blue BioTrade marine coastal resources, the scarce of these resources, and the need to reduce all these negative impacts from human activities, which are very much important in order to generate incomes for individuals, but mostly for small and medium-sized enterprises. And finally, we had Jimena Vélez, who shared with us, a case study in Peru, South America, and work is being done, or is currently done by the Smithsonian Institute, with very important points and lessons learned and achievements. But finally, to share with you that I mean that we had, I think, 4 points of conclusion. First of all, I'd say that it's not that nature and community-based solutions are very much important in order to COVID-19 recovery. Every time we talk about nature, we need to talk about community involvement, and that otherwise is, I mean, it's not going to be as strong as we need in order, I mean, to look forward into phase. Capacity building and knowledge management is very much needed in the I mean everywhere, but into the oceans economy and in this new approach of Blue BioTrade, I think all the support and capacity building is very much needed. The third point is the private sector involvement, and say that most of the resources that are needed and the construction of building agreements are, I mean, they need to be as strong as possible, because most of them are, I mean, they involve investments, involve a lot of on the field activities, and the private sector is key. And finally, the fourth, I think, is the need to strengthen the regional agreements and regional planning frameworks. And UNCTAD and CAF and many of us who work in multilateral institutions, I think we can, I mean, we are called for to support this need. Thank you, that's all.
Thank you very much indeed, Rene Gomez Garcia, talking to us about the Oceans Economy Blue BioTrade developments. And our next moderator for parallel session 4 comes from UNCTAD, and let me bring up the name, Mr. Enrique Pacini, and he's going to talk to us about the circular bioeconomy, which was the theme of parallel session 4.
Thank you, Nisha. Thank you for the opportunity. I moderated the parallel session 4 on circular bioeconomy, and we had 3 distinguished speakers with a lot of knowledge to share. The first one was Mr. Kari Herlevi from the Finnish Innovation Fund, CITRA, who presented some insights of an upcoming impactful study that is being prepared by CITRA and Vivid Economics, which to be launched in 2022. We also had Mrs. Arpuva Arya, who is a CEO and co-founder of the Circular Innovation Lab and former coordinator for the Helen MacArthur Foundation in India. And finally, we had a representative from FAO, Marta Gomez San Juan, who works on bioeconomy at FAO. In terms of insights discussed during the session, I can say that biodiversity is seen as our natural circular economy engine. It's perhaps our greatest teacher in what regards a balanced and circular economic system. The economy of the natural world is mostly free from negative externalities, and when they are negative externalities, those quickly self-correct, unlike the human economy. With decreasing biodiversity, we are likely to see cost increases in multiple sectors like food, garments, and construction. Also climate instability, more pandemics, and even a threat to the human species, as was discussed previously in the Congress. We discussed in depth the one key area in the connection between biodiversity and circular economy, which is the food systems. The food system is the biggest pressure, the source of pressure on biodiversity. And if we have more circularity on the food systems by means of greater usage of alternative proteins, better management, and reutilization of organic residues, more biodegradable and compostable products that can contribute to spare biodiversity space and safeguard the ecosystem services that it delivers to humans. On the point of business logic, which was well developed by Arpuva and Kari, we had wording that the circular economy gains are becoming clear. So companies are grasping what the value of circularity, the economic value of circularity, and we have a number of products based on circular approaches appearing in various sustainable marketplaces popping around the world. In terms of grasping the biodiversity value, on the other hand, businesses are a few steps behind. They're starting to grasp the value of biodiversity to their brands and products, and hopefully they will converge to the same level of knowledge and perception that circularity value already has brought. And finally, to conclude, another point that was mentioned was the metrics point, like measurement. Metrics on the economic contribution of biodiversity. This has significantly advanced through initiatives such as the economics of ecosystems and biodiversity, through the work of UNEP, via TIB, biodiversity metrics in the UK, the Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, the IPCC for biodiversity, does group review and others. So all those processes show that there is an increasing and growing effort to parameterize and create metrics which business can absorb and act upon to really give an accounting value to biodiversity in their operations. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. It was really a fascinating feedback session there, Enrique Pacini. And now let's hear from our final parallel session, which is all about standards and certification schemes and run by the South African Department of Forestry, Fisheries and the Environment. Over to Prashanthi Naikar. Prashanthi.
Thank you, Nisha. We had quite a interesting session. It was one of the first conversations that we've had at an international platform, especially on BioTrade standards and certifications. And the mix of speakers were definitely very intriguing, coming from South Africa, India, as well as the International Trade Center, the ABS Capacity Development Initiative, as well as Fairwild Foundation. So it was a great program with a great panel. The conversation the scene was set quite interestingly from a historical reflection in the terms of how standards emerged. And as a result, as a safeguard, standards were developed as a safeguard, especially since there is no Planet B. And the evolution was that this space started off as a niche market, and now we are moving closer to a mainstream market evolution, where it's something that started off through private sector, as a self-regulatory mechanism, and now mainstream through governments. It was also fascinating to learn about how advanced this space is globally, where the International Trade Center shared that they actually have developed a standard map database for users to decide and select the appropriate standards for their business practice. So what was emphasized very clearly is that it's a tool, and there's a big need for a smart mix approach. And things became clearer through the panel discussion, because colleagues from national government joined in and gave us, especially since, you know, this being, especially from South Africa, a public sector led initiative, where what became clearer is the mandate for a standard and certification system. And it was actually made very clear the role of the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Nagoya Protocol on access and benefit sharing, and specifically Target 15 of the draft post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework that actually mentions the use of tools to be able to achieve clean supply chains or sustainable supply chains or biodiversity-based supply chains, that is. So the conversation evolved from global benchmarking to best practice, and a very interesting scenario was shared, sharing a Southern African plant, the iconic baobab. It's a transboundary distribution. That particular value chain was touched on by the Fairwild Foundation. And very interesting is that how we got to see the efforts between private and government actually circling in or converging, where there was mention of the tools that were used in the certification of the baobab value chain. And some of the tools that were spoken about are resource assessments, biodiversity management plans, and I'm sure a lot of the public sector officials that are comprising today's Congress are familiar with these tools, because these are also tools that we develop in national and provincial government. So that already is a point of linking and formulating a smart mix for BioTrade standards and certification. Then we went on to learn about concepts from national governments, South Africa and India, where South Africa emphasized that as a starting point, the strong focus is centered around conservation of biotrade or biodiversity-based value chains for biotrade and bioprospecting, and very importantly, to be able to develop a system that actually is cost effective and relevant and applicable to the dynamics locally, and as well as can contribute to global efforts as well. It was very interesting to hear the perspectives from India, who has a very successful ABS system, boasting quite strong compliance to its regulatory system. And what we've learned is that the shift to certification was actually due to be able to bolster that already strong compliance to their legislations and compliance in the Nagoya Protocol, as well as to begin to incentivize their enterprises or their industry within the Indian boundaries. So it was a very interesting conversation and a very nice way as to how the conversation on BioTrade sustainability to standards and certification in this panel. Lastly, we actually got to see a pictorial overview of how this comes together. And, you know, keeping in with the spirit of everything coming full circle, there was definitely strong buy-in from the panel to be able to use this as a starting point, using this panel as a starting point to map out that smart mix between private and public for BioTrade sustainability through standards and certification. So thank you for this wonderful opportunity. And something that I never got to mention in my panel, I'd like to invite everybody to follow this journey of developing the smart mix through our South African project that's going to be running a South African EU policy dialogue on safeguards for BioTrade sustainability. Thank you. Thank you.
We shall take you up on that offer, Prashanthi. Thank you for joining us with your feedback. And before you all disappear, dear moderators, I want to ask you a very, very difficult question indeed, which is, can you boil down your conversations to one sentence and tell us what you think we most need to go forward? What came out of your discussion that we can end our Bio Congress with? And I'm going to start that invidious talk. I'm going to start with Jane Carter. Jane.
Thanks very much. I think I would boil it down to watch out for the producers and the farmers, and make sure that the real benefits of BioTrade go to them.
Fantastic. You've really inspired us with your intervention there. Watch out for the farmers. Maria Julia Oliva, can you bring it down to a sentence? What should we be taking away from your discussions?
Sure, I'd say we need tools to monitor and improve biodiversity practices.
Oh, amazing. I didn't know we had such disciplined minds with us. Thank you. Renee Gomez Garcia, Oceans Economy and Blue BioTrade. What's your message?
I mean, the ocean is plenty of resources, biological resources, which we need to conserve, manage, and to use sustainably, because there's the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Enrique Pacini had to leave us, alas. So anyone who was in the circular bioeconomy session, if you want to put it into the chat, what you think the big takeaway was, please feel free to do so. I'm going to give the final word then to Prashanthi Naikar. Standards and certification schemes, your big message.
Thank you, Nisha. Sustainability is central. Whether it's people, biodiversity, or trade, let's work together to develop and strengthen systems for longevity. Thank you.
Thank you, Prashanthi. Thank you to all our moderators. It's been really interesting hearing back from you, and let's keep those discussions rolling. Well, our Congress is drawing to a close now, and for the concluding remarks, I'm going to hand over to Ms. Lorena Jaramillo from UNCTAD, who has really, with her team, put a huge amount of work in bringing us all together. Lorena.
Thank you very much, Nisha. Good day to everyone. I can't think of a better way to finish this 25th anniversary year of the UNCTAD BioTrade initiative than to close it with the 6th BioTrade Congress. During the Congress, we learn and share about how legal, sustainable, and traceable trade such as BioTrade, can help us overcome the biodiversity crisis we are currently facing. For example, by sustainably using and conserving not only terrestrial ecosystems, but also marine and other aquatic ecosystems. To traceability, to ensure that our supply chains are sustainable. By providing tools and promoting certification schemes for the private sector to sustainably manage and measure biodiversity. And to further explore the linkages of the circular economy and biodiversity, for instance, by reducing, reusing, and recycling, as well as regenerating nature, thus decreasing the pressure to extract additional resources. We will certainly be building on these discussions going forward and continuing to provide tools, information, and spaces like the Congress where we can promote and highlight the importance of biodiversity, trade, and linking this to nature's contribution to people. This will feed into ongoing processes, including the negotiations of the post-2020 Global Biodiversity Framework, the CITES COP19, the UN Oceans Conference, UNCTAD Oceans Forum, UNFCCC, the WTO discussions, and implementation of the SDGs, and UNCTAD Bridgetown Covenant, as mentioned by our Deputy Secretary General earlier today. There are so many people to thank for the success of this event. So much has happened behind the scenes to ensure that we have a balanced program, inspiring speakers, and active participants who are engaged on the topics. First, I would like to thank Nisha Pillai, our esteemed moderator. Thank you, Nisha, for guiding us during the plenaries and keeping us on time and on the subject. Your leadership and insight ensure we had robust, stimulating discussions. I would also like to thank all of the moderators from the parallel sessions who no doubt gained their respective discussions and were able to summarize and bring forth to the plenary the key outcomes. And of course, I would like to thank all of our speakers for taking the time to participate in the Congress and share your valuable insights and experiences. I know I, myself, have learned so much to take forward into the BioTrade program. We would not have been here today if it were not for the instrumental support of the 5th State Secretariat for Economic Affairs, SECO. They have provided invaluable support to the BioTrade family on an ongoing basis, enabling us to make BioTrade a reality to many countries and people, and allowing us to host events such as this Congress. We thank you and look forward to our continued collaboration in the years to come. I would also like to thank the South African Department of Forestry, Fisheries, and Environment, the Secretariat of the Convention on Biological Diversity, the Development Bank of Latin America, Helvetas Intercooperation, and the Union for Ethical BioTrade, as well as other partners like CITES, the Ministries of Environment from Ecuador and Peru, ABS Capacity Development Initiative, as well as our colleagues at UNCTAD who co-organized with us the Congress. And most importantly, my heartfelt thanks to all of you, the participants, for your interest. Without you, this event would not have been as meaningful nor as successful. Let us be reminded that nature, specifically biodiversity, has offered humankind so many essential services that we will not be able to exist without them. We need to protect and give back to nature by respecting it, using it sustainably, and taking into consideration future generations as well. Trade can play a key role in ensuring this and being part of the solution. I look forward to all of us continuing to be engaged, especially in implementation of the Global Biodiversity Framework, and collaborating with all of you. So be sure to follow us on social media and sign up to our newsletter. Again, thank you very much, everyone, and wishing you a good day or evening ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lorena. And I must say there's a lot of appreciation with our virtual audience for the meeting. I'm just going to feed back to you to put a smile on your face, Lorena. One piece of feedback here from David Bibas, who says, congratulations to the entire BioTrade team, SECO, and all the partners for this very successful and informative and timely event. Well, ladies and gentlemen, to make it more than just a successful and timely event, which makes us feel good, we need to think about the next steps. We need to address some of the issues that have been raised during this discussion. For instance, what we were hearing from Jane Carter about the difficulties with traceability, to mention just one point. And we need to make sure that the network that we're developing between each other continue. So pick up Lorena's suggestion to continue talking on social media and following developments on the UNCTAD BioTrade website, won't you? And before I say goodbye and draw the 6th BioTrade Congress to a close, one last request, ladies and gentlemen. Can you please all now turn on your cameras, because we would like to capture the spirit of the meeting with a group photograph. So please turn on your cameras. I'm going to say to you on the count of 1, 2, and 3, instead of cheese, which is so boring, let's say BioTrade, shall we? So here we go. 1, 2, 3. BioTrade. Wonderful, ladies and gentlemen. Till the next time, thank you for your cooperation. Keep the spirit going and make things happen. It's been a pleasure being your moderator today. Goodbye.